alarm, fireworks, I can feel it in the sky. I got love in my eyes, but there's money on my mind. I see passion and pride, I despise all the lies. I've been around the world, so I'm down for the ride. Good drinks, good people, and good times. Fast cars, pretty women on FaceTime. More money, more fun in my life. I'm just chasing my shots with good vibes.
Feeling good, feeling great on my time. Won't let a hater block my shine. I'm just living my life, too busy chasing good vibes. Chasing good vibes, chasing good vibes, chasing good vibes. Too busy chasing good vibes. Too busy chasing good vibes.
Friday night putting them plays in, but it feel like a special occasion. So let's go out, go blazing, hit the dance floor, let go frustrations. I might have a hidden agenda, but my intention's pure. I'll give you all that I got, and I hope that you don't need more. It's okay, just take my hand now. Damn near sweating your hair out. You got me creasing my sneakers. That's usually something I care about. Couldn't see the path, but it's clear now. You was in my dreams, but you here now. And I just want a little dance and a reason to change my plans. All I want is for you to dance with me, with your hands in the air where I can see. I don't know if we'll get another chance, you'll see. So I hope that you'll just come dance with me. We outside, did you hear what? I called the ride cause I'm going up. And there's something mixy going in my cup. Don't say much cause they know what's up. You know it get cold on the late night. We getting all close like it's day night. You looking so fly, you could take flight. Now I got this feeling that I can't fight. Your curves got my urges flaring. You got me by the collar and I'm not caring. You see how the people can't stop staring. I'm trying to make you mine and I'm not sharing. Okay, let's bring it back a bit. She said you can have whatever if you ask for it. Well, I just want to have a little dance and a reason to change my plans. All I want is for you to dance with me, with your hands in the air where I can see. I don't know if we'll get another chance, you'll see. So I hope that you'll just come dance with me.
Some drinks and then we repeat. Yeah. Chasing my purpose, need a release. Yeah. My life's a beach, I'm lost in the breeze. Do this with ease, don't play with my dreams. Yeah. It's so together, it's not what it seems. Heart of a tiger, life of a king. Yeah. Chasing my bag, my feet in the cream. Running these laps, not losing my steam. I'm feeling good, this life's what I need. Don't intervene with my energy. Yeah. I'm in her scope like Jimmy Iovine. Yeah. No Superman, but I'm feeling supreme. This not a movie, but I'm making a scene. Yeah. I can tell you how to live your life, but you just gotta get up.
Get up. Get up. Get up. Get up now. Get up. Get up now. Get up.
We just gotta live our life, we paying a price. Piece of the pie, I need me a slice. Yeah. Rolling the dice, the scariest spice. Sticky like rice, the tricky reprise. Yeah. Love will suffice, I suffer in silence. All alone, I'm lost on the island. Let's spread peace and less of the violence. Sebastian Bach on yachts playing violence. Yeah. The flowers violet, give me my rose. This for my city, all for my bros. Did it alone, so far in my zone. So raise your glass, let's all have a toast. I can show you how to get like me. Live your life till you die. Yeah, look, I can tell you how to live your life, but you just gotta
get up now. Get up. Get up. Get up.
been the same, put that on the name. I had to go through it just to get to it, look what I became. Elevate, level up, way to the top, headed to the peak. All them boys wanna talk, hit them out of law, but don't got receipts. I do it with ease, to you it's a burden, to me it's a breeze. You feel that? That winner's degree, that kickback. You coming at me, boy, sit back. Came out the womb like this, hit the pedal and room right quick. Gotta get it, we going up, way up, might land on the moon. Who step in a room like this? We breaking the rules right quick. They killing the mood and up in a few, might land in a tomb.
I ain't gonna lose it now. Gotta keep it moving now.
Elevate, level up, way to the top, headed to the peak. All them boys wanna talk, hit them out of love, but don't got receipts. Elevate, level up, way to the top, headed to the peak. All them boys wanna talk, hit them out of love, but don't got receipts. Bad with a vengeance, killing the ops, I'm leaving no remnants. They all in attendance. Gotta go big, I aim for the fences. It's mine, I sense it. Back in the scene, I'm back to the business. Back on the front line, gotta grind. It's time, let you be the witness. At the time, turn a repeat to a 3P, yeah. Got the franchise on me, you more like G Lee, yeah. 21st century, you all the way BC, yeah. Old boy been washed up, I'm notched up in TTA. Came out the womb like this, hit the pedal and room right quick. Gotta get it, we going up, way up, might land on the moon. Who step in a room like this? We breaking the rules right quick. They killing the mood and up in a few, might land in a tomb.
I ain't gonna lose it now. Gotta keep it moving now.
Elevate, level up, way to the top, headed to the peak. All them boys wanna talk, hit them out of love, but don't got receipts. Elevate, level up, way to the top, headed to the peak. All them boys wanna talk, hit them out of love, but don't got receipts. Yeah, throwing money fast like, ayy. Yeah, my foot up on the gas like, ayy. Double pump and bring it back like, ayy. Yeah, my amigo got the pack like, ayy. Ayy, like, ayy. Ayy, like, ayy. Yeah, throwing money fast like, ayy. Yeah, my foot up on the gas like, ayy. Oh, don't write, back again. You don't know me, go and ask a friend. Hitting these shows, gotta pack them in. I spin it, I'll make it back again. Shawty, go and bring your baddest friend. We can take it to the back of Benz. Do it like you would for TV. Camera on you like a backup lens. Shaking it for me, I'm loving the move. Friends say you bad and yeah, I'm cool. Walking up to it, not thinking it through. Like, shawty, tell me what's good with you. Coming with me and she got, ayy, 24 on a watch. You don't know, that's a lot. What she want is what I bought, yeah. If I want it, I'ma get it, yeah. I just talk the way I live it, yeah. I got plenty women, they all wanna ride, even in the city, yeah. But now I pull up in the Aston. For money, I'm made off the back end. High end with the fashion, now broke, so me in the past tense, yeah. Throwing money fast, like, ayy. Yeah, my foot up on the gas, like, ayy. Double pump and bring it back, like, ayy. Yeah, my amigo got the pack, like, ayy.
Check, whoa, VVS all on my neck, whoa. We talking power, respect, got me blowing on gas and I'm high as a jet, like, whoa. Shorty can't breathe no air, yeah. Red bone body, long hair, yeah. Everything I do real rare, yeah. Can't buy one, need pairs, yeah. I get paid now. I was in them streets and I ain't never do no playground. I just kept it real, stay 100 and I stayed down. Made it out that jungle, now we shopping when we touch down. We riding around, my windows down and my speakers loud. Hate my grind down, like my shine, I'm one of a kind, no
let's do something crazy. Get a bit wild today, cause we don't do this every day, and we deserve it. Life is so amazing, nothing is in our way. Baby, let's fly away. Do you feel it? Is your heart rushing the way my heart's rushing when you take it all in? Baby, this is where we come alive. Do you feel it? Take the world by storm, just you and I. Can't believe it took so long to realize what makes us come alive. Oh, what makes us come alive? Let's break some rules. No, we don't always have to be good. Don't always have to do things that we should. We'll feed the fire. Let's see it through and let go of what's holding us back. Just light it up and we'll burn through the past and take it higher. Is your heart rushing the way my heart's rushing when you take it all in? Baby, this is where we come alive. Do you feel it? Take the world by storm, just you and I. You and I. Can't believe it took so long to realize. This is where we come alive. Do you feel it? Take the world by storm, just you and I. Can't believe it took so long to realize what makes us. This is where we come alive. Do you feel it? Take the world by storm, just you and I. Can't believe it took so long to realize what makes us come alive.
Yeah, motivated, I'm focused. Came a long way from the lowest. Yeah, gotta get it, the mindset, gotta put it in motion. This is the moment, gotta one up my opponent. Back then they ain't noticed me, now they know it's me, I'm the chosen. It's my time, yeah, I put that on Bible. No excuses, gotta get to the final. Take all of my idols and turn them to rivals. It's all or nothing, man, the trophy is vital. Game time, bet I'm coming in clutch. No hang time, man, they can't keep up. The game's on the line, seconds on the time. Who can't fight? It's gotta be us.
Better under pressure, go ahead and let it fall on me. I'm destined for it all, you better call on me. They say what doesn't kill you make you stronger. All that pain, it done made me to a monster. They say what doesn't kill you make you stronger. All that pain, it done made me to a monster.
Yeah, whole lot of times they doubted I wouldn't be who I am without it. Sleepless nights, I counted. It all paid off, it's really astounding. I had to keep the faith to elevate. Hope for better days, they were coming. Now we can celebrate, knowing every day is abundant. Yeah, it's my time, yeah, I put that on Bible. No excuses, gotta get to the final. Take all of my idols and turn them to rivals. It's all or nothing, man, the trophy is vital. Game time, bet I'm coming in clutch. No hang time, man, they can't keep up. The game's on the line, seconds on the time. Who can't fight? It's gotta be us.
Better under pressure, go ahead and let it fall on me. I'm destined for it all, you better call on me. They say what doesn't kill you make you stronger. All that pain, it done made me to a monster. They say what doesn't kill you make you stronger. All that pain, it done made me to a monster. All that pain, it done made me to a monster. All that pain, it done made me to a monster.
I make a couple mistakes, but see I stay in my lane. I keep my feet
feet on the pavement and don't you ever mistake it. No, this ain't never been a game.
Tell me where the competition. Seem like they all been missing. Never made a wrong decision. It's got me walking different. I stay gassed up. Please point the opposition. No scope, it's no joke. Just know I aim with raw precision. I went and got my bid up quick, 100 figures. They once was competition, now ain't sitting with us. Been on a wave since we've been away. Snatch the game, now we here to stay.
I told my mama I make it, I make a couple mistakes, but see I stay in my lane. I keep my feet on the pavement and don't you ever mistake it. No, this ain't never been a game. I told my mama I make it, I made a couple mistakes, but see I stay in my lane. I keep my feet on the pavement and don't you ever mistake it. No, this ain't never been a game.
It's that you can't touch me. Things get ugly, they mad now. This all must be a whole new level to count. I'm packing on the pounds, pulled up with the dog hound, and I still had time to shut it down. Now you see them all screaming my name. See them trying to switch to my lane. They ain't never fit that frame. Only present when the cash came. Plenty days I've been on the road chasing. No legend ever said they was complacent. Nah.
I told my mama I make it, I make a couple mistakes, but see I stay in my lane. I keep my feet on the pavement and don't you ever mistake it. No, this ain't never been a game. I told my mama I make it, I made a couple mistakes, but see I stay in my lane. I keep my feet on the pavement and don't you ever mistake it. No, this ain't never been a game.
It's now or never. Yeah. It's now or never. Yeah. I'm in it to win it like Mike Jordan. Better run out for cover when I walk in. There are no limits to my calling. Going straight to the top like I've been boarding. Taking the title like there are no rivals. Doing the eyes closed, give me a blindfold. This shit is easy, like a recital. I'm taking my shot like my hands on the rifle. Yeah. It's now or never. Yeah. It's now or never. Woo. It's now or never. Yeah. Keep quiet, the queen's talking, keep walking. Couple of rings brought in, lines choking. Couple of reporters reporting. Firing line with a red dot, no recordings. Taking the title like there are no rivals. Doing the eyes closed, give me a blindfold. This shit is easy, like a recital. I'm taking my shot like my hands on the rifle. Yeah. It's now or never. Woo. It's now or never. It's now or never. Yeah. It's now or never.
Ooh, you love the fame, you are not the same. Girl, when I was with you, strung around the place, makeup on your face. Tell me what's your issue? What did I do? What did I try to make you happy? Thought that I proved, thought that I you told me that you love me. But now you're in the spotlight, and you're cruising, you play with my emotions.
Red Bull gives you wings.
Chug, this a cakewalk. Shimmy, shimmy, y'all. Hit 'em talk, let 'em take shots. 007 on the block, keep the aim cocked. Pull up to the spot with the squad, let the bass drop. Laser on the arc, brought the chug, this a cakewalk. Shimmy, shimmy, y'all. Hit 'em talk, let 'em take shots. 007 on the block, keep the aim cocked. What? Check my pedigree, I got legacy in my pop. You playing hopscotch on that top notch on the block. Shimmy slide like me, no. Don't do what I said. Yeah, my boy said don't do what I said. Yeah, my boy said don't do what I said. Call you up like what you doing? Ride around with the squad, no losing. Link you up with the Reaper, keep it moving. Yeah, they can't do it how we do it. Bring it up, can you keep up? I'm born with the ether, but I still took a heater. No halo, I've been with a handgun. I've been on my King Kong, come payload. I've been on. What? Check my pedigree, I got legacy in my pop. You playing hopscotch on that top notch on the block. Shimmy slide like me, no. Spice it up with the sauce. Yeah, my Lord said don't do what I said. Yeah, my Lord said don't do what I said.
And welcome to another elimination day here at VCT EMEA. 2 teams have already been sent home this week, and it's time to see which will survive another round here at Kickoff. I'm your host Yingsu, and I'm here with Kakuka and Billy from the Riot Games Arena in Berlin, Germany. Now, it is another elimination day. It was really brutal yesterday, so I don't know how these teams are going to survive today.
Yeah, exactly. We're having very long days here. The matches are at their full potential, going mostly to that 3rd map, so I expect the same for today.
I think, if anything, it just shows how competitive VCT EMEA has gotten, right? The fact that a lot of these maps are going to overtime, it's just, yeah, it's been a long couple of weeks.
I do love how it's another year, but like another 11-something comeback from finale. Yeah. We haven't moved on. We're just still there.
We haven't moved on, and to your point, Billy, I do not know if it's good that the region is competitive or it is a bad sign and a bad omen that we do not have someone that is super on top of the rest, thinking about those international events, and of course how we're going to measure with the rest of the regions.
Don't worry, Team Vitality is still in the upper bracket. Good. They'll show you. Oh yeah, and Foot. Yeah. They'll show you what domination really looks like. And speaking of, everybody was very excited about Fluorescent's debut last week, including us as well. But where does she actually sit when it comes to the other duelists in our league? I actually have that info for you guys right now. So this is the current top 5 out of all of the duelists. You see Durka's, you know, the curvature of his head just peeking up above everybody else.
He looks so good in this graphic.
Where do you guys think Floor sits in the top 5, top 6, top 10 even?
I'm gonna say it's like in between. Like, it's not going to be the lowest, but it's not going to be on Durka.
So like 2, 3, and 4 kind of area.
Yeah, I would put her on par to probably beside Kayak and Minibu. I want to say in between those two.
This is considering also that they were the team that had the 0-2 loss. Okay.
Yeah, this is exactly. So they didn't even win a map. I can now show you exactly where Floor actually sits in comparison to the other duelists. She's second. She's not third. She's not fourth.
Okay.
She's not fifth. She is second. Oh, that's a lie. I think she is second by. She's third. She is second. She's off by 1 ACS.
But 1 ACS.
So
okay,
she's
so Philo is the one who's sitting on the second slot?
She's almost second. She's third with another game to play. This is incredibly impressive though, right, Billy? The fact that she's played one match and she's already third best.
Yeah, that I was literally just about to say that. The fact that she's played one match, third best, I'm expecting to see more big things coming out from her.
We know that this is where she floresced. Yeah, you know, they worship florecer in Spanish. Flourish flower.
Sounds so much better in Spanish.
Flourish. Right?
Everything sounds better
anyway,
in Spanish.
but we know that she's an animal, right? It is on the stage where she's going to always give her best performance.
Yeah, it wasn't just us that were excited. You guys were as well. So let's take a look at the community reaction to Floor's debut.
The triple swing was outrageous. Uh-oh, this might be it though. Damn, dude, big 1v3. That was sick.
Oh my god, Floor in 1v3.
Yes! 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 Put the f***ing team on the back, Floor! Triple swing! Oh! Oh my god!
But after this meal, I'm actually locking in on the gym. I'm not trolling. Wait. Oh my god! Oh my...
How we snuck Jimmy in there? How we snuck him in at the end? One of those things is not like the others, but it's so nice to see everybody loving what Floor is doing, and we can't help but feel maybe she's even going to step up her performance even, because the full team is here. We can now confirm Batu is in the building. We've seen him. It is real. He will be playing on stage today. And Kukuka, how much of a difference will this make?
I mean, I think that they played well with others considering the circumstances, but having your full roster, the initial plan is what every team is aiming for when the season starts. Now, to give a little bit of background of what we can expect from this player, we know that he comes from the Turkish league. Yeah, I can confirm that is Berlin's airport. I've been there 3,000 times.
That was today.
Yeah. He just arrived like 3 hours ago. Like, this is full esports mode. You arrive, you play, and sadly, if you lose in this circumstance, you're out. But as I was saying, given the context of him and what he was doing last year, which was the only year that he actually really competed in that tier 2. Started off as a smoker, then moved on to a duelist, but expected to be playing on the initiator on this Apex roster. What do you make of him, Billy?
I think, do you know what? The fact that he has experience on playing a duelist, he knows how to set Floor up, right? He knows the kind of supportive utility. Yeah, and he's
that's
Turkish,
also important.
Right? Like, that does help, of course. But yeah, I think he's going to slot into this role quite nicely, and the fact that he has that sort of flexibility is a good sign for me anyway from Apex, and hopefully we get to see some more unconventional things, because at the moment they feel very structured and rigid in their approach. I know we've only seen one match from them, but yeah, I'm looking forward to seeing his debut.
Yeah, and you think I'm joking? I'm not. He's Turkish. That's enough. He's Turkish. It's going to be fine.
But
before. With Batu stepping in, it's time to, I feel like, show our appreciation to Odorous, the assistant coach who subbed in, and we can officially induct him into our Hall of Fame. And Billy, this is a Hall of Fame for a reason, because we've seen some legendary assistant coaches here that had to step in.
Yeah, I mean, props to Odorous. It's really great that he managed to jump into the server for the team, and it must be like a real kind of I don't know, it must be a real boost having the coach in the server with you, right? If you're running out of ideas, at least your coach is there to hand to start implementing those.
Yeah, we've seen that in the past, and I think that this has been, quote-unquote, the best circumstances that the other teams have had, because we remember, and we were all here, when Casey needed a sub, and when Heretics needed a sub, kind of like mid-season, everything is do or die, but coming in here at the beginning of the year, and just for kickoff, there's still so many things up for grabs of this roster, and I think he had a very good performance.
Where does he rank? We have to floor chart this. Where does he rank on the assist? Because for me, Zaysha's number one. Zaysha's number one.
But Weber was good.
Yeah, but Zaysha's number one.
Yeah. because he actually improved a lot. I don't know. I think it's very complicated. With just one match, I think it's complicated also because I think that he had the easiest circumstance.
It's fine. He's Hall of Fame regardless. He's Hall of Fame regardless. That's all
He's
that
got
matters.
his star.
Yeah, he does indeed. And a team that's still looking for their star, of course, Team Liquid. They've looked, I feel like, a little bit inconsistent here and there, but Billy, very formidable nevertheless.
Yeah, Team Liquid have had a really good start so far. I mean, obviously it's unfortunate that they've dropped down to the lower bracket, but I just think that there's more that we're yet to see from them.
Yeah, and the loss against Foot, I think, has to do with one Foot being extremely well prepared. We saw Cracks that was unhinged last week. That is the one that I expect to see for the rest of the year because we're in love with him. But I think that they had a good start. I think that the victory against Koi and especially what we're seeing from Nats in this IGL role, I think it shows a lot of promise, to say the least.
Yeah, the fact that we're in 2025 and Nat is still the star player of a roster, Billy, goes to just show how talented he is and how much he's evolved.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, Nats, we've seen him picking up the operator as well, and it's been really, really nice to see. I think he's been incredible so far, and I think that with the amount of first engagements that he's been able to get with this operator, if he keeps this up, I think he'll be able to catch Apex by surprise because, as I said previously, it feels as though they've been playing really structured and that might catch them off guard.
I am very happy. Probably this is the thing that I'm the happiest with within our region, and is that everybody that has been picking up the IGL role and putting that weight on their backs is still keeping up their performances. With him, Yumpy, Cloud yesterday. So this is what we want to see. This is the only potential that we talk about is what you see in the server.
Yeah, they just want to be Angel, you know? They just want to be that IGL.
Is he Angel yesterday?
That's why I'm saying Angel.
That's why I'm saying
Angel. Angel specifically. But how bit of a mismatch do you think this match is? Or do you feel like both teams are on the same level?
I don't think that they're on the same level. I think that still for Apex it's going to be complicated. I know that we're thinking about the year as a whole and how this could end up in relegation for them. But I feel like Liquid are starting to get the ball rolling. I think that they have a lot to learn from their losses and their close matches.
Yeah, I think that's a great point to make. They've been able to play more matches in Apex, right? So they'll be able to learn from those mistakes. They can go back, review the VOD. What do we want to fix going into the next one? And as you say, Apex, this is their first year in VCT. So I think that they still need to find their footing.
Well, it's their first year in VCT, but it's not the first year for some of the players we have in the league right now, because early today, I had a chance to walk down memory lane with our veterans, Vova and Paditek. Make sure you have some tissues ready for this very cozy chat. We are approaching the 5th anniversary of Valorant, by the way. I don't know if you guys know this. So I thought, you know, we take a trip down memory lane. You guys are playing against each other today. You've played against each other for 5 years. So who better to kind of reminisce about the old days, considering it feels like nowadays our league is like dominated by the young players, right? They were like 16, 17. They didn't have to grind through the 2020, 2021 era. So what do you guys remember from back then? What's different, you think, from having to play in 2020, Paddy? I'll start with you compared to now.
I mean, many more Turkish players to play against.
It was just CNET back then.
Yeah, it was CNET, but now it's like almost full league is of Turkish players, you know, many talents, and yeah, they're definitely like the strongest ones.
Yeah. I mean, I remember me grinding ranked, watching G2. You had a little G2 era going on over there.
Yeah.
But you were both on G2. You both had a G2
Yeah, but
era.
I was a bit later.
Yeah.
I mean, I came in, I didn't have any network, I didn't know anyone. I just literally came like a Turkish player, you know? I was just grinding ranked and hoping for the best. I mean, I was just put my mind to it, and eventually I got into Heretics.
How much do you remember playing against each other at First Strike? Because obviously, you know, I'm sure you remember that tournament very fondly, but do you remember that game that you played against each other? Do you remember the maps you played on?
I remember Ascent. That one was pretty...
I think that was also Split.
Probably, but I just remember Ascent. I think it was the last map or something like that. I remember something happened in chat. And
there was things happening in chat.
Yeah, something was happening in chat.
I cannot remember that. Maybe someone was flaming.
Oh, okay. We'll drag this back over a little bit later. Do you remember the first agent you ever played in an official, like on your debut? Because I had to go look this up, so I could tell you if you don't remember.
For me, it was either Phoenix or Omen. I would go with Phoenix, honestly.
I think it was Phoenix or Raze.
You were both Phoenix?
Yeah, nice. Good taste, good taste.
Yeah.
What happened? Why are you not playing Phoenix anymore? What changed?
I don't know. I was duelist main to begin with, and then Heretics was like, oh, do you want to try smokes? I never touched smokes before. I was like, yeah, let me try, and they just picked me up. And
rest is history.
Yeah.
Rest is history.
Basically, same with me. I was playing Phoenix, running ranked, playing officials, and then I joined G2, and they were like, "Yeah, we put you on smokes."
It's the ultimate like flex role, you know. That's Phil.
Mixed role will take the duelist role. Yeah, you just go on smokes.
Okay, but if your current team came up to you and was like, "Oh, Phoenix is quite good. Like, we got some like ideas," would you be down to just be like, "Yeah, I'll play Phoenix"?
Nah, I would let the youngsters play Phoenix. Honestly,
we got Flora and Bato.
Yeah, but they weren't even old enough to play VCT when you guys were playing Phoenix, like back in first track and all that stuff.
Back in the days, maybe, but nowadays, I'll maybe swap to Initiator Max, and that's it.
Okay.
Yeah.
I could see that. And a very last question, you know, the people that weren't watching Valorant back then, give me like a team, maybe like an unsigned team back then you wish that they still existed now, that the current audience could get the pleasure of watching, you know, what they were doing back then. You know, you're like Party Paras, Fabrican.
I would go for Party Paras or Old Forza.
Oh, okay.
Oh, I remember
those
playing
two
Forza,
teams really well because I was playing against them many times in scrims and officials, and like I was always playing against them, and I was like, yeah, these guys are good. Yeah.
Demons. Yeah.
Can't really think of one out of those two. Maybe I need to go into my brain and dig in. I can't really remember.
There was like a No Panky. There was like the CNED No Panky.
Oh, No
as
Panky,
well.
yeah. Those guys were doing good at some point.
It was quite a few of those teams. I mean, I feel like Gambit is a bit of a cop-out to say Gambit.
I mean, of
But
course,
yeah.
of course.
Gambit. All right, I feel like we should do this again. There's a lot to talk about, a lot to reminisce about. But thank you for joining me today, and good luck in your game against each other for I don't know how many times, but yeah, good luck.
Thank you for having us.
Thank you.
You heard it from Paddy. The main difference from here compared to back then is everyone is Turkish. Every team has a Turkish player. They're going to face a new Turkish player in the league as well. How much damage do you think Batu can do? Can he be one of the stars coming into this?
I mean, we're about to see. I'm hopeful, especially because we know that we expect that he's going to be slotting in that initiator role. But now that Avuva has said, you know, that they know they have the potential for a double duelist, I'm down for it.
I'm not against that. You know, we've seen it with Fnatic yesterday, Alpha and Kayak running havoc in the server, so I'm not against that. I want to wait and see him play. I'm kind of holding my reservations a little bit and see how it goes.
By the way, we were talking about when we thought Paddy and Bova had met for the first time. It was this year. They had never met in real life.
You made me feel so old. Also, where was that in the studio? That looked so cozy.
Yeah, we have a fireplace now. Yeah, we got a fireplace now. We got a fireplace now. But the stakes are at an all-time high as elimination is once again on the line for our teams. It's time to see how Apex and Team Liquid can handle the pressure.
With me.
We have seen a lot of fantastic debuts on this stage before, but none had to do it when the stakes are this high. We're talking about elimination. We're talking about Batu on the side of Apex coming to Berlin this morning and potentially have to be sent home instantly if his team does not perform against Liquid. Now, looking at this map, Vito, what are you guys expecting?
Well, Team Liquid is still, perma-banning this Lotus, we can see at least for now. Apex is going to ban again that split, very similar. And Team Liquid is going to select that Abyss. We saw what they could do the other day. It makes a lot of sense. I think that they were very well synced with each other. It makes a sense, again, for them to pick this map.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, they beat Movistar Koi 13-3 on it, so they're probably thinking like, okay, we've got this one under the belt. But, I mean, Haven as well, leaving that as a floater, I'm not mad about either because Apex, they showed what they were capable of on that map. They were able to take it to 12-14, so I'm not mad at this veto.
Yeah, I'm just going to add one more layer to the stakes here and the pressure on the shoulders of Batu. He has never played Pearl or Abyss in an official before, ever. So, I mean, where do we even start with what he could play agent-wise?
I mean, we can expect him maybe to slot it, as we're saying, as that initiator, or maybe after what happened the other day, they decide to put some extra power, maybe whip out some crazy compositions, or just go for the double duelist, whatever makes him feel more comfortable. Or if that was the plan, maybe they just stick to the guns.
I think comfortability is key here, right? Because he's not played on that stage before, right? So you want to make sure that he's able to kind of ease any sort of nerves that he might anticipate and just kind of, warm up to the stage initially.
He's a Turkish player. We showed the ranking the other day of the debut from the players. I expect that we maybe have to bring it back. We've had a lot of young guns, a lot of people with a very short trajectory before even getting here. So I'm really excited.
I'm excited as well. Let's see what we're going to get in terms of composition out of this. Yeah, he's just going to be playing the Sova here. But just very quickly on the side of Liquid, my eyes are on Kiko once again. He's been so good. And the pressure is not going to be getting to him at all.
No, absolutely. I think that this reroll for him is looking amazing, hoping that he can keep up that same performance. To me, Team Liquid, the synergy, as we were saying, that they showed against Koi was on a different level. Kiko, Patidek, Kami, like Kamo barely even had to do anything. Even if he was done at the beginning of the round, he put the impact that he had to have. I'm really excited, though, to see a Vova on that Astra.
Yeah, and I'm very excited to jump into this map now. I also am very excited. I want to hear what Mitch and Tom think about the good old days. What was your favorite player from back then?
Oh, I'll let you start with that one, Tom. Who's your...
My favorite player from back then? Do you know what? It might actually be Vac. I think Vac, back in the day, old school No Penky, he was unreal.
Yeah, I love that. Mine, I don't know if you guys have heard of him, a guy called Enzo. He's a pretty phenomenal player back then, still is now. We'll see him someday.
You know another one? BBL Russ. I feel like we could do this all day.
That's not serious, though.
I feel like we could do that all day, but like he was honestly unbelievable at the time. Nonetheless, we're going to be getting into this one, and I honestly am torn where I think this one is going to go, because obviously Apex didn't have the best showing in their previous match. Liquid made more mistakes than anyone I've seen in the entirety of the tournament so far, so it's who comes out playing a better game today. Fluorescent already looking for that early battle versus Camo. I don't think Camo's had the best time individually. We'll see if he can show up today.
Well, they certainly started it out well, but traded out and the A side lost as a result. Team Liquid will be forced to play this one as a retake. It's pistol round here on Abyss, and ghosts across the board for Apex and Team Liquid. Looking for those headshots on the way through, and up close, the first challenge will be Fluorescent. Good delivery onto Kiko, keeping the numbers even though. And Team Liquid, as we can see, have full site control. This is a bit of a problem though, because as time goes on, we see a star online for a Vova. They can stop this defuse every step of the way. Instead, Team Liquid want to get ahead of that utility, fight into the choke point, drop these players before they can use their util, and it came damn close with a double kill from Nats. But Malzy, a little bit too sharp.
Yeah, no, a great round from him individually. And I think that's going to be a big part of things, because I think there were a lot of pieces missing last time Apex played. Maybe some nerves on the stage, maybe having the standing, because I feel like Odorous played very well individually.
Phenomenal second map especially.
It's always going to leave those extra gaps where maybe the synergy isn't quite there, or you just lose a little bit of that Turkish flair. The other thing also to take into consideration is Batu being on the stage, because it's a very different from like pracking at home in your bedroom or playing some of those online matches, or even just more regional stuff, to being here in Berlin, just off a plane, straight on the stage.
That's the other thing, just off a plane. The others have adjustment, and they've been here a while. And we're seeing a bit of pressure put onto Hype, obviously. His only pistols he's up against, and he's only got a pistol himself. So going down here is not going to be the end of the world. With a bit of support, Fluorescent dropping a player on the A site. Plant will be acquired, and the margin for error is the thing we need to touch on. For Apex, they brought 2 pistols. They've already lost Hype. But Batu also has one to work with. So even one more player being dropped by Team Liquid won't have any lasting effects, let's say. See how much they can get done. It's just a few upgraded pistols and a great flash that seems to put this one to bed.
Yeah, it also seemed like Avova had the right idea with the player already crossing into the corner. I don't really want to see too. Actually, one thing that could be interesting is maybe Malzy dropping that gun over and going in with the pistol. That extra orb for the next round could be something. Bringing in that null command for the first buy when you're already going to have a missing piece or two in terms of those rifles. Instead, it ends up with Kiko going down to the spike and the rest of them holding on to what they've got. And now I think it's also worth mentioning another sort of battle here for Kiko. Apex, an old team, a team that he unfortunately at the very last hurdle failed to help qualify into the league. These are the players that he's up against that did it. Obviously with a couple of changes here and there. I do kind of think that he might have that sort of thought process of like, yeah, I kind of want to beat them just to kind of like, I've been in the league a year, you know? You had to wait. Well, I want to prove that I've used that year wisely.
Get that chance to prove yourself. I mean, Team Liquid, Tom, look at the start of this round. A lot of players sitting outside of the A site. Flash is primed and ready. They're going aggressive. They're taking the fight to Apex, but they will not win it. And Apex know damn well Patatek's here. He threw a flash not long ago. He's being caught as well by the knife, the null command, robbing him of any utility. And now in a 4 versus 3, rifle sat on the floor as well. This is a phenomenal start for the attack side.
God, that early battle couldn't have gone much better. Would be nice if Fluorescent was still standing, but not the case. At least in terms of the defensive gamble for now, it's not a bad one. 2 players currently sat within the side, but it's very patient from the side of Apex, not wanting to overextend. And Patatek's caught completely out in the open. That flash couldn't have been any better. And now for Kiko, we're looking for those heroics again. Had an insane performance last time on this map, and well, the first kill goes his way.
How much more can you expect? Even the reveal forces him all the way back, barely evading those couple of bullets. The work's being done to put this into a winnable situation. The door not quite closed on this one yet, and that could have been blown wide open. But they've managed to cross back now, all 3 players from Apex in A main. And the same problem that we saw in that pistol round. Utility is going to be there. Shock darts are online and they're fired through for big damage and a kill on the back of it, leaving Nats alone, facing down the stun and then the gun. Hold on! He's come out with 2. It's half. It's winnable, and Nats makes the impossible reality right in front of our eyes. What a clutch, a Red Bull clutch from Nats.
Oh, you can't be doing things like that this early in the day. I've not had the chance to warm up, get prepared for anything just yet, but that 1v3, I was looking at it in the moment where Kiko gets that to half, and I was like, oh, it's unlikely. But there is somehow an opportunity when you have Nat still on the board. But that is an early blip for Apex that, although it's not a killing blow, like it's not going to obliterate their economy, that was a bonus.
It's a round that they should have won anyway.
100% should have won that. It's going to be infuriating. See how they manage to respond. They do now have the null command, Cosmic Divide available, and again, it looks like an early brawl.
It is indeed, and it's Camo going down. Kiko still holding ground, and Kamek stepping up for the fight. Another big push early on from Team Liquid.
Hello.
It's not ended up in the best position. Fluorescent pops off with those last 2. That puts her up to 4 kills already, and it's Nats, the player who clutched the previous round, now meeting his demise. Fluorescent answers back. A big clutch from Liquid, and then an ace from Fluorescent in return.
It just puts a smile on your face. You're looking at a player, the first to make it from game changers into the league, acing versus Team Liquid, a mainstay within the VCT. And there are players on the other side as well that you're talking about highly experienced, a minimum of about a year within the league, if not more. What a big round from her individually, trading out so many of those early successful aggressive plays. And now, well, I said it wasn't a killing blow last round. Look at the damage that has done. Liquid's economy in the bin, and if it wasn't bad enough, I was going to say Fluorescent has a Blaze Storm, but actually the defense is the one to get an opener.
Yeah, it's just a blazing push down mid, completely catching Avova off guard, removing, first of all, a lot of that threatening post-plant utility. Second of all, some of the entry ability with the smokes now not online, but Team Liquid playing quite far back, look to exploit that. Some shots landed, and there's the conversion. It's actually Camo going down. And he swings in to finish off his prey. Hype left on 20 HP thanks to that fight earlier, and the Hunter's Fury, a big threat to low health players. Luckily, Hype's not being targeted, and the shots don't land for kills. A little bit of damage while Nats falls to the Blade Storm of Fluorescent. This is starting to look very dicey indeed. Even Kiko, he's been spotted on the way up. That's the low HP player. Nice headshot, but Malsy's down below waiting.
definitely seems to be the danger. And also puts doubt in the minds of all of the attackers. Have to be careful of this flank. Kiko's still going. Potential for maybe a back-to-back as he now needs to ace it. It's not going to be happening. Fluorescent and Batu as the deadly combo to finish. Still a costly round, but you have to bear in mind that although that wasn't a financial investment, they did use a couple of high-impact ults.
That's it. Those safety nets that could be there for a round like this instead taken away to gamble on this one. And it could have worked out. It did come close, but players like Fluorescent digging them out of those spots.
11 and 2.
A couple of kills. 11 and 2 start is pretty decent. I think it has been pretty much spending this whole game matching the kills of the rest of her team combined, which is damn impressive. Team Liquid have called a timeout here. 30 more seconds to get down to the root of the problem as they're about to come into the next round. Sure, lighter on ultimates, but they've got the rifles back in play.
So then we saw the floor chart on the desk. Maybe Fluorescent wants to move up it a little bit. Because, you know, I think for her debut, it didn't go awfully, but we know what floor standards are. We know what the expectations, even if it is her sort of first time at the top of the game. I think everybody knew there was going to be damage dealt to opponents. This is a little more like it, 11 and 2. And also you have to bear in mind, this was a map that I think we've seen shaky ground almost everywhere from Liquid, whether they were successful or not. This map, they won 13-3 versus Koi. They were utterly dominant. It was a really clean attack side. We didn't see the defense. They won 11-1. The game was over before it really began. So we don't know how they're going to fare on this defensive side, especially with how direct Apex have been being in these early rounds. It becomes very difficult. You can't gamble rotations. You can't play with info because you just don't know where they're going.
Well, even though, look again at this round, it's not quite 3 players outside A main for Apex, but we've seen them wait for Team Liquid's aggression in the early round, then move into these much more pacey direct hits after. Team Liquid have given them those opportunities. Even think of the last round, they walked up mid. The aggression was still there on a low buy. So coming into this round, you understand why Apex are expecting to see that same face, but a much more passive approach from Team Liquid. They'll use the conditioning of these early rounds to run the clock down and force Apex into a bit of a blind decision. Unless they can find some info fairly soon, they're going to have to gamble.
Yeah, I also like the investment coming in of the Outlaw. Maybe spotting the economy, because you're looking down and there's 3 players right now that have the light shields. Would be an instant kill for Fluorescent if she manages to catch anyone out. I also wouldn't be surprised if in a moment's notice, maybe that will get swapped over to a teammate for her to be able to try an entry. Instead, though, they're trying to sell this ruse. They put the drone into the A site, and now Fluorescent will poke and prod to try and pull players to this side of the map, but Liquid are giving nothing. They literally are just holding as passively as possible.
30 seconds left.
Ultimate activated, signaling the start of the push on the other side of the map. Fluorescent's gone down. They won't draw any attention away from this site hit. Plant coming in on B. Team Liquid have lost Kiko, but they've maintained the advantage, happy to play this retake. Players they're up against. When we talk about that util, Malzy doesn't quite have the nade, but 2 flashes. He'll stay up close and to try to make this messy for Liquid on the retake.
Yeah, 1 kill for Batu as well would be enough to garner that Hunter's Fury, which could be able to completely turn things. All the defenders also coming in from a direct angle. No one in from behind. It's going to be tough.
There's Malzy down. That second flash won't be fired out. The spam and the smoke a tiny bit off. Close to the head, but not close enough. Hold on. The reveal forces the defuse to stop. It's halved already. Evolva needs to be lucky on this spray, and no, not today. Time to bring that weapon into the next round, disengaging and giving Team Liquid that second.
I was a little bit worried, even in the 4 versus 3, how that retake was going to go, but immediately getting a kill, having those deep smokes to sort of hold them back, it sort of relied on effective spams and basically just holding on to the player advantage that we saw earlier in the round. It's going to be another on the board, but even still, the amount of players surviving leaves this defense with still some gaps in their economy. If they lose this next one, they're right back into trouble again.
Well, it has just been a rocky start. No chance to really build up that economy. Same thing for the ults as well. After the gamble they took, they'll be building back up. Bladestorm for camo, but not needed just yet with those rifles in play. The next round, that could certainly help out. For Apex, well, no surprise. They're yet again expecting that push from Team Liquid. Deep utility, only going to catch one. And look, in a way, this makes it look like it's a lurk. But it doesn't look... Oh. It does look like there's a rotation. Team Liquid are sending Kiko towards that A site. Maybe they do suspect a lurk.
Again, from these more direct hits, it's become much slower default. And I do think the adaptation that Liquid has made is just to sit passive. If we don't give them the fights, they're not going to have that same level of advantage, leaving Nats as basically the earliest point of information on this A site. Kiko playing even further back, but also can have that quick rotation. And again, they've had the knife lineup from quite far away just to sell the idea that they're going towards the B side. But I'll be honest with you, it hasn't worked.
Yeah, Team Liquid had that rotation from Kiko start of the round, and it's still here. 3 players stacked up on A, ready for this fight. Fluorescent, blinded, had to use up a Cloudburst to stay alive, but can't find the players, and now is found. Out open in the side, it's Team Liquid winning every single duel. Putting that one to bed. They lose 2 and come close to equalizing the scoreline. It's a great resurgence, especially considering the round that was in it. A loss there could have sent them, or could have sent Apex, way into the lead.
Yeah, I think this is where Apex almost need to pick up the pace a little bit. Liquid just resulting in waiting for contact, and you can see exactly what happens when contact comes in. You have the immediate pop of the cages, you have obviously all the trips around, but then you also have a paranoia that was thrown through. So when Floor goes over the top, she is completely blinded by everything. They can then have a quick jump back into the side from the players on the side, and it was just a very good, quick rotation in for the remaining Liquid players. This time, well, Hype at least tried to be a little bit more proactive, but he has gone down very early on.
Yeah, and Liquid have been happy to leave Camo solo holding that B side. A little bit of advanced information. I'm content that he'll be able to back out. Gives them numbers elsewhere. And look at the benefit with both Kiko and Patatek holding in the spawn. Apex weren't quite expecting to have that heavy of a fight up against them. Now there was a pick, and Batu has recovered a rifle. Phantom in hand, and now Camo goes down. This round goes from very easily winnable to under threat. Luckily, Nats and Kiko put a bow on it, and it is 4-4. Tied up after a slow start to this map. Team Liquid are very much still in it.
Yeah, as said, I now want to see what adaptations Apex have, because the slower hits that have been coming in haven't really worked when Team Liquid haven't gone pushing. Like, literally, you can watch the beginning of the majority of their rounds, and they're holding a little bit deep when it comes to mid, but everything else is just passive on the sides. They are not pressuring the map at all. They're not going looking for information. They are waiting for Apex to execute and come to them, and with how slow Apex are, it leaves it down to about 20 seconds. The other thing as well is they're not baiting out any utility. Think back to, not the last round, they only had pistols. Round before, if you have Paranoia still available with 15 to 20 seconds left, you haven't baited out any of the utility. All the cages, all the trips, nothing was gone from that site hold.
Well, this is it. And I mean, you look at Apex in the first couple rounds, they pump brakes, they wait for pushes. Team Liquid step into their crosshairs and end up getting dropped. They can often pick up the pace into a more direct hit after that initial engagement, because you know the numbers are a little lighter on that map after you've killed, or that side of the map after you killed 2 people. But then they keep going with that same strategy. They keep waiting, and Liquid just stop biting onto that bait. And I think that really is the issue. It's the fact that you end up in that position where you have to now sit back and go, okay, they're not giving us opportunities. Let's make some of our own. Let's get aggressive early. Let's fight them for a little bit of map control. Because clearly, at least from what we've seen so far, unless Apex push, Liquid won't. That said,
break away.
I feel a little something funky working up there.
Wait, it's the fact that if you've taken a pause, you're probably going to change something. They've dodged the knife that's been thrown in the majority of the rounds, not heard anything. It seems like they are going to take some more aggressive pressure, but with no pressure in mid. Look how pacey this is from Apex. A complete change-up. 2 players waiting outside of the B site, and the remainder just left on the backside. Hype finally onto the board. First kill in the match. Can Nats hold on?
Surely not. Those cages are about to fall, and he is surrounded. Numbers everywhere. Behind him, beside him, and right in front. That one was done before it got started. Kiko caught as well by Hype. A big pickup, putting them on the board at last. As Team Liquid have a little more aggression facing them. A flash from Malzy, a peek from Fluorescent. The chances of this round go from 0 to none. Patatek 1v4. He has time to close the distance. Has a little bit of utility as well, but this is too big of an ask. Surely the first one even gets the reveal taken out. Swing on backside, spots one, but time is ticking. And surely now it's ticked too far. He would need more kills by now. And he would need Hype not to have found his mouse. 3 kills in this round.
Yeah, finally seeing a little bit of life in the center. I think as well, a lot of the way that he's been playing so far has been isolated. There's been him lurking through mid or lurking on the other side of the map, whereas this time it was a clear plan of him and Avova wait while they take middle control. And that is sort of the value of having one of these quicker rounds is we've seen Liquid play so passive that the only hold they've had in mid was all the way back. That means that space is free. So Apex utilize it. I imagine that's a call from Danito as well, going into the pause, something you can clearly note. We'll see though. Now there's going to be a little bit more of a response. The thing is, Floor still looks like she wants to go for that same play into mid again. If it ain't broke.
I guess I have to see if Team Liquid have fixed it and solved that hold, because last round it does seem unfortunate from the Liquid perspective. You battle for A main, you dodge the utility, you fight for it late off the back of a flash. 3 players committed to that strategy. Nobody from Apex there. And by the time you realize that, they've already come behind your teammates on B. Disastrous. But it's an acceptable loss. Fluorescent going aggressive. Another pop flash out of the smoke. Malzy's been on point with those KO flashes so far. That's gotten Fluorescent into a position where, sure, she won't be in the push for the B site, but she is cutting off rotations and making this a headache for the side of Team Liquid.
Got to be careful not to be too slow. When you have that null command for the defenders as well, it's going to be utilized already. A bit more passive in some of the positioning. Fluorescent just trying to cause issues into middle, but will be isolated and taken down. Hunter's Fury also sent through from the attack, but it doesn't find a thing. And Kiko's just walking around, walking into the site. Nobody there to stop him. Finally, Avova will put him down, and the spike is planted. Well, Hype. 3 kills last round, 4 in this.
4 with 14 HP. Yeah, it's not to be. Tied up yet again. Team Liquid not going to let Apex build up too much distance between them. Hot on their heels, and now neck and neck. And for the side of Apex, well, even looking at Team Liquid, one of the problems they had was they had burned those ultimates early. But it's almost worked out for them. Now the cycle comes back online. Hunter's Fury is there for Kamek moving into this round. And you've just seen some dumped in by Apex. Batu used his for, well, they lost the round. And now it's not going to be there. So, negative impact.
I don't think it connected or delayed. You could see while it was going off.
To get them there quicker, but...
Well, no, because it was going off when Kiko was running into the site. So Kiko still just reclaimed space while the Hunter's Fury was going off. So it's like some angles were cleared, but others were, I guess, ignored, which isn't his fault individually.
Sure, yeah.
But just as the team, it didn't really do what they were hoping for.
There was a blind spot for sure.
Aggression to A. Again, we see the knife thrown in towards the site, hoping to catch out Nats. Instead, Fluorescent leading the charge. Oh, they've kind of gone past each other here. This is classic Nats, if anything, but Camo's doing all the work. Well, he gets there in the end.
Yeah, a nice little spray transfer. They weren't expecting him to be sat inside the cage, which, if you've ever watched Nats play the game, maybe that's a little bit of an oversight. Yeah. Hype, 1v4. This time he's got more than 14 HP, has the spike with him, and a wide open B site. If ever there was a time, this probably wasn't it.
Yeah, I was going to say, you're like one of, maybe even the #1 Hype fan.
I think I might be.
So do you believe that he's going to win this?
Well, Patatek's already played it wise. He didn't commit himself to the B side.
Angel won a 1v4 yesterday.
He did on Haven. It was beautiful. So, Hype's got a chance. Patty's given him an opportunity, but that's not a gun. So that's not going to help out in the fight.
You could say he tripped.
He did. He tripped and he fell. Flat in his face. 6-5. It was going to be that either way. It's Team Liquid claiming that lead. Again, this was a very shaky start to Abyss. Their map pick, it had me worried, but certainly seeing a world of recovery here. And a big problem is this A site defense with Nat. They don't seem to have clocked the fact that when that jet dash goes in, he is sticking close to that pillar, putting up his cages, and finding a way to survive on the site. It's what he does best. And I think Apex, if they do go back to A in this round, they need to have Nats figured out. Although the easiest solution to stopping Nats from having that impact, just go the other way.
That does look like the plan for now. Fluorescent definitely needs an orb, though. Don't get me wrong. I don't mind seeing the odd Bucky clip here and there. But I do think the Blade Storm might be a slightly better investment already. Aditech has spotted her out. The more interesting thing, though, is how far Hype has managed to get, just walking all the way in.
Yeah, it was a KO knife cleared site, so they knew they were playing back off site. And I don't think he had utility, or unless I missed it, for the cross. Just, okay, the crosshair was already on them. That's a nice pick for Fluorescent, indeed, and it opens more space. Hype will have less players coming through that choke point to try to take this duel. Hunter's Fury deployed. Hype dodges the first, doesn't dodge the second. They know he's up close, and he'll be dropped by it. A nice shot by Kamek. Adjusted his crosshair by a little bit, and it's helped down. Funky not gonna land the shot. Apex losing players, losing ground. And Team Liquid closing in on that spike. The Cosmic Divide goes up. If anything, it might even help them cross. Now all players right on that. Up close, Nats has cover from top. There's no way that they can deny this without just dropping all the bodies. Avovas come out with a triple. They all pushed him. And now the Cosmic Divide used for the reposition, but he's spotted. He's taken down. Patatek still in with a chance. Needs to get this half, and Malsey is playing with the time. This one is ending neck and neck. A phenomenal display by Apex in this last round. I thought this one was done.
God, you say Apex, I say Avova. That was his Cosmic Divide that created an angle for him to find the kills. Just utterly disgusting what was achieved in that round. But, you know, that is only one half, Mitch.
You're insane, Uncle. Those 1v1s, they helped, yeah?
That final kill is absolutely everything. Timing comes down to the last second. He's got himself the paranoia, leaves him completely blind. It is Apex to undo everything that happened last year.
I think the feeling after we won Ascension, I was I think one of the people that were crying, you know, because to be honest, I thought about retiring after 223. Then I went to IGL, did a role that I don't know how it's gonna work, and I think I did pretty good.
Nice. Let's go!
And at the end, it was so good feeling. Even I know that I already know that maybe some people will not stay in the team, but it's still I really wanted to make it with this roster, you know? It was more important, I think, than winning Gallant, just to make it with this roster.
Nice!
Because we had a lot of problems during the year that you know, happened outside of the game, basically with people had in private life, you know, and we managed to win this. It was so good feeling.
And to make themselves to the land that was promised. They are back, they are in, they have made it to the VCT.
Insane.
Well, it is wonderful. We still get to see so many of these players kicking about in VCT. Malsey, we heard from him at the halftime, and now we'll be getting back into the game. He'll get to prove himself again on the server. It's been a good half of Valorant. A strong start for Apex. Team Liquid find their footing, and then Apex get just enough rounds to keep it neck and neck. Big clutch, or big play, I suppose, from Avova. Technically not a clutch at that stage. We move into round 13. Pistol, and again, it's all ghosts. They're really loving the ghosts in these pistols.
Yeah, you don't have to pray for RNG quite as much.
A lot of utility belts that you can still get a decent
This is a
bang
full
for your buck.
retake over on the B site. It's only Nats hoping that... Well, no, there's not even anything he can action off other than the trip up close. But after not spotting anything on the other side of the map, they've actually rotated players in. This is now 4 players here. Attackers building up. And then Apex, they go back again.
And it's not like they've given that information away. Nats is going to hope that the Chaos has given him a gap to exploit. In fact, there's 2 players watching it, and that has caught him off guard. your lurkers down. Now only the direct hit remains, setting their sights on A. But it's not like it's wide open either. Avova is here, and so too is Fluorescent. A tough take sits ahead of Team Liquid, and they'll group up, going to the backside together, finding one, but Kiko's gone. They try to find Fluorescent, and the reload, the lack of ammo, the only thing that separates them. They're still going aggressive. Liquid don't want to plant just yet. They're going to run straight into them. A surprise for Apex. Low HP on the remaining players. Batu's got a shock. A reveal in 20, and time on his side. Here comes the shock dart. It's fired out. Whoa. You can only assume he meant to hit the pistol. Click number 1 instead of number 2. Well, number 3, I suppose, because the knives came out. I don't know how that's happened.
I think he was assuming that he was still planting and was going to jiggle and maybe swing back, and then went too far out, not realizing that he was holding.
A very wide jiggle, yeah.
Yeah, I think he was checking if the player was planting, and well, it got kind of baited by it. That's at least how I read that, but that's definitely an unfortunate mistake. First day. We'll give him a break, but. Yeah, not expecting, anybody to be that wide out.
Mechanical breakdown. I really, with the way he swung that, to me, it looks like he wanted to have his pistol in his hand. But whatever decision he went for, you could see that's not how he thought it would play out. 7 rounds now for Team Liquid. The lead is theirs again. And this one, although last half, Team Liquid take the lead. Apex right back. It was a give and take. We don't expect to see that in this round. Look at the sidebar on your right-hand side. Apex have got nothing but classics. This should be a round that Team Liquid easily win. And then you look at where Team Liquid are going as well. If they go to the other side of the map, to A, they could be in a bit of trouble. There's plenty of players. Instead, it's the B side. Cypher's here, but he hasn't invested very much, so there's not even a PC utility.
No, this is as if you basically removed abilities and just try and fight without them. Works for us. Like Nats is just going to be a bit confused to lose that battle versus a classic. Talked about the RNG, there it goes, in the favor. Any more damage? That's the real question. 3 guns still held. Kiko up close, only has a pistol, but does have a paranoia to invest.
It's been put in though. Didn't find his mark, so he just falls back from that angle. Keeping the distance, keeping the guns on that choke point. Great damage by Malsey already. Anything else is huge. Kiko's on 20 HP. The round, you hear how fast that spike is ticking away. It's not quite winnable anymore. Well, Kiko also doesn't have a gun. Their head held high. That's huge. Kiko, sure, he didn't have a gun. He might have been able to recover one. That's not a chance anymore. 1 player surviving. That's as close to a win as you can get without putting a round on the board for Apex.
Yeah, that's what I mean. Like, Kiko couldn't really run in that scenario because there's nothing to save. So it's like you need to go back. At that point, you were only taking 1 gun through anyway. Even if Kiko survives, what have you gained? Yeah. A ghost. Right. It means absolutely nothing. So the fact that you're now looking at Malsey, just a couple of orbs away from having an ult, they come in with rifles. Because of this, Liquid are now down to a couple of pistols going into the bonus round. This is a real opportunity, and bear in mind, as said, versus Koi, the attack was where Liquid were almost unstoppable. I think they had such a streak of rounds. Damn, this is aggressive! Okay, Fluorescent. A pot flash into the entirety of Liquid. Fluorescent is alive, and 2 of them are dead.
Fluorescent's looking for more. Connecting on Panatek, another flash. This one not quite finding its mark in the same way. That's the whole site wide open. 1 little mistake, an overheat, and now it's 2 players coming on the flank with a trap sitting there as well. Nats is 9 HP, Kamix 45. If it's a head-to-head duel, if they're stood in the open, Wild Western style, a duel, sure. An Apex win, but
flank, the plant kind of sucks. Like, it's not in a great position. They're gonna go walkabouts to try and clear some of the backline spots, but there's only so many places these remaining players can even be.
2 shock darts to work with. Defuse already started, and they need to get on there. They need to stop this right here and now. There's no way to stop it. Apex just walked in and defused. They just walked in and defused. Team Liquid, obviously, the trap gets triggered. You assume that's 1 player behind, 1 in spawn. Let's go, kill him, win the round. But it was 2 behind. They smoked the spike and just defused it.
That was what I was saying. Like, you see where the grav well is put? It's put up top. So that's because that's the only place you can deny that from. Unless someone has wrapped all the way around the map and come back around behind them, which is impossible. So it literally was a scenario where Apex go, well, if they're up there, they're grab world. If they're coming from behind the site, I'm watching it. Just defuse in the smoke. It became almost impossible. With how low HP, okay, you run out, start spraying, you are dead. There's no winning that.
But 9 HP, yeah.
Even still, as a bonus with 2 weapons missing, it's not the worst case for Liquid. They make it costly. They now come in with a buy of their own, and this is where it comes down to crunch time. Early damage done by Hype, but he doesn't get the kill. 10 HP Kamek.
That connection could come back to help them. Kamek, though, even on a sliver of health, you look at the Hunter's Fury, you think about the impact that can have. A shift from Team Liquid, clearly setting their sights on this B site. Smokes are in. Camo will be too in just a second. There's the Hunter's Fury trying to find some targets. Nothing landing just yet, and indeed it won't. Avova inside the smoke. Might not be expected. There's a flash ready. Malzy's about to fire it through. Fluorescent's already connected. Now the push comes in. The retake underway, and it's Malzy landing that one from far away. Flash on the right. Fluorescent's not caught though. Ready to take Kamek. Looking for a little bit more. The host plant from Team Liquid. With 3 players that they're up against, they needed something, and Patatek's the one to find Nats. Tucked in, lands another, and this round is put to bed. Team Liquid, remarkable defense of that B side after the spike went down.
Yeah, so it almost does feel a little bit like the reverse of their game versus Foot, where they would get massive advantages and then lose the round. In this case, it seems like they're having quite a few disadvantages, but coming out in those clutch scenarios, which, again, when you look at the caliber of players, when you look at players like Nats, that's kind of the expectation. But they're starting to do it again. A solid start to this attack side, extending the lead further on their own map choice.
We can
with a couple of quieter players over on the Apex side. Definitely not the debut that Batu was hoping for. They need a response.
Well, there have just been a couple of rounds where that advantage is there for Apex and it falls apart. Sometimes the overheat on A main, for example, sometimes it's a mistake. Sometimes it is just individual brilliance coming through from Team Liquid. 20 and 13 is Fluorescent at the moment. Blade Storm online, no connection. No connection there either, down to just 1 blade. This is the main hope of the round, that they are going to have impact. Well, that 1 blade is now gone for a little bit, taken out by the ultimate of Patatek. Apex, like we said, with just pistols and that singular knife, they will be happy to take their time.
Malzy used his as well. I think everybody's suppressed. That seems like quite an investment.
I didn't think he would, yeah.
Put both in, especially when you have no ground. Like, they've now both got utility back, but that's definitely seemed to hinder the defensive retake far more than anything else. Camo up in the smoke with a Bucky. They're gonna just clean things up. Not much else to play with. And well, it ends up being an in-zone flawless for Liquid. When your opponent pops a Blaze Storm and a no command and you come out flawless, that's a pretty good round.
Yeah, not going to be too many complaints when they watch that one back in the VOD review. Well, at least on their side, their opponents might have something else to say about it. It is curious. You know, you wonder if the ult from Malzy is a misclick or whether that was intentional. The idea to pop it and then just wait out theirs doesn't really seem to add up.
I wonder if it was more just a lack of expectation of the other side doing the same thing. Because then it's like, if you have them not being able to put down smokes or util and Fluorescent with a Blade Storm, you're like, winnable. Yeah, it's winnable. You remove Fluorescent Blade Storm, and then you go, probably not winnable. You run through a smoke and get killed by a Bucky. But that early lead that was had by Apex, it's gone. It is long gone, in fact. And they are now sat here with a timeout. An attempt to try and turn the tide. Fluorescent's operator can be seen in the server. But they don't have the ults to back them up. Now, I will say, from the shadows, probably not going to be the most impactful in the world. Neural Theft as well. So it's like, I would say the ults actually maybe slightly favor Apex just because they're close to getting that Hunter's Fury on Batu, especially in retakes. That can be quite high impact. Or even just combining it with some Fluorescent aggression. And I think on this defensive side, if they are going to win this, that's going to be a big part of it. How much can Floor do with sort of taking space away from this attacking side?
You also have to think, Avova 1 away from the Cosmic Divide, Tom. In his hands, I'm not sure.
It worked once.
Big play, big play.
But that's once more than we see a lot of times, so, you know. I remember when that ult originally was in the game, and it basically hindered the own team 9 times out of 10.
Everybody misused it. It was insane. But it does take that little bit of adjustment. And that makes me excited for what Tejo can bring in the future, just knowing that with most agents, it takes a while for teams to really figure out how to use them optimally, how to get that value. Team Liquid, a very direct approach down middle, taking control over the broken door room. It's going to be Hype who meets the pack. Big play from him though. It's 2 dropped and a chance now for Fluorescent. That operator only has to take down 1 opponent up close, and that will be the spike drop. But this player's coming from all around. A flash inside the smoke. Fluorescent knows it's time for the shorty, but it won't land. Patatek able to shut that down, take the B site, get the plant in, and now the information falls into their hands as well. That's going to point Kiko in the right direction. He can have the flank dreams.
Playing this lurk. Avova already gone. That's just smokes. It's already going to be incredibly difficult with how passive Nats is currently sitting. And then also Kiko's going to TP to join up. Panatek in the corner, and wow, never mind. He'll do all the work himself. 4 kills for Panatek. And this does sort of give me that reminder of what we saw last time out on this map versus Koi. It was a lot of space taken by Camo. Didn't have the best stats. He's doing fine in this game. And then Panatek and Kiko were there to clean up the mess. And that's exactly what happens here, is like you have that initial aggression, space is found, and then Panatek is there to clean things up.
Oh, with 2 rounds left to go for Team Liquid to take this map. It is their map pick, and they're certainly showing us why.
Yeah.
Apex need to heat up pretty soon.
Again.
Yeah. Well, Apex definitely need to heat it up, and this is not the round where we expect them to do it, but there are still opportunities. Lots of Sheriffs and a Stinger in the hands of Hype. This defensive side, if pushed into the 4-stack on A early on for direct aggression, would be able to do wonders, work wonders. But again, Team Liquid know what they're up against. They're being cautious. They're looking for aggression early on, not spotting it, and avoiding giving any information away until that cam goes up on B. Even then, that's not a death sentence, but once they do put util down, they're going to be very quick and direct because they don't want Apex to rotate.
If anything, with a cam from Nats, you kind of expect him to be away from everyone else. But they're playing together because they don't want to give up anything. And while the solo defender of the B site is gone, an easy entry for Camo. Again, space taken, site cleared, and I would say there's a 0.1% chance of them winning this in the retake.
I'd be with you on that.
There's still
if they didn't have a cosmic divide, and well, that pick might
maybe if they had Fluorescent.
Slightly, Fluorescent's gone. Nate is good though. And down goes Camo. Fluorescent might be gone, but Malzy's on the server. Checked in with him at halftime. We'll have to check in with him after the game if he wins this one. Dropped after just the 1. Patty with a double. That puts it to bed. And Team Liquid, question is how many will get out of here alive? Well, the answer is 3. Pretty definitively. 5 rounds in a row needed for Apex to be in with a chance of taking Team Liquid's map pick. If not, we will be going to Pearl with the weight of expectation sitting heavy on their shoulders.
Yeah, I think the proof there again that this attack side from Liquid has been incredibly impressive. I think Camo, again, you're going to look at the stats and go, he's had an okay game. I think on this attack side, he's just so deadly. Whether or not he is finding the opener or not, it's just getting information, taking space. Without him, it would be an incredibly tough time. And well, Nats was able to get a little bit of an upgrade. Now having the operator instead of that outlaw. Floor, however, has had enough. It's going to be aggressive. I like the attempted use of that dart to find a player instead, though. It's very reactive from Liquid there, going straight into the site.
If Hype can hold his ground, they might have a chance, but if Camo claims backside, it's over. Big ultimate from Batu connects onto Kamek, and now the site is very much claimed. The onslaught has been stopped. The operator of Nats is going to have to do some serious work. A nice bounce from Batu takes down Patatek with the shock dart, and at this point, 1:05 seconds on the clock. Sure, they've got money. I don't think they're going to be thinking about saving. But if this was a regular round, if it was a closer scoreline, you probably would.
Maybe he's playing the reverse Turkish player. Only getting kills with utility rather than the headshots. That's what he's done in this round.
Think of the aim allegation.
Yeah,
He's going to come in. I'm the best utility player in the world. Fair play.
I think there's a few that's got to get past. So does Kiko. Ooh, that wasn't the best. The fact that 2 players peek and he barely takes a lick of damage. The spike's still deep into middle though. My only worry is Avova. If Avova goes down, this actually gives them a path, but instead he'll be there to take out Kiko, and with the spike spotted on Nats' back, 15 seconds, he will have to eliminate 2 players to get towards this site. That's the first. Hype just around the corner, and he'll be waiting patiently. 12-8, a response from Apex, but this has to be the start of a pretty hefty comeback.
Yeah, it most definitely does. Using their Hunter's Fury in the previous round for a pick, drop down out of heaven from Fluorescent, and that more or less destroyed this round. The chances of it, at least. Patty was left on such low HP that
I like how he goes off the map.
Sent it flying down into the abyss.
Guys,
4 rounds in a row, though. Like you said, it's a big task. It's tough. Team Liquid, by the end of this game, before we go to overtime, they'll have a lot of ultimates online if they decide to just conserve them and dump them into a round. For Apex, perfection is what they need to strive for, and a push up on B main. They're certainly not afraid to take risks at this stage of the game, but that's tragic. They dash into Batu. Fluorescent stopped in the open, and it's an easy kill, barely needing to move the crosshair for the second one. 12-8, 4 rounds in a row, and it starts with a 3v5.
That definitely seems like another mistake on the Apex side that's cost them dearly. It's the Ascension winners that stand. Mozzie, Avova, and Hype. Try and give them some semblance of hope. Again, this attempted execution with Avova calling for support. Hasn't been able to destroy the dart and being tagged up by every single piece of utility under the sun. Avova's done well though. Hype as well! They've come up huge! Leaving it now to just Kiko and a wounded Patatek. I don't think they're going to want to let them get him back online, but actually they might not be able to stop it. They use a grab well instead. I love the idea from Avova. Definitely seems primed
30 seconds
with
left.
his Astra utility. Kiko, so desperately low on health, won't be able to stand. What a round from Avova again. That's twice now he saved them.
Well, they held on for dear life, but I could have sworn that they were grabbing onto a fistful of sand. Somehow, though, they barely spill a grain. 3 rounds between them. What a horrific start.
He didn't move it. He didn't move his crosshair.
it was genuinely gifted to him. And just a really unlucky scenario. And then for Avova and Hype to step up. Sure, Avova gets the last one. He got the triple kill. But they both put in that double. That's what cemented it. The star as well was really nicely
I love the way that Avova's brain works when it comes to playing agents. Because I always remember it with like the Omen back in the day. A lot of the tech, you would just watch Avova and go, what's he going to do? Because no one else is doing that. Fluorescent, aggressive again. This operator taking control, but you can see that Liquid have an awareness of their want to push. Shot not connected, baited out by Patatek. And in the meantime, Kamek on the other side of the map is retrieving orbs, wanting to get Hunter's Fury online. The sound has been heard, but with the knife not connecting onto anything, I'm watching Floor in the spawn rotate towards the B site, but that is the wrong read.
Pressure may be put again onto these A defenders.
Flashbang.
But if they lose Heaven, that's really where the problems multiply. Avova will be trapped on the site. Batu is a player coming right behind him. Doors just broken wide open as he was firing utility. Nats with perfect timing, and Avova caught through the edge of the smoke. Now it's Hype, Mozzie, and Fluorescent.
My eyes are down.
We've already seen a clutch. We need to see another great swing from Hype. So much more to be done.
Managed to clutch it out once. Gonna need a little bit more. Hype does well again, but there's an immediate trade left all onto Fluorescent to keep them in it, and it will not happen. Liquid on their map choice proved too good on the attack side, as they will take map number 1.
It was certainly a slow start from the side of Team Liquid, but they warmed up towards the end. Now, we have to see if the same can be said for Apex in the series. Next up is Pearl, their map pick. Don't go anywhere. We'll be back after the break.
Red Bull gives you wings.
Let's go. I got big dreams, I'ma do big things. Yeah, you see me on the big screen looking so clean. I don't move slow, I move fast right past anybody taking life for granted, yeah that's too bad. I'd be grateful for everything that I have. You only got this life, you don't get it back. Make the most of it, become the best that I can. Everybody look at me, I got a plan. You gotta work hard, play hard, do it from the start. Cause how you do anything is everything it's art. Stay consistent and do it every day. Don't let fatigue get in your way. Cause 10% of something is better than nothing. You better do something if you wanna be something. I can feel my stomach rumbling, I'm hungry. Big things coming, I ain't bluffing, yeah. No, I don't wanna stay the same, yeah. So I keep pushing through the pain, yeah. That's the only way to make a change, yeah. So I fight every day and train, yeah. It'll all be worth it. One day it'll all be worth it. So I keep pushing through the pain, yeah. That's the only way to make a change, yeah. I've had enough, I'm making my own luck. Adrenaline, my drug, I'm sick of feeling stuck. I got this, will not quit to the top, I promise. Cause I've had enough. Better watch out, I'm on the climb to the crown. In my prime right now, hear me loud, I've been spitting for a while now. All by myself, independent DIY now. Don't need no help, I've been beating out labels and money and budgets, it's funny. I do all the work, yeah, keep it 100. I fight for my dreams, I would die for these things. I believe in myself, I refuse to be weak, I like to build things. Empires out of buildings, I wanna leave a legacy of helping others finally feel things. Of motivating and killing, depression, exhaustion, we need some healing. I work through the pain, I like seeing gains. I keep my head down, buried, walk through the flames. Yeah, I do this every day, even when I feel drained. A true man pushes through, you don't hear complaints. No, I don't wanna stay the same, yeah. So I keep pushing through the pain, yeah. That's the only way to make a change, yeah. So I fight every day and train, yeah. It'll all be worth it.
Ready to listen now, right? Okay, everyone remove the hands from the PC for a bit. Everyone on the spot, right? Okay, just listen. Today, we're speaking as yesterday. Today we're calm and collected. Today we're just listening each other, direction, next to each other, and that's it. I mean, nothing special really. I'm just gonna be focused how is everyone playing. I'm just gonna be focused is everyone listening to each other, and yeah, that's the main goal. Just listen and direction.
Are we listening to each other?
I'm so listening.
Yeah? Are we listening?
Yeah. I
Often.
think that we should keep doing these check-ins and see the evolution of Nats becoming the best IGL in the planet.
Yeah, I've got a whole notebook. I'm taking notes. I'm taking notes. But how could you not be a winning team when your IGL is saying things like this, being so motivational, and Billy also leading from the front on the server too?
Yeah, absolutely. He was very calm, very demure, very mindful in those those timeouts there and stuff. So yeah, no, it's really nice to see. And yeah, again, Nats popping off. It's the IGL that we talk about. He's able to frag out in the server, and he's able to pop off and have those kind of hero moments for his team. So yeah, he was very impressive this map.
And remember how this map started? We were at a 4-1 lead for the side of Apex, and then a timeout comes in. And I think the call was like, guys, we have a very good default. We have very good setups.
Oh no.
No. Not the banana.
Yeah, the context is whenever you eat a banana on camera, you lose. Yeah, anyway, carry on.
Yeah, going back to what we just saw on Abyss, as I was saying, yes, the plan was just play for the setups. We have everything onto site, play for your strengths. We were very calm and collected, as he was saying, when it comes to the attack, and very well orchestrated. Let's do the same on the defense. Do not get me wrong, at some point Apex caught up with that theme, and we saw them just putting a lot of pressure onto mid and just invading the sites differently when they weren't facing the opposition. But in the end, and when we moved on to the second half, I saw exactly the same that I saw the other day with the executions onto it.
Yeah, and how does Liquid and Nat keep getting away with it?
Honestly, I think one of the things I've noticed in this series in comparison to their other days was the 5v4 conversions, right? In the previous series, we've seen them giving away the first pick so many times. They are 70% at being able to convert 5v4s, which is obviously not ideal. So I think going into this one, they kind of stopped giving away that first engagement.
And to me, it's also Patitek. I think that he's been incredibly consistent, especially when we move on to that second half. I think that he feels so incredibly comfortable with this agent and the mobility that it gives him. Again, the first half to me was about Kiko and Nats and how they were defending the sides. But on the second one, I feel Patitek, like he can spearhead everything. Like he's even, as I'm saying, very well orchestrated and just like Camo go in, you dash in. But Cami always, Patty always follows up with it.
Yeah, we're rolling back the years as well, seeing Prime Patty out there. Also Floor though, with an ace on this map, it does feel like she's just trying to do everything, you know, getting all the kills, trying to make space, trying to make impact, also being sometimes the last alive as well. I mean, this is the Floor that we've come to know and love.
Yeah, exactly. So many players from Apex go down here, but we knew, we were feeling it. This is the kind of play that she has to win. And getting the last one onto Nuts, also her first ace here in VCT EMEA, the first of many.
The first of many, indeed. I fully expect we're going to see more. Oh my god, just look how clean. I love the slow motion, by the way. Shout out, I think this was Angel. Shout out to Angel. Yeah, as you said, first of many, definitely from Floor. And also, I've been told that there's a lovely little reaction from her after this ace as well. Let's take a listen.
Nice! Floor, you are so good. Nice, Floor! Hey, she...
Nice! Let's go! Nice. Go, bro.
I want to know what Moxie said.
Oh, me too. It's the most Floor thing ever. Will she be able to keep this up is the question, I think, every time we see her. And the answer is yes, always. But Billy, what about the rest of her teammates? What do they need to do on the next map to make sure we get a map 3?
Honestly, I don't want to be too harsh on Batunax. You know, I think that he was a little shaky in that first map. He's obviously going to take a little bit of time to warm up to the stage. But I mean, if you're going to warm up, now would be the time. Otherwise, you're going to be eliminated. I think in hindsight, though, Pearl is their map pick. So I'm looking forward to getting stuck into that one. I think that Avova had some really great moments. So if you can keep up that sort of consistency, then I'd be very happy with that.
Yeah, completely agree. Avova was putting up numbers and strats in both halves. I think he's feeling very comfortable with the Astra. And moving on to Pearl, so we're saying their map pick, I expect to see some corrections of the mistakes that we were seeing against Gentlemates. I think that there's many similarities with what we've seen here. I think the Gentlemates were very good on the retakes and these moments later in the round because they were able to play everything just based off on fundamentals, just like playing the superiorities, trying to take as many 2v1s as possible. And I think the Team Liquid is also being very good at that.
Yeah, and I also want to see Hype become a better anchor in a way. It felt like that Liquid had absolutely zero issues when it came to dealing with him. And I think on Pearl, they played already before. Should be more comfortable here for Hype.
Yeah, you'd like to think so, and I have to completely agree. I mean, they only won, what, 2 defensive rounds when they switched? So, yeah, he's another player that I kind of want to see take to this stage a little bit better.
Well, let's take a look and see what we're going to get at Agent Select. And oh my god! What? Okay, I am so glad I asked Avova, would you play the Phoenix ever again on this team? He said no, because we have Floor.
And Batu, yeah. I told you, the moment that he was saying that, that's for the entire interview, that's what I was thinking. Are we going to get the double duelist? The first Phoenix, if I'm not mistaken, here in EMEA. And it's gonna be Floor!
And it's Floor. That That is absolutely madness. Yeah, I am really excited. Have we even seen Fluorescent on Phoenix before?
I think so. I mean, definitely not here, and definitely not for a very, very long time. We'll check that in a second. But of course, that changes a lot the plans, and we can also see some other changes, like Mosi going onto the circle.
We have seen Floor and Phoenix before, but this is the first time in EMEA. Mitch and Tom, it's been a long time since you guys had an opportunity to cast Phoenix, so good luck and have fun with this one.
Well, you know what, Tom, I said we needed to see Apex warm up into this series. What better way to do it than with a Phoenix?
Yeah.
Like that one, did you?
Oh, this is my favorite.
Yeah, Tom's not a big fan of Phoenix, just so you know out there.
The thing is, it's like, one thing I always quite enjoyed about EMEA was that, firstly, I didn't have to cast much Phoenix, and normally when I did, the person lost. But I have a feeling that Batu, Fluorescent, Phoenix, Yoru is going to work, and that kind of upsets me a little bit more.
You play against Benny one time, and you're going to think this is the way to run every map. Or maybe you won't.
No, actually, if you play against Benny, you've probably won.
Oh, that was... It's just me. Benny, if you're watching, that was Tom that said that. Patatek, nice little double to open this up for Team Liquid. They lost the opening duel, but a great conversion to put them ahead. Moving into this A side. Ballsy's full blind, but Batu's not. Clearly has his crosshair on his mark, putting it down to Nats and Patatek, and he makes the immediate read. Nats is alive, he's probably behind me, but he doesn't know that the push-up is coming in from Patatek, but the position that Batu has just slipped into, he couldn't have planned that better if he tried. So now he's safe, and Nats thinks he's walking into free space. There's no one around here, right? My buddy just cleared it. Well, it turns out Batu's still sticking around in the spawn. This is gonna be a head-scratcher for Team Liquid. Now at least they know where one player is. The problem is they didn't find height.
The last nail in the coffin of the pistol round, but more importantly, I said it towards the end of the last map. It seemed like Batu was going for utility kills, like trying to get a few in the maps. I think he decided for map number 2, he's going to go back to the Turkish classic of headshots with sheriffs. And it turns out, unfortunately, that might be slightly better, because it was just, this is the thing, this is someone who has played a duelist before in previous teams, switched more recently to playing initiators, like had a breach in the mix here and there, but you know that he has the capabilities to put this agent into his pool, and it just gives another layer to what Apex can run, because no offense to Odorous, but I don't know if he would have pulled off the Yoru.
Well, this is it as well, though. You look at Batu, he got 7 kills last map. Bottom fragger by quite a bit. Closest person to him was almost double his kills. But now he comes in on a Yoru. This is great. What a reset for him. It's got to be tough being down on that stage, having recently flown here, then having a rough opening game. Now he comes in on an agent where we know that he should be able to thrive a little bit more individually. Starts out the pistol with a 3-piece as well. Confidence going to start to return. For Team Liquid, we've seen them go walkabouts. This is an around-the-world strat. They're going to take their time as a pack, hoping that they can run into one player and overwhelm them with the numbers. The only exception to that is the player that we're seeing on the map. Here, that little tint of red, where Kiko has embedded himself to hopefully pick off someone that's unaware when they rotate. It's a nice round, plenty of opportunities to convert. They are walking into an A site, though, that has the Phoenix, and in just a few seconds, we'll have 3 players ready. Oh no, reloading.
Okay, that's not bad.
Reloaded it for him.
Ammo with 1 and a rifle retrieved. See huge shields and HP disadvantage, but it comes down to cost. They're currently looking at Molsey still with a pistol, so if no more kills go the other way, that's absolutely fine, and even the Spectre is somewhat expendable. Nats, are they going to expect him this time? Maybe not. That could be a sniper. Eyes in the back of his head, though. Batu's going to turn around, and now the danger of this round should be all but diminished. Never mind, Patatek gets another. Again, that's one more gun that will be on the floor. Anything more than this, and it'll be incredibly costly. But instead, with the amount of time, they'll retrieve the rifles and even get the dimensional drift online for the next round.
If Batu did not turn around at the, and I mean exact second that he turned around, milliseconds later, they lose the round. That was impressive timing for someone who...
He's got to be up there with the happiest looking people I've ever seen on the stage. Especially someone who's flown in this morning.
That was
I imagine if it's the flight from Turkey, flight was probably a few hours. Been up quite early. doesn't look it. I think just running off the high of being on that stage. Yeah, a very happy individual, enjoying himself. And now we get to see what they can do in this round. Not opted to invest too much more into this one. Fluorescent has been handed the rifle from the previous round, and Batu, as said, ult online.
Yeah, well, he is 6-0. What a start this has been for Batu, and a turnaround. As I said, he had seven kills in the last map.
There you go.
And now he's got 7 kills in the second in just 3 rounds.
He's doing a Mini Boo cosplay. Yeah. I think we saw that on the stage the other day. Mini Boo going, I already have more kills. It's like, yeah, you got a couple.
That's what you need to see, especially for a young player, getting that little bit of confidence built up, like we said. For Team Liquid, losing a player in this round as well to a pick like that. 4 rifles left on the board. Apex, despite a lot of weaknesses, they've made a good attempt to start this. And with a rifle in Fluorescent's hands, there's no such thing as a free round.
Now in Batu's as well. Batu's just gone and retrieved the other gun using the ultimate. Avova just creating a shroud for him to play around. As I said, I always get nervous when this guy is in smokes defusing, or if he's in his own smokes anywhere. It seems like there's some awareness, though, from the attack.
There definitely is. They're not looking to plant just yet, knowing that there's going to be a resurgence from this side. They want to take the fights with 25 seconds left on the clock. Someone has to make that move. Eventually, the commit comes in. Shock Dart was good for a bit of damage. Plant secured. But look at how many Apex players are low. The rifle and Fluorescent down to 25 HP. Avova and Batu having their own, though. We just need a few shots to land on their side. With Batu down and time ticking, a hero needs to step up and make themselves known, and Fluorescent seems to be that hero. Ult now online, and the health is going to come back as a result. Flash coming up close to Kiko's, just down on 10 HP. The star is at least used, though. That's going to buy them crucial time in a round like this. Kiko, the last alive, 10 HP, has to go run, has to deny it, and can't even get close. Too many bodies in the way. What an impressive round win from Apex. They started that with practically nothing.
Another great start to this side from Apex. Just what they've been able to do. Again, Batu going strong. You've had the hold, and Fluorescent just being able to retake that much space. It was getting dangerous with how low the clock was. You have that grab well a little bit later. Those 2 picks don't go your way, and we can easily see that round slipping away from them. Instead, though, getting the ult online, clearing some of those back lines, and managing to get them off, as said, to that flying start. And already Liquid are going to take themselves a pause, clearly struggling a bit. And I will say, like, we've seen them already lose this map playing up against Foot. I do feel like this was almost a little bit of a cursed one for the for the side of Liquid, because last time they played against the Mr. Fallen Teo, which was the best Teo I think we've seen in EMEA so far. I don't think it's even particularly close. He was constantly rinsing them with utility. They go, okay, we're coming in. We're still confident in our comp. Don't necessarily need to change too much. We're going to come up against not that comp again. There's no way they're going to run it. Phoenix, you're a completely different style of play. So even if you have thought about, okay, if they play Teo, what will we do? How we adapt it? Have you prepared for Phoenix? And also new Phoenix. You have to bear in mind that there are some changes, like with how Phoenix heals as well. It's not so much you have to stand in the utility for ages. You can just sort of clip it and you'll start healing. You can also throw the blaze through walls now and actually use it more like a harbor wall.
I mean, the other thing as well, you start looking at this game as it goes on for Team Liquid. You've got this different composition in play. You're going to have to make these adaptations. That's a big push from Batu. They're going to have to make this round work without Kamek. It's going to put a lot of pressure onto a player like Nats, being an IGL, facing all these challenges. When you've got your preparation in front of you and your opponent plays into it, at least then you're being tested in a fairly easy exam. You've got your cheat sheet, and you just got to connect the dots. But when they're pulling out something new, something you haven't faced before, that's a challenge that you are in no way, shape, or form ready for. At least rehearsed it. Let's see if he is ready. Take Team Liquid to the next level. This round
through a tight choke. Yeah. Like, it's so difficult to get out of that position without a casualty. And yeah, you can see there's many casualties. Oh, we get there in the end. Oh, we're speaking about the Fluorescent show in the last map. I'm afraid she is being completely overshadowed. Batu is, I think he's already up to 10. He's 10-1.
Double digits.
They should just play double duelist on every map.
Maybe they will. You never know. I mean, like you said, Batu feeling good, feeling confident, and
oh, that's Did you teach him that one?
Whoever put that in the replay, let me just tell you, your days are numbered. I'm gonna find you.
I'm gonna make sure you get a promotion. It's my favorite replay of the day. Anything that upsets Mitch is amazing.
Leave him alone, man. He's trying his best out here.
They won the round. It was like that the scream molly we saw that distracted people.
Yeah, no, see that nano actually, Tom. That's for an updraft, just in case.
Oh yeah.
It's up on the roof.
Yeah. He's still got the double updrafts that used to be in the game, right?
Yeah,
just in case he has those old updrafts, that means he got really high.
He gets out of the map. Yeah. Nano active, it's gonna be cheating.
Basically, if Camo's cheating, that's a really good Molotov.
He's never gonna see that one coming. 4-0. Apex in a very strong position at the moment. Team Liquid, though, they get the rifles back out. Patty still has his ult, and there's a couple others coming online. 55 seconds. And they've just been looking on this attack side for somebody to step out of line, for someone on Apex to give them an opportunity. And so far, that hasn't happened. Now we see them group up with Focus, the A site, pushing past Fluorescent, getting past all of this Phoenix utility. There you see that wall used in its new state. And once they do that, they still have quite a bit to deal with on the site, mainly Batu, who with 10 kills and 1 death, decided to go for the big old gun, the operator. Smokes though, oh, never mind! What a shot, that was through the smoke, right?
Yeah, I think it must have been. There wasn't much to be seen. I think getting Paditech back's going to be difficult. The no-scope ball back. This guy's just flexing on them. Absolute obliteration. It's like the last game was just a warm-up on the stage. Batu has made his name known. Can we, you know the chart that they have on the desk? Can we cut out map 1? Like, this is his debut map. We'll just pretend the other didn't happen.
Looks pretty happy down there, Tom, don't you think?
Yeah, it was in zone flawless, by the way.
Here, look, through the smoke. No, that's just disgusting. And then a no-scope wall bang. They put a stop to this guy.
There's a good, good reveal from Mozzie as well.
Poor form from Avova. Poor form from Avova taking that ace. The guy's had a rough map 1 on that stage. He gets 4 kills. You let him get the 5th. We'll talk to Avova about this after the game. Still, arguably, it's better to win the round. Yeah, whatever. 5-0.
He also didn't need the ult.
That's true. He didn't, did he?
This guy's second ult, by the way.
Someone just stop this guy.
I think they're going to have to take into consideration the old strat versus CNED of wherever CNED was, you don't go. Wherever Batu is, you don't go. You don't walk into Batu. He's playing a close angle. He's finally dead. Finally, he's gone down.
And he's not giving them the op, has he? Because he's gone for the outlaw this round instead, so they don't even get the reward. Finally, they've given him a second death, and their option is to take a weapon that, well, Nats would be happy to use, but he's already gone. Bucky up close for Camo. Mozzie could be in danger. This could change the course of the game. A pick here, an upgraded rifle, the chance to plant. Mozzie wisely backs off.
That's the thing. Why do you peek at this point? Nobody's planting. There hasn't been anything at risk this round. Camo's going to try and take the fight, but already being spotted down to a singular knife, so it has to be complete accuracy from this point onwards. And it will be. Fair play. Hype has just been decimated. Another, I thought it might be a tap of the spike. No, it's actually going to be the full commitment, the plant in for the side of Liquid, but immediately Kiko will be dropped. It's left all on to Camo to try and get something done. But they may have got past Batu. They did not get past Fluorescent.
And the last round for Batu was so surprising. I hadn't even copped the fact that he wasn't playing the op again. That they'd swapped over the sniper. The 6-0 start for Apex. I really am just perplexed at the fact that you are going to look me in the eye and tell me that's the same person that I just saw play a few rounds ago. I'm looking at the stage. It looks like the same guy, but something's going on. Put him on Yoru every time. 15-2. But, okay, let's talk realistically. Let's not get carried away with the fairy tale. Apex 6-0, strong start, and a player dominating. We saw that in the last map, Tom.
Yeah.
Not quite the same.
Yeah,
they didn't all have, 7 to 5K.
I also feel like Batu's killing everyone before the rest of his team dies, so they also have a lot of credits. Whereas Fluorescent's ace was people being traded out. Speaking of Fluorescent, that's already the opener going Apex's way. Shot dart to follow. Do a little bit of tickle damage. Scary as kind. Well, again, you've lost the opener. Look at the defense right now. There is 4 players in close vicinity on the A side. They've left Hype alone. You can see now that Batu's going, okay, actually, we should probably try and have a little look around. Nats has also decided to bring in the attack side Odin.
Who's surprised these days, I guess?
I guess they want to clear the back corner of the site because they've had so much trouble with being wallbanged by a Yoru. They don't want it to happen again.
But this is a response to that. You have your reveal, and this is a place that Apex, when they're going for retake, they've constantly gone into that position. Team Liquid's idea is to let them have that and wallbang them, and then fight for control over Art. It's a great adaptation, and one that's given them a lot of ground. Still, they lose one to Batu, though, and now the ult comes in from Fluorescent. Space will be taken, but Team Liquid, thanks to their adaptation, thanks to their Art control, they're not there. They've fallen back. They've given space. Shot by Batu. Perfect. Ballsy on for another. That could have been the Hunter's Fury online, but instead it's Kiko in a 1v4 with no chance. The door slammed in his face as a 7-0 lead materializes for Apex, much to the surprise of everyone here. This was trading back and forth, 6-6 at the half last time, big plays from everyone, and now it looks like only Apex came to play on Pearl.
I was about to say, he must have got pretty aggressive with that operator.
13-0.
Well, oh.
There was no
he
need.
Definitely is one of your players.
Hype, you shouldn't have done that.
He is definitely one of your players.
There was no need this early on. He's cursed it, but it's all right. It's all right. He's gonna. That's my boy Hype. 5-3. Great start. We'll see a little bit more, but 7-0 for Apex.
5-3, great start. Yeah.
Great start, Tom. Great start. Better start than the last map.
True.
Better start indeed. But it is across the board for Apex. That's been the case. And Team Liquid going to take a moment to consult the holy scriptures of Jimmy Lin and see if they can figure out a way back into this game, because right now Apex are running away with it economically. Sure, not in terms of the one place are ahead on Team Liquid is the ult economy, but it's not that big of an advantage, and with no credits, it'll be hard to use that as a platform to bounce off.
Well, yeah, the thing is, you even at this point maybe think of committing a Hunter's Fury just to kill Batu, but he can reposition to the other side of the map in a split second, so it's not even worth it. Like, you see him and you go, I can't even really do anything about it.
Like, it's possible that coming out of this round, it is physically possible that Batu has double the kills that the other team put together. It's an incredible position that he is in right now. And again, I cannot believe this is the same guy we just saw.
He would have to ace.
Possible. You're saying it's not possible after what you've just win? He's 17-2, Tom. He might get 5 kills. That's a bit too many. I can see it. I can see it.
Yeah, but also you said it, so there's now a 0% chance.
The ace with the AWP and an anti-ego.
Yeah, it also seems very unlikely now. The more you talk about it, the less likely it seems.
There's the first.
There you go, 1 done, and it's gone. That was also the other thing you had to rely on, was other players on the team not killing anyone, which made it a little bit more difficult. The thing is, if no one dies, then it actually still on, but unfortunately, well, he's now going to have to get even more kills because Nat's got 1. Fluorescent, though, cleanup. 4 players alive, not that that matters. There's so much in terms of the finances. It is a boom for the side of Apex. And well, unfortunately, it looks like Team Liquid are crashing out of this map altogether. This is truly a problematic one. Kamik's having a nightmare time, but let's be real. You can try and focus on an individual, but they're just getting slammed across the board.
You are so beautiful, guys.
Well, I love, there's something about Molesey's accent, and also just slightly the way he looks, that when he says these really sweet things, you kind of just go like, are you being sarcastic? Like, I can't tell. Like, he's told me stories that seem really endearing, and I go, are you messing with me?
Well, I will say, it's hard not to love your teammates when you're 8-0 in the lead.
Yeah.
Look, teams like BBL, teams like Fnatic as well, they have taught me that a game is never over until you see that 13th round or the OT conclude. For Team Liquid, though, hope is waning. Fluorescent.
Okay. There's some.
Finally caught. Still have to get past Batu, who is on the flank and about to walk up behind Kiko. Never mind. Kiko turned and took him down in mid.
Not sure he was walking. I think that's the problem. Even still, though, this has come back into a 3v3 scenario. Panitek up close. Is going to go into the smoke, gets 1. Actually, the second player was in the drone, but Hype's still standing. Keeps things even, at least for now. Things slow to a halt. Dart tempted to try and reveal and does succeed, but they don't realize there's a second player on the site. It won't matter. First was enough. Liquid on the board.
Yeah, 3K from Kiko, and a round finally found. An 8-4 half wouldn't seem like the end of the world, and after an 8-0 start, it would be a godsend. Finding it, though, will be a different story altogether. Apex, their first stumble.
But that's the thing, yeah, they caught both of the most dangerous players, one with a flash out, the other sprinting behind with an ult. It's like, maybe this will be a moment where they either you see a pause just to calm people down a little bit, or just maybe Molesy does it himself. Okay, I don't love you guys anymore. The complete flip.
I hate you all now. Well, 8-1. Fluorescent ultimate likely to be used reactively here. When we see those retakes, Apex will be much more keen to play them, and they've been so successful when they do take a step back off the site. Granted, sometimes that's been on the back of Batu colliding people through a smoke with an operator, but he's going to be ready as well to quickly move to this A site. We're just now seeing the gate crash moving its way across in spawn. It's fresh as well, put down, so there's plenty of time left for him to make that move. And when Team Liquid do, by the looks of things, commit to this A site push, they will be running into heavy numbers. And the reason they haven't gone for it just yet is they're not seeing any presence. There's no mid control. There's no attempt to retake art. Normally when you give up art, you're going to try to fight for the door, for mid or flank. None of that's happening right now.
Yeah, I do wonder if they'd almost want to play this one as a retake altogether. You have yourself the run it back, one away from a Hunter's Fury, one away from a Cosmic Divide. A single pick on this retake could get them right back in, and with how well Fluorescent does at reclaiming that space using this ultimate, I think a nasty surprise awaits her though. Camo perfectly positioned, and in fact, coming alive individually. Will meet Floor for the second time, and this time, that's where he lays.
Man advantage. Still a star online for Kiko, flank underway. It looks like this door may be well and truly shut on this round. That's not quite good for the kill, but running the clock down, taking the HP to a lower number, that's all they need to do. Kiko's got them boxed in with no escape. They called for the save, but even that will be an uphill battle as Team Liquid make it to 2 rounds. And Apex, not a single player surviving. They're gonna have to dig deep into those credits that were riding high not long ago.
There will still be cash to play with. And now the ults that were close are going to come back online. I like the position held. As I said, this is a spot on the map that I do feel like the Cubby has been a real problem, especially when it comes to retakes. It's where we've seen smokes placed, and even the flashes of Floor have gone through those to get back in. So just claiming it for Camo, it was a risk, but it was one that wasn't expected by your opponents. A good individual play from him. It's whether they can keep this one going. An 8-4 half looks very different to what we've seen so far in this map. And again, it seems like this A site might be about to come under pressure once more.
They've been avoiding Batu as well. You saw the round 2 rounds ago where he was in this position sprinting on the rotations because of his position on B, so deep with that operator looking to catch them when they go back towards that side of the map. We've usually seen him either go for that flank or take his gate crash, which has just now disappeared over towards the defender spawn. And again, the pressure does come in on the other side of the map, so he will be completely removed from this battle. And when you think about the rounds that they've won, it's been because he is the point of contact.
Able to slow them. But Avova was watching Hunter's Fury.
Nice.
Should be able to take down Kamek, and we're actually going to get another tag onto Nats, leaving a big advantage here for the side of Apex.
Good shock as well. Damage across the board, Team Liquid. They're not going to wait for that retake. They need to get ahead of it, find some picks towards Arts where they're looking to hold strong, and Nats has done a remarkable job to start with. Conscious that Fluorescent's going to flash it and peeks right after. Beautiful stuff. Team Liquid maintain control of Art. Keek goes in for another. Batu, no success with the operator this time, and Avova left to pick up the pieces. Smoke fades, and so does Avova. And the lead from Apex thinned down to 5. This is a much more manageable scoreline for Team Liquid. They've really come online right at the final hour.
No, a really impressive hold in the end. being able to turn what was a massive advantage right back into their favor at the end. And there's still going to be an investment here from that defense, but a little bit more troublesome. That shot is absurd. And even then, you see the Cosmic Divide just slightly peeked ahead of all of those moments, taken advantage for Liquid. Now, they look to try and put some presence into that mid control, but that double duelist wants to try and meet them.
Certainly seems so. More proactivity from the side of Apex. That's what they're looking for. Batu's bored of just holding B long for an entire round with nothing to do. Team Liquid, though, have realized there's no presence, and they've walked through the double doors, now looking to seize control in the spawn. They've been spotted. The ultimate used as a result. Batu 49 HP. Before he could enter that other dimension, his health trimmed down quite low. They'll regroup with Fluorescent. It's quick on the trigger for Patatek. Team Liquid have decided to move all the way back to Art from the flank, but Batu's ready. Both angles checked. And where do they go from here? Right into Batu's waiting arms, of course. There's another.
His repositions. It leaves him on an island, but he still manages to thrive. His 20th kill in this half will be the end of it, but now we look to the remaining 4. They're split up. As Kiko is looking to try and give them some space to try and get into the afterplant. Want to try and battle for A main control. It's a position that they don't know is clear. Hoping to try and bait out a fight, but it won't be happening. Instead, Apex are patient as they look to play the retake.
They certainly have the numbers, but Team Liquid having heated up. Kiko and Kamek, they'll try to make this work. The flash is good. The response, though, still there for Liquid. It's winnable! And comes down to a narrow margin, but Malsey just about puts the work in for a 9th round on the side of Apex. It's not a death sentence for Team Liquid, though.
No, an impressive showing from Apex at the early stages, but at least a little bit of a resurgence gives them the opportunity at the curse. That's about all that's on their side for now, though.
An impressive display from both teams. Team Liquid still having a bit of fight in them, but Apex, now that they move on to the attack back rounds, fun seeing them play down on that stage, and I'm sure our audience has enjoyed it too. We actually have some special guests in the audience. I believe Yinsu's found one. Let's see what Yumpy has to say.
There is something about this arena. This is the second time I'm joined by a player watching his former team play on stage. Now, Yumpy, welcome. Are you going to be a bigger buff for Liquid than Durka was for Fnatic, you think?
Yeah, definitely.
You're here to buff Liquid?
Yes, I hope. I don't think they need it, but definitely.
Well, after that first half, I'm just going to jump straight into it and ask you about the Yoru op. It feels like that could be you in a different universe. I know you love opping. I know you love the Yoru. What do you make of Batu's performance so far?
Yeah, I'm really happy for him because the first map he was maybe nervous or I don't know, but now he's getting a lot more confidence, so it's super good for a young player like him, and I'm happy for him. And yeah, maybe we, I can decide now the comps in our team, so maybe I bring the Euro.
Oh, okay, that's convinced you. That's convinced you. But also, they've got a Phoenix on their side as well. I remember you also, back on Liquid, had Scream on the Phoenix. You played on Pearl against Paper X as well. It didn't go super well for you, but why do you think it's going so well for Floor and Apex right now?
I mean, insane players playing the Agent, and I think how the map works, there's a lot of corners, so the Phoenix flash is very strong in this map because how the corners work, so I think that's why.
How do you deal with that as the side switch for Liquid if they want to end this 2-0?
Just need some bigger blocks and go in the game and show them $8.
All right, no comment from me. Thank you very much, Yumpy, for joining me. Hopefully you are going to be their lucky charm, and let's see if Liquid can bring this back.
Don't worry, I'm doing the mini hand motion right now. If you know, you know.
Yeah, I didn't quite catch that last line. What was it?
It was something about having bigger stones.
Yes,
but
I believe that's
slightly different.
It was used. Okay, 9-3. Apex looking good, and I'm not quite sure if Team Liquid will be able to put into action Yumpy's advice, but with 3 rounds on the board, as we said, it is far from over. Apex still have a bit of work to do if they want to go all the way to Haven and have a chance to send Team Liquid home.
I just wish Sue had asked which player in particular he was thinking about, but moving swiftly on, we are going to get into our pistol round. It is a split across the map.
My camera is
Some early utility expended towards B, breaking the camera as well to maybe force a player to try and support. And already the orb farming. Now bear in mind, that run it back is still one of the ultimates that comes online the quickest. 6 orbs is all you need for Floor to get a second lease at life. And after taking the orb, even giving some information over off that KO knife, they're now going to go waltzing back over to B.
Now the change of direction. There's still some players here. Nats, of course, is the Sentinel, but Camo close by as well. It won't be an easy fight. Heard Yumpy talking about these flashes from Fluorescent. And I think on defensive side, playing off contact, popping those flashes around the little corners you're hiding in, fantastic.
Camera taken out.
Coming down B long, it won't be quite as easy to have that impact though with a flash out of the smoke, perhaps. There it goes, quick swing, and no one's there. It's wide open for the taking till Camo steps in. Easy kill for Batu. Nats, well, they finally figured it out. When a cage goes up on the site, Nats is inside it. He's being dropped before he can do any shenanigans.
This is not the start they were hoping for, and Batu just continues his reign of terror. The double duelists share an ace for an in-zone flawless. A clean start to this second half. And I do feel like maybe I'm getting a little bit ahead of myself here, but there's some maps where I look at them and I go, double duelist potential.
Yep.
Haven? Definitely one of them. I'm thinking to what Fnatic were running for quite a while, the ISO Yoru with an Alpha Durko.
Yep.
I reckon that would be pretty nasty.
And you give Batu the ability to get shot in the head once and then have a reset.
Batu for me is still playing the Yoru.
Oh, you're still giving him
It's
Yoru.
Fluorescent on the ISO.
Oh, listen, yeah, give me
same difference.
At this point, both incredible players, and there we go, Fluorescent with the triple kill to put this one to bed. Now, that was an easy enough round. Not too much invested from the side of Team Liquid. They come in with a few pistols at best, but it's 11-3. It's where we're at right now with Fluorescent building up those kills. That also gets the run it back online. Ultimate ready to roll coming into round number 3 of the half. Goes from bad to worse if you're a Team Liquid fan.
Okay, now we did see this last game where we were saying questions about, don't get me wrong, Mosey, big fan. You having a rifle, and it was Fluorescent having nothing.
Yeah.
I would quite like Batu to have a rifle hit. Now, he is very good with the Sheriff. We've seen it already. But he's got 23 kills. I think it might be the slightly, especially with you setting up a drone right now.
You do have to wonder if maybe that could be distributed a little bit better, but...
my wire.
Well,
you gotta have faith in yourself.
Watch
I guess,
Batu.
you know?
Yeah, well, you do, I suppose. Watch Batu get 4 kills, anyways. Decoy's gonna be sent out. Gate crash. It's being clocked in that corner. It's being watched as we speak. And Batu will be dropped as a result. Well played by Kiko early on, denying that utility to push in from Fluorescent. The ultimate will be denied, and Kiko goes out for more. Fluorescent has quite a bit to do. The spike alone on B long, hoping that Avova and Hype can remain undetected, but the knife has revealed them. And now they need the kills. Very nice stuff. Okay, they caught Nats completely off guard, but a 1v3 for Avova.
Be careful. That's all I'm going to say to the Liquid players. Be careful. He might not have the most numbers up right now, but he's good in a clutch. Not this time, though. Liquid do break back the bonus round of Apex, which only really had one weapon missing. Doesn't really get too much done. And I'll say Batu was shot through the smoke. Now, I will say, okay, the most impressive thing I think we could see would be a comeback from Liquid. Second is the fact that Fluorescent actually might overtake Batu.
Which is incredible.
Which, considering, what was it? I think at one point...
15 and 2, definitely.
Yeah, I think he had 16 when she had...
3,
I think it was 7. I think it was 7 at one point. Because I remember thinking no, it was 8. It was slightly more than... Like double. Here we go. Well, that catch-up continues already! The 1-2 punch! These two playing duelists together feels illegal. Like, they're just doing so much damage right off rip. An opener for Fluorescent, and then Batu just spams the smoke just in case.
Yeah, Hype has the flank. Players inside the smoke, and if he extends further, Nats is going to be there. Kiko's walking around the other way. Hype May feel like he's in a powerful position right now, but he has to catch them off guard. That's exactly what he does. Now they know where he is. The timing here going to be everything. Nano already doing damage to Kiko, but it actually forces him forward, and that doesn't work out for Hype. Malzy falls, and now we're getting scared. Kiko has a chance, and we've seen him do this before. 1v2. And it looks like he wants to reposition, perhaps expecting some aggression, a Yoru flash to come around that corner any moment now.
I was going to say, if Batu plants, he has the ult. Instead, they're going to give it to Avova. They could have had this pretty much sealed with all information off the dimensional drip. Instead, they've opted to just get it down safe.
If Apex win this, 8 rounds in a row will be needed for Liquid. The map is put to bed. It's done. Doors shut. And the lock is turned. But Kiko doesn't see anything. It looks like it's an inevitable scenario. Baits one into the smoke, catches the kill, has an idea on the second. Cosmic Divide put through, and he's seen him! The barrel stuck through the smoke! Kiko, the time low, but not low enough. That's gotta be heartbreaking for Apex. At least they've still got the lead, but Team Liquid have got the Red Bull clutch.
Yeah, that's the thing. I think the moment where we see Avova go down, that's where you have to play the time. Like, you know that hasn't got to half. I can understand the thought process. You want to end it quick. You want to make sure there's no shenanigans off the back of that Cosmic Divide, but it should have been the info that it definitely wasn't half. And all that needed to be burnt was 2 seconds off that clock, and that spike's going up.
Yeah, also keep in mind, 2 seconds left. That's the window that he was working with. And he goes, oh, pop down a Cosmic Divide.
Yeah.
Who does that in the middle of, I mean, sure, he's in his smoke, but that player could be right up on him, was right up on him. A ballsy play, but one that has most certainly worked out. I can't believe it. When that time ran down that far, I was...
They're using ults. They're using ults off rip when they only have a singular gun. This is how confident they are, and what fluorescence of Batu. Whoa. Kiku has done incredibly well in these last couple of rounds to just deny those players. Even still, though, Fluorescent with the rifle. Another one comes up for Malzy. There's Panatek, though. Any danger has dissipated. Malzy on just 32 HP, and that's enough for the shock dart. The climb continues for Liquid as they get up to 6, and with a few opportunities here and there for Apex to have this one done. The longer this goes, the more they will sweat.
You really thought that would be more of a quiet round from Apex, but yeah, leading with the ultimate from Batu, and you can see why.
I thought
one flash there, it's a different game.
The thing that's a bit more surprising is, okay, you're committing his ultimate and then Fluorescent on a rifle, but you don't commit her ultimate alongside it. I feel like more of a... I understand it's using 2 ults in a spot where maybe expectations aren't too high, but personally, with only 2 rounds left needed, I think you either go for it or you hold them for the next round and almost guarantee the win.
The other thing as well, I don't know if Batu had invested into a flash and didn't use it, or didn't invest into the flash. Either way, that probably could have turned the tide a little bit. It's one of those small little notes that no doubt Apex will be looking over. They've called a timeout, and I like their use of this. They still have 2. Liquid have ran out. They've burned theirs already. And for Apex, having 1 extra in case things really hit the fan, that's fine. Using it now, though, disrupting the momentum of Team Liquid, I think that's a great call. And they're going to come out of this pause, think about what's going to be in Liquid's head. They're looking at the scoreboard right now, and they're seeing there's an ultimate online for Fluorescent. On the attack side, I mean, it had impact on the defense, but there were so many rounds they had to sit back and wait for info. Now they can be direct.
I'm also looking at just the one away from a Hunter's Fury. That Dimensional Drift really could have been useful. I understand, again, you want to try and give yourself chances to win rounds and maybe any opportunity. This, though, is looking like a much quicker build-up. So many stars placed down early. And with the knife already catching a multitude of players, Fluorescent cannot activate that ult, at least for the moment. Instead, Liquid look to set up here.
Nice flash. Oh, but the push isn't quite deep. They don't swing fully around the corner. It could have been a free kill. It sat back instead. The reveal from the drone, the orb being taken. Liquid know there's presence here, and it keeps them. Heavy numbers towards this side of the map. I thought Malzy was going to go back with the spike alone. That was a real head scratcher. But no, the call is made for the rotation. And from what we can see, it's the right one. Even looking to spawn right now, you're having your Cypher rotating over. 4 players on that half of the map. But unfortunately for Apex, they are walking back into it, and players have been caught by the knife. So even though Liquid looked for a second like they would rotate in the other direction, now they go, pump the brakes. Why is Sova here?
We have seen ruses with the drone before, but this would be a bit of an unlikely one. Cosmic Divide in combination with Floor, but the hold is fantastic. Batter already gone, Fluorescent sent packing, and now playing up close, avoiding the flashes. This round from Camo is sublime. 3 already put down, he's looking for more. Decides to fall back just a little bit. Look where the spike is, look at the time. There's so much Apex need to do.
They're not going for it anymore. 10 seconds, and it's time to back off. Those rifles will do more in a future round. Team Liquid really chipping away at this lead. Round at a time, it's down to 4. This is a much more normal scoreline, and after an 8-0 start, Apex having Batu 15-2, it seemed like they couldn't put a foot wrong, but the same as the last map, Tom. Team Liquid seemed to be waking up, warming up, and hitting their stride late in the map.
The way we are playing right now, we don't need to change anything.
Okay, agree with to change anything. That's the thing. Like they played in front of a lot of the utility. I think Camo did excellently in that round. And they've started to sort of avoid the B site just because Kiko has been an unstoppable force. Once again, we're going to see this aggression. The battle for the orb, and Liquid are sat back waiting. But this time it's a ruse. The goal, sell the idea that they've taken that control and instead head back towards the B site.
Yeah, but look at the difference. Before you had Cypher in the spawn, and now, well, he actually might be on his way there. Rotating back over, expecting this to be more of an A hit. Nat's just sitting on the cam, watching. He's now seen a drone, but nothing else on the back of it. And they're still shifting to the A site. Yeah, they think, same as you said, there have been drone fakes. We've seen that before. The expectation is that's what they're facing here.
I also think they don't mind playing the retake. True. Think about it, a single kill on 3 different players, and Liquid have an extra ult to play with. Kiko as well has been so good in these moments, and he's going to do it again. To push it to their own smoke, he uses it to find a double. This man's impact cannot be undersold. He's been left as a solo B site
30 seconds left.
in so many different occasions. And now they're going to go on the rotation. Bear in mind that Nats could use his ultimate for the reveal. Any lurks could be problematic. Camo's already waiting, though. It's going to be timing, and he wins it as well. This now leaves 2 to try and hold versus double.
10 seconds left.
Yeah, that was it. Hype needed the pick. A tough one to find. Crouch peeking into Camo. 5 seconds. Plan needs to go through, and it won't. Kamik's already on the site denying that. You might be thinking we're on the 3rd map. If you took a little bit of a break earlier on at 8-0, you go, oh, that one must be done by now. But no, Team Liquid now hit 8 rounds, 3 behind, and Apex who so far, every solution that they have gone for, that they've put any form of stock into, has immediately been met by a response. Whether it's Camo up close in A main, decimating their ultimates, their TP in from Batu, Fluorescence, run it back, the flashes, everything Camo dealt with alone. And then this round, another hero steps up.
It's been Kiko the majority, I'd say.
That won't be too clutch.
He's been so impressive. And that's the thing, like, you always question when somebody switches roles away from something that ultimately they had success on. Is it going to be as good? Well, in their first game, it was incredible. Second game, okay, they didn't match up to Foot, but he seems to be right back.
Right there.
And I'm now worried for Apex. Sure, going out of the tournament when you've had trials and tribulations, it's not that bad. I think there's chances for stage 1, but going out in this manner from this scoreline, that one's going to leave a mark.
That is the difference maker. Such a dominant lead that they had, and the feeling was that Pearl was going to be the hidden element, something that just completely blindsides Liquid and puts them back in the game in a convincing way, and instead, that lead has been diminished to a far less impressive one. It's not over just yet. This is a different taste of Apex's attack. They found the opening pick, or at least traded it back with Hype already down. They lost their double door control for a moment, lost their flank protection.
A lot of this comes down to Fluorescent once again. Hunter's Fury being utilized. Isn't able to find too much. Actually, Evova's found 2. This now looks doable. Weaponry retrieved for him as well. Molsey even has the ultimate, although he is not in a great position for the post plant. Might even have to think about using it proactively or just not using it at all. Trying to sit back. And with only a classic on Batu, not going to be easy for him.
Yeah, but Batu will have the opportunity after Molsey gets spotted. Batu comes swinging in. It's actually Evova. No! The attempted knife, and Evova luckily seals that one away. Oh, I felt my stomach drop seeing those blades come out. If that went wrong, Tom, the game's over. There's no way you bounce back from that mentally. But instead, Apex end up 12-8.
I would have flipped him off from the caster death.
Yeah, everything just clenched. I can't unclench after that.
Yeah.
No, man.
There's a, by the way, pay safe card thrifty. They did win it with the low buys, but yeah, that's your IGL, by the way.
What are you doing? Exactly. What are you doing, brother? That was insane from Molsey. Oh, well, he's unhinged.
I like as well that it cut to the cams and he was complaining about it. It's like, why are you even trying that? What are you doing? Nonetheless, luckily, and the highlight of the round, of over, when they needed him most, that seems to be where he comes alive. Even still, we've seen a mass streak of rounds from Liquid. There's still a chance that they can do it again. Much more tempered from Apex this time around. That's the thing. They've really struggled with how Liquid have adapted to playing around their own utility. They're getting ready to flash out of smokes, and a lot of the time there's been players in and around them trying to deny specifically the plays that they want to make. Batu, though, back on the operator. Solo walking through mid. I don't know if anybody will be expecting this.
I mean, I've checked the map 6 times to double check, but he doesn't have a gate crash down, right? This is just
cutting through. I don't know.
Unhinged gameplay.
There it is.
Finally, there is a gate crash with an AWP. He's looking to gate crash deep. And, oh, he's used it to bait them. Nats almost meets his maker as a result. Eco, good damage. Hype lands it onto Kamek for the trade at least. They've lost Batu, but still have the numbers. They had them, but Nats put a wedge in that. 12 seconds time to plant, and Fluorescent
10 seconds left.
so very, very low. 8 now on the clock. It has to be now. It's already done. She's going for the kills, but you can see Camo is just running the other way. 12-9. 3 more rounds for Team Liquid, and after what we've seen so far this half, that is not out of the question.
There was a few weird moments. Obviously, a Batu with the op trying to sort of play around this area. Hype then picks back up that operator in the same position and just gets racked for it. Like, gets stunned up. You know, well, he would have had to no-scope Nats, and we've seen crazier things, but not looking likely. You mentioned they had 2 pauses only a few rounds ago. Well, this is now the last of them. A chance for Danito and Odorous to give something to this squad, because it has been slipping. 5 in a row, 1 on the board, and that came off of Over making a massive play in a round where they had nothing. Finding share of kills is not something you can rely on. Now you look back to their finances again. Okay, they can allow Fluorescent to attempt to be the hero once more. Can you rely on that to get you this round? Probably not. It might be going a bit further.
Well, there's certainly a lot to discuss. We've seen these opening picks, these opening bit of map control contention answered by Team Liquid with picks every single time. There's one round, the round that Apex end up winning, where that's not going to be the case. Now, for Team Liquid, the proactive early positions, playing them close to smokes, getting in Apex's face, that should be something that Apex can do something about. It's just about the pacing. Often, one player is going out front. We have Batu coming in, TPing, being dropped, and then the second player just half a second late. We see the whole team move. We see that unit play. It's going to be a different game altogether. Let's see what their adjustment is. Here on the attack, very, very little invested. Fluorescent, the only one with a rifle.
Use that.
Yeah. But that, and the ult as well. So that, it's not going to be as easy around as it looks like on that sidebar.
2 bites to the cherry. They also had extra credits. So this was dropped over to Fluorescent. They're still going to be able to buy next round, so don't mind it at all. Hype also with the ultimate available in a late round. It could be high impact. Potentially could even force some players out. Molotov already going to be making things that little bit more awkward for Kiko to try and play around these angles, but that ult still yet to be used. In fact, may not even be needed. Eventually, it's thrown out. Hype has done well, but Kiko's still standing. And they haven't managed to deal with him just in the middle of the site. Still looking to fight, and it's all gone wrong for Apex. At the hands of Kiko once again. I think that was Fluorescent going back to her start point with no one covering that angle. Well, that one, it looked like Kiko should have been dead maybe 3 or 4 times, but he just dances around the middle of the site.
Well, that is actually why you see the ultimate go the way it does, avoiding Kiko. They think that front side shouldn't be a problem. It's the back side, it's the spawn that they have to fight for, that they have to wrestle for control over, dropping nats and opening up that avenue into spawn. Instead, this guy just emerges from a smoke, catches the first player off guard, then there's no one else to protect, and it's an easy kill as you re-emerge from that ultimate. 2 rounds in between them. This is getting very scary for Apex, especially knowing the weight of this match.
Kiko now matches Badu on kills. That's all you need to know about how this game has turned. Someone who was, as you said, could have genuinely got to double the opposing team about 7 rounds into the game. Now has the same. Kiko has put on a masterclass on that controller once again. The same sort of setup with early control taken for the orb. Batu now having that dimensional drift. I'll say impact in this second half almost put it down to 0. I don't think it's worked out for them. And the lockdown finally online, but going towards this beak site, it's always going to be a little bit more difficult to find that value, especially with the amount of utility there. No surprises, I think, to see them go back in the direction of A.
Who's next? And you got to think, even if you win this series, you're going to go up against GX, a squad that didn't fare much worse than Fnatic up against BBL. There's no easy games, as we've said. There might not be any easy rounds for Apex. Like you said, ult goes into B, nobody moves, and Camo still up close. The position that he found so much impact from before, and it's happening again. The one found Fluorescent, though, steps through the nade to take the duel. A much-needed fight won by the side of Apex. They're on site, but so are so many of these Team Liquid players. In fact, the whole team is here, and Team Liquid are rolling till the wheels come off. 11 to 12, just 1 round away from overtime. They have worked tirelessly for it here in this half. That timeline, spectacular to look at.
It's one that, as I said, if this goes OT, I think it's all in Liquid's control. Again, you see these attempted plays through the smoke, and they are so ready for it at this stage. And once more, that dimensional drift just did nothing. It was sent in alongside a drone. It really was an attempted ruse, and not a single player on Liquid budged even an inch. In fact, the second he TP'd, they were all sprinting towards the A site. They have started to really have a heavy read on what Apex are attempting, and are confident in those individuals on the B site. Kiko, Nats, that if things go wrong and they do hit that site, they'll be able to do enough. For Apex, no more pauses, and the current defensive side weaponry, it's not something they're going to keep the whole round, but it is madness.
Yeah, the triple outlaw only takes 2 bullets to take you down. You'll have 6 coming at you real quick. And in fact, even then, Tom, take a look at what's going on with Apex. I hadn't even thought of this. I don't know why I did that circle instead of this one. This is much easier. 25 shields across the board. None of those were centered, but, you know, I'll work on that. Apex, if they run into these outlaws, they're going to have a really bad day. A really bad time, especially being brought to overtime in that fashion. And it is Camo and Kamek on the A site, still using them.
They've got no ults as well. Like, there literally is nothing to really write home about. Whereas the other side, Camo's not far off at Bladestorm, as you said. A walk in here could meet a demise. Instead, an immediate pickup of the rifle. Pressure now placed on trying to clear those backlines. Getting the plant has been a real struggle for the side of Apex, and that's the case again. Spike on the deck with 10 seconds left. They need a hero, and Fluorescent is trying her best. That Spike has gone down, but so have some of the players on Apex.
So is Kamek. Great pick by Batu. Batu again! And now it's Camo left to try to put this across the line. Tap it in right at the finish line. 76 HP and going for the spike. The swing from Batu is there and the kill is as well. Finally, that last round put across the line. 13 to 11. 3 maps needed to separate these teams.
It was incredibly close. Haven is on the horizon. Can Apex now turn this around, or will Liquid be the ones to carry on forward? We'll find out after the break.
Yo, where my homies?
What's up, dog? Kebab. This guy, wait, I'm gonna have to buy you kebab, bro.
He wants 2 dirhams. 13-0. Oh, why are you cursing? Why you say that?
Red Bull gives you wings.
Get up now. Get up. Get up. Get up. Get up now. Get up. Get up now. Get up.
Yeah, get on your feet and move to the beat. Pour up some drinks and then we repeat. Yeah, chasing my purpose, need a release. Yeah, my life's a beach, I'm lost in the breeze. Do this with ease, don't play with my dreams. Yeah, it's so together, it's not what it seems. Heart of a tiger, life of a king. Yeah, chasing my bag, my feet in the cream. Running these laps, not losing my steam. I'm feeling good, this life's what I need. Don't intervene with my energy. Yeah, I'm in her scope like Jimmy Iovine. Yeah, no Superman, but I'm feeling supreme. This not a movie, but I'm making a scene. Yeah, I can tell you how to live your life, but you just gotta get up.
Get up. Get up. Get up. Get up now. Get up. Get up now. Get up.
We just gotta live our life, we paying a price. Piece of the pie, I need me a slice. Yeah, rolling the dice, the scariest spice. Sticky like rice, the tricky reprise. Yeah, love will suffice, I suffer in silence. All alone, I'm lost on the island. Let's spread peace and less of the violence. Sebastian Bach on yachts playing violence. Yeah, the flowers violet, give me my rose. This for my city, all for my bros. Did it alone, so far in my zone. So raise your glass, let's all have a toast. I can show you how to get like me, live your life till you die. Yeah, look, I can tell you how to live your life, but you just gotta
get up now. Get up. Get up. Get up. Get up now. Get up. Get up now. Get up. Get up.
You keep me up all night
Apex, they are finally on the board, and we will be seeing a map 3 in this elimination match. I am your host, Yingsu. I'm now back here with Kakuka and a very special guest, the head coach of Giant X, Pips, and thank you for joining us today.
Yeah, thank you for inviting.
Yeah, it's nice to have you here. As I said, Apex are finally on the board. Kakuka, what a great way for them to do this during elimination.
You know, last week we were speaking about how the synergy wasn't there, especially for the map of Pearl, and probably the synergy just flew in this morning, landed in Berlin. Yes. Love to see that running the double duelist just worked so well for them.
Yeah, and Danny, of course, we always love to hear your takes on, compositions and stuff. So here on Pearl, what do you make of this, and did you expect this to work the way that it did?
Not really. I think that this attack site is a little bit complicated if you play against a really good team with this composition. But defense is a really big surprise factor because there is so much aggression comes. And if you are not ready for it like it was, you will get so much out of this comp.
Yeah, we were seeing Batu with the operator on B just put in a lot of pressure. Sometimes him and Flora would push on through art. As you're saying, there's a lot of micro things that you can do at the beginning of the game. And it's so good to see the night and day performance from that first map into probably a role that just fits him better. Yes, again, he's Turkish. He's going to be shooting a lot.
I'm going to just ask the question that I think everyone is thinking. Why was he playing Sova on map 1, Pips? And why is he not just perma doing this?
I mean, I have no clue, I guess.
But would you like to see him just be doing this?
Yeah, I think when you have kind of like young talent into your team, you also want to give him some space, right? So you want to make him comfortable as well. And as he showed right now that he's pretty comfortable and able to perform really, really good. And I think it depends on the idea of how they want the Apex team to work.
So, do you think that for a map like Haven, they could replicate this composition or something very similar? Like, would you be compelled to going back to the Phoenix days on? Yeah, but first I want to know about the Phoenix take on Haven. Do you think it's still?
I mean, I think it's viable if you have a game plan, how they want to play it. But there may be some better things like ISO, for example. Yeah, but overall, I think it's about like how they approach the game plan. Is it like, okay, we really need to all in for Florissant and we need to support everything as we can? Or it's like, okay, yeah, Florissant can also play with us and we will need to give the space to Batushnak as well. So I think this is the biggest question to Apex.
Yeah, of course, like, we were seeing the numbers just in the screen. At the end, they went a little bit down, but that first half was all his. But let's not forget, they were having a lot of issues on the attack. We barely see them close in this match. It was on a 1v1. They were not having any luck in all the executes that they were having. And I wonder how much of this is going to pass on to Haven now.
I don't think I could have taken a back-to-back days of 11-something comebacks. I don't think my brain would have been able to deal with that. But yeah, let's talk about this, Haven, and let's talk a little bit about Team Liquid, because obviously maybe there was a world they do make that comeback. This would have been a 2-0. Yeah. What would you like to see? I'll start with you, Pips. I don't know how much Team Liquid you have been watching, but what would you like to see from Team Liquid here?
On Haven?
Yeah, what do you want them to do? How
did they actually play Haven? I don't even remember that they played Haven. I saw them fracture.
No.
I don't think that they
haven't.
showed their Haven, but Apex did. I remember they played the game versus Gentlemates, and it was actually a pretty nice match. And they, like, as I remember, they had the game plan about like early game they were abusing A a lot on Apex, and then they switched to Perma B. So if Liquid did their homework, maybe it would be doable. So probably in that case you want to have early A fights to force them to be into switching into starting to play triple B on defense and then move around.
I hope that the homework is not worth anything. I hope that, they change the composition in Pearl to make room for what Badu wanted to do, or maybe they learned the lesson from maybe we don't want to play this conventional. We saw Otters playing and he was on the breach, but as we're saying, playing the double duelist will also be kind of a fix, and if you want to surprise your opponents, since you cannot prep for them on this map, I would go for that pick.
Yeah, and since I felt like Odorous was pretty phenomenal as well the last time he played, on his role specifically, and I just don't expect Batu to be doing the same, especially after seeing map 1. I want Apex to just double down on this idea of having the double duelers. They have three of some of the most experienced players we have in the league, so you would expect the likes of Mosey, Avova, and Hive to be able to pick up on the supportive roles for these two. But yes, for Liquid, this is elimination. They don't want to be going out here right now at this spot, so let's take a look at Agent Select and see what we're going to get here. And we're going to get a Tejo coming out on this. Pipson, tell me, how do you feel about these comps?
I would say that Apex Comp is the most basic one, right? And the problem with Tejo, which I see lately, is that the agent is out for like a week or something, and his win rate, I think, across all the regions is around like 20% overall. Because how I see it is, if you pick Tejo, you are not ready to play this map. Why? What did you do for the last 3 months of preparation? That the agent is out, and you are 5 days after you are picking this agent.
Okay, but so what do you think is the potential? Why do you think Team Liquid want to go with it? Because of course Hype is not going to have a good time.
Well, you're going to be able to answer this question another time. I'm very sorry, but for now, would you be able to do the honors for me, Pipson, and toss this over to Mitch and Tom?
Okay, Mitch and Tom, enjoy. I think it will be a really fun game. Good luck.
Thank you very much, Pipson, and our analyst desk. Yes, it's time to get into map number 3. It's Haven, and one hell of a matchup ahead of us. Abyss and Pearl, both of them. We saw Liquid start slow, but get there in the end. If this is to be where they take it across the line, let's see a bit more of a competitive beginning.
I'm nervous not so much for Liquid as a whole, but for Kamek, because I saw his Sage on Fracture, and although individually he did fine, like a lot of the placement of like walls and stuff, it just seemed a little bit off at times, like making mistakes. This agent is brand new. I don't know how much he could have practiced, and it kind of leans into what Pipson was saying. It's like, how much can you have really put into play on this map so far?
Camo, 1 HP left on Fluorescent, and the stun was enough. Beautiful from Patatek. In the corner is Kiko as well, and that's the double that almost triple. It's stolen away by Nats and Camo, but the damage was done, and an in-zone flawless as a result. Well, I said I wanted to see them come in a little bit warm. It looks like they've delivered that.
God, no, it had a really clean start to the game. Good read on where their opponents were going, and just having this many players on the site, it becomes incredibly difficult. I also do like that we see the sort of late usage of some of the guided missiles put into that corner, just so that if you are trying to swing at the same time, the possibilities unlikely. But ultimately, a lot of it came down to the Camo Kiko show. Investment for Apex here, nothing, but they are taking quite quick control in towards the garage. Unfortunately, no one there to challenge. I'm just going to fall off of it.
Yeah, but there were players close enough to hear it, and that was the idea. So Evolva gets to walk right up behind None. Oh, well, that's disappointing. Damage done to Kamek. He's 46 HP, but he's alive. The weapon's not in the hands of Apex, nor is the A site, and that is the bottom line. Apex will now have to just push through this smoke. It's a one-way smoke as well. Their legs visible as they emerge around the corner. A minute on the clock, though, and no real need for them to pick up the pace. Worth mentioning as well, Liquid have won only 1 pistol round so far. They went 6-1 up in that half.
Okay. Hype's doing well. A little bit of extra damage. A couple of players dropped, making things at least a little bit more costly. I do believe they'll retrieve most of the weapons. I think there might have still been 1 gun that dropped to the floor and a Spectre for Nats. Also, the one thing with Apex that I quite like is obviously when you look at most teams, you see what classic they have. Whereas when you look at Apex, theirs isn't quite in the game yet. So you get to see what they enjoy. And I think that we've seen the Foot Classic come out for Hype. That's why he has 2 kills in this one, because they are experts of the Classic. I think Batu might have been running the Tai Lu Classic, which, you know, a little bit more niche. I don't know how many people in EMEA were running that one. Oh, okay. The stun combination made it incredibly awkward, but I definitely feel like he stepped into that a little bit more. I think there was a safe corner.
I think he was all right in that corner. Maybe not, maybe not. Maybe he just looked that way to us. I'm going to say he wasn't safe. There was nowhere he could have went there, Tom.
Okay.
Same result no matter
As a ex-Alliance player, you're going to give him the benefit of the doubt.
Nothing to do with that, Tom. I mean, I don't know why you bring that up. No, it's just I'd say that for anybody. I'd say that for anybody in that situation.
Who happened to be an ex-Alliance.
Anybody whose name was Hype.
Okay. Anybody in the next game you might particularly think of that you'd also give the same wiggle room to?
You know, probably all the players. All the players
but specifically?
That's my motto. But probably Cat if I had to.
Yeah, I had a feeling.
2-0 start for Team Liquid. They've started hot. That's what we wanted to see. A couple of lighter investments, but still those Guardians pose a pretty big threat in Team Liquid's bonus round. They don't invest that much money, but they still pack a punch. Flank as well being watched.
And already, that is going to be Batu. Being able to find Kama. The thing is that time is still ticking. The guided salvo denied them again. You can already see 2 uses of it within the round, and that was before the spike even went down. Paranoia has left both players at the back completely blinded, and there's some weaknesses in the weaponry, but that doesn't seem to matter. Avova now tagged desperately low. Shields have regenerated, but that won't help versus a headshot. And now you look at Batu, who's fantastic in the last map, but what can he realistically do here? Absolutely nothing. That weaker purchase for Liquid has gone fantastically well, even converting what is actually a bonus. Because a lot of the time nowadays it's not a bonus. That was a real bonus.
Yeah, I mean, how many times have we seen over the last couple of days, let alone weeks, where we've seen teams come into that round with 4 Vandals or like 4 Bulldogs and a Vandal, things like this.
Maybe it wasn't safe, actually. Yeah, it did look like the plant pot was slightly covered. It just looks weird graphically.
That's what I said. You didn't believe me.
No, of course not.
Well, I mean, at this point, 3-0 start. Like I said, the only time that Team Liquid have taken a pistol round so far, that second half of Abyss. And they went 6-1 up, an arguably better start here. But they haven't got to 6 yet, but denying that 3rd round, putting Apex down to low economy where they've only got pistols. That should be a 4-0 start, but most importantly, YSA could even be better. You've built up a huge credit barrier, unless Apex are able to do a significant amount of damage in this round.
Yeah, chances of that basically come down to hitting some Sheriff shots. Kamek, that salvo's already been used for some early space denial, but space that was only taken to eventually be given up. The B site somewhat open for business, but a smoke placed down by Kiko just to put some doubt in their minds that when they were running the Phoenix Yoru, you'd expect to see them run through that, but with this composition, it has so much more risk about it.
Bomb grenade out.
And after feeling out the map now for around a minute, it's eventually going to have to fall back into some form of take. And the problem, Mitch, is they've been given nothing.
Yeah, this is what I think Team Liquid did well in the previous map at times. Just forcing Apex to, or even more so in Abyss. Abyss is exactly it, yeah.
30
where
seconds
they
left.
were forcing Apex to make these blind hits into sites. No information, just guesses, and the reveals, bits of information they can get. The stun was good, but the capitalization not there. It's faded by the time they push through. Fluorescent good to land 1 shot, but Camo keep that angle secure for at least a moment longer. 12 seconds, just need to run the clock down here. With the weaker weapons, damage is most certainly being done. It's Kiko who levels the playing field with the shorty, but the numbers advantage still there for the side of Apex, and the plant coming down with a second left on the clock leaves Nats to clutch it all. He won't even land the first, as Apex gonna pay safe card Thrifty for their first round on the board.
That one looked just more disjointed from Liquid. Like, again, they seem to have a fairly solid read, having a couple of players at the back of the site. Fluorescent's initial kill and Batu as well, but then it was almost just like, okay, how can I make the play? Or at least that's what it felt like. Nats being incredibly far away, maybe wanting to try and deny them from picking up some of those weapons along the way, but eventually, with no hero to be found, Apex get on that board a little bit earlier, and you spoke about it, like, if they were going to do damage in this round, well, that's about as good as it gets. This time, no salvo put down, so that space is taken, but you can see Liquid have gone for a different dynamic altogether, completely clearing out C-Long. Now they can gamble a rotation a little bit earlier.
Camo's coming out to try to spot someone. Has Kiko there as well. It's a great bait if they were to peek into it. He dashes back to the A site. They maybe hunt him down. And then the opportunity for Kiko to just decimate them. It's not being bitten into just yet. Apex, in fact, having a similar setup with the 2-man hold as Avova, Fluorescent, ready to swing out on A long, do damage, spotting for the aggression. And that's the name of the game for Apex. But we've seen this before. Go back to map 1. They pump the brakes, they wait for aggression, it doesn't come in. 40 seconds on the clock, you gotta make a move. And they don't know where to go. They don't know where the numbers are, and even getting out of long, they're not quite sure of the setup that they're facing. They'll find out soon.
The spike is going the other way. That kill sells an idea, but Kiko is still standing.
30 seconds left.
Angle not cleared, not expecting a second player to be there, and now what was initially looking like the heat comes the hit. They're going straight back towards Nats, who's just holding on the angle. That second might not be a kill, it almost is.
That was 5
with
damage.
the shorty. And now they have to try and clear out the man who's behind them, using that ultimate to get into position. It ends up being all too easy. We said it many a time in this map and the last and the one before. Kiko has just been a menace, the thorn in their side.
It is a game of patience, and this time it was 1 out. 35 seconds on the clock when they get that kill. Your
That's the thing. I think
assumption is-
Fluorescent checks, but the smoke is being set up by a Vova. So that's the problem.
The fight,
yeah.
and then your other player is not involved in the fight. They're just executed.
Thank you, my boy.
You're spot on with that. So the fact that they weren't completely caught off guard by it, the shot still landed a little too quick, and when Kiko's on this kind of form,
9 and 2.
9 and 2 start, it is going to be difficult to break the momentum that Team Liquid are building up. Rifles, though, for Apex, this is where they look to do it.
Oh, already an early stun thrown in. So much utility put into the corner. There is no escape. And they're pushing off the back of it as well. It's definitely become a bit awkward, but it doesn't matter when you have the support. A beautiful set play off the back of the Armageddon, stuns and salvo. It forced them into an early fight. And you think about it, Apex have been battling for A-Long every single round. But Fluorescent at least will find one, but they have got eyes on the spike. Gonna have to be, I feel, a well-timed swing almost together. No, they're just going straight into the firing squad. And okay, not the prettiest of sprays from Nats, but they're not gonna mind. Job done, 4 alive.
I thought that would have been wait 2 seconds for the smoke, let it bloom, and then at least you force them to push forward. But look, at that point, the round was already very much up for grabs by their opponents. This is wonderful, though. We talked a big game about Foot and how they've been using this agent as being the most impressive display. This opener to this round, though, that is gorgeous, because it takes a little second for the guided salvo to reveal. So you see the ult and you go, what are they, stupid? They left a huge gap over here. I'll just stand, oh no! And there is just nowhere for you to go. Apex have called a timeout after that round because they had a buy round, they had another buy round, which then you just saw didn't go too well. They got pushed into their own spawn. They became the defenders and didn't even know they were defending. Now, 5-1 is where they find themselves. Ult's online, but credits are a little bit shaky. They need to be very careful. How much do you invest into this round? Do you save it all for the next, or do you get mostly rifles and try to use the ults to bridge the gap? It's a risky game. Get you on the board early, close in the gap, sure. But if it doesn't go right, then everything's going to go wrong.
You've got rifles on everybody except Fluorescent, who has blades. So I think that an investment here
Go for it.
makes
Are you going to use Rolling Thunder? Are you going to use, like, what is your protocol for when those ults get thrown in? Because buying rifles is one thing, but we don't want to see it all thrown with no games.
Yeah, I wouldn't mind seeing just a full-on C-site execution with a Hunter's Fury behind it, because there's not many places to stand at the back of the C-site. I think a lot of the early aggression with Tejo has been towards that A site. I think this is definitely a spot with an opener, and so far a lot of that has been taken for free.
And as well, keeping your Rolling Thunder, do you want it pre or post plant? Because post plants have been a struggle so far, although most rounds have been.
Deploying drone.
Apex, 1 round on the board. The Blade Storm could be the difference maker, but a big push down mid by Team Liquid sends them into a frenzy. It's Panatek picking up one with Camo. He's stuck down the bottom of mid. Camo gets picked off, and a chance to level the playing field. But look at Nats creeping his way up to the door. He's caught him over, and they'll swing together to close this round. Wonderful response from Team Liquid. Even with that 5-1 lead, they're going to keep throwing in these little curveballs.
Yeah, I think the fact as well is they hear the drone and they put the aftershock straight through the wall. So they knew there was at least one player in this position just off the utility that had been used. They'd seen, I think, even a little bit more going towards that garage spot. So they're like, okay, we know there's someone there. We know they've just had a moment to chat and try and fix things. Let's get up in their face. And they've been winning so many of these opening duels. I had questions about Kamek, but honestly, so far, everything he's been doing has been fantastic. Kiko, well, you would have wanted to try and kill him off as early as possible. He's been great, but he will just about live to tell the tale.
Oh, Fluorescent caught by a little jump up by Camo above the smoke. I like the idea here. They played 4 in mid, showed a lot of presence, even started to make noise, so they think that's where the hit's coming in, hoping that aggression would come in from Liquid that they could punish. But Kamek and Kiko are the ones punishing. Sure, one falls eventually, but now a 4v2 on the back. And again, it's tempered aggression. It's Team Liquid saying, there's a lot of players there, we will push, but not all the way. We go to long, we sit back and hold our spots. It works out now for a massive advantage to Vova and Hype, who have to put the pieces of this puzzle back together.
One kill could get the lockdown, but you have to feel that's only going to be utilized if this round feels winnable. And I'm just looking at Patatek set up with a stun there, just waiting to catch him. Even does the deed himself, leaving Avova stuck in the corner. There was only really one place left that he could be. Could teleport to the other side of the map, but realistically, are you winning this? Absolutely not. And I said it, beginning of the round, this man gets tagged to 12 HP. I'm like, you're going to want to kill him. He comes out with a double that in both cases were high impact kills.
Yeah, your trade is you denied them mid-control. So you denied Team Liquid's mid-control early on. You put a key player down to 12 HP. And how does that scenario end? You lose Fluorescent. You lose a big player right at the start of the round. Camo, good decision making to do the updraft. Then they go back. Okay, hopefully, because of all that noise, Team Liquid have pushed. They've taken space. We can punish that. But they took just enough space that they still had ground to fight on, ready on long and short for that pounce. This is really textbook play from Team Liquid. They're doing everything right. And Apex, they need round. Salvo's on its way with the stun. Avova just about makes it out thanks to the shrouded step. But Fluorescent and Batu are not as lucky. That's a death blow, especially in a round like this. Pistols, low HP on Avova, and Batu and Fluorescent out of the round. Put 8-1 on the board.
Yeah, Kamek is getting more and more confident by the seconds, but again, it's down to the setup. The stun put into play to help the Salvo get the kill. If you escape it, there's only one place you can really be. Well, other than that, we haven't seen too much of Nats, but when you do walk into his setup, it normally ends in death. Malzy, last man standing, can't get a single thing done. 8-1 again, clean from the side of Liquid. Now, we did see a sort of late response in the last map from Liquid when Apex took a massive lead, but realistically, again, I've just not seen anything that makes me think that's going to happen.
Well, Tom, exactly. If this was 8-1 to Apex, I'd start to believe that the game is still online because of what we saw before. We saw Team Liquid start map 1 slow, warm up in the end. Start map 2 slow, warm up in the end, and almost take the series. Almost push to an OT at least. And now we see Team Liquid start hot. Apex are the ones that are slow.
Fluorescent's down to 45 already.
Dropped at the start of the last couple rounds. Fluorescent hasn't had a chance to shine. A lot of ultimates here for Apex. Whether that's going to be the difference maker or not remains to be seen.
I think a lot of credit needs to be given to Patatek. How he's been playing. Oh, just look at the deep position, yeah. Camo's so far up. Wins this battle versus Hype. It just, even if it comes down to a retake, this is a spot that needs to be cleared. 2 players currently going in this direction. They're clearing the angle up close. Camo knows that they're there, but it's a big kill for Hype. That leaves the C site completely open. Has to come down to a full retake, and it's not like there's any ultimates really on that defensive side. Okay, Nats can reveal where they are, but I think once they've planted, there'll probably be a fairly educated guess as to where they are anyway.
Well, yeah, unless they think it's a B plant and their headsets are unplugged. Should be a fairly easy deduction. Guided salvo online for Kamek to try to rob back some space. Fluorescent down to 14 HP. She's been tagged up in 2 engagements. Stunned now as well, but she's not out of the round just yet. There it is, the kill found. Avova helping out, and Team Liquid finally hitting a hurdle they can't just jump over. It's Patatek 1v5 in the second round, surely locked in now.
His credits are maxed out. Not just going to throw the weapon away, of course, but was hoping that maybe can take a gun or 2 away. Isn't going to be the case. Very clean round as well for Apex. The best possible way that they could break back in this match. But again, you kind of look at this one and ask the question of whether or not it's something that can be repeated. You have a complete gamble over on the A side of the map. You have Camo as that solo player taking what was a fairly risky fight. and then the site completely under your control with no ultimates to get back into it. That's probably not going to happen again, especially over these next couple of rounds. And with Nats now having an operator, I feel like he is almost destined to be some sort of site anchor. 2 operators, in fact.
Yeah, the double op towards the end of the game. Lots of money. Why not?
Padatek didn't drop one. He has 8,700 credits, and Nats has 0.
I guess he can drop the rest of the squad after this round anyways.
Don't like the economy management. Makes me upset.
Keeping his econ high. Boba has to get out. Yeah, it cancels the ultimate. At least spots one. They know that Kiko's close. They still have to root him from position. Fluorescent focused elsewhere. Drops one. Turns to help. That ends up being her demise. Luckily, Malzy's good for the trade. And Apex will still make it to the site. Kamek on his way in. He has a gap. And you'll have a 1v1 in a second, but Hype's the one to win it. Camo all alone. Op. There's no question of saving it. They've got the money. There's no question of winning it either. 3 found for Apex. They are starting to heat up towards the end of the half, at least.
Yeah, they're giving themselves a lifeline, especially if they can take the pistols. They're definitely an opportunity to get back into this game. Seems easier said than done now with just how dominant we've seen this half going in the way of Team Liquid. And I'm looking again at the fact that Armageddon's online. What was happening last time it was available. It was just such a crazy amount of damage. They're set up outside that A site again. I'm hoping we're not about to witness exactly the same thing. No, this time it's just the salvo being used.
Yeah, that could have been disastrous.
It is. It is.
Camo's double. Padatek with one as well. They've chipped away at the Apex numbers early in the round. Now, Camo almost fell. He's left on 30. But with Hype and Batu having to recover this last round with 3 ultis online for Liquid too, that granted might not have huge impact, but if Nats can manage to find a body, they've got massive information to play around in the late half, or late round I should say. It's already the late half. I mean, even if Hype uses this lockdown, and I think its best use might even be as a fake to buy space for his teammate, or perhaps the post plant if they can get there.
This position does somewhat sell a bit of a ruse. There could still be a move towards the B side, but that's quickly gone. And well, that's another real benefit of that salvo. It's just, okay, I'm just going to place it exactly where you have placed the lockdown, and it's all too easy. Armageddon even onto the side, but it wasn't necessary. A 9-3 dominant defensive half from Liquid.
Riding down round 12, map 3. Beautiful setup from Kamek. Love to see that utility in play. Great usage of the agent. Let's see how half 2 fares after the break.
Red Bull gives you wings.
Welcome back, folks. 9-3 at the halftime, and it's Liquid leading by 6. Apex about to be tested on the defensive side. We've seen Liquid with great adaptations, tempered aggression, and fantastic use of Tejo. There is a lot to report home about for their defensive side. Let's see if it's going to be the same for Apex. Remember, the loser of this map, well, that's the end of kickoff for them.
Yeah,
they go home.
4 rounds. That's all.
Almost
it could
2
be.
months off.
A pistol victory for Liquid. And we could be saying goodnight to Apex. As said, it's been a tough one for them, getting Batu in so late. Obviously, he flew in this morning, if you didn't know how close his arrival was, but even still, they would have hoped That last place, joint last, wouldn't be theirs. Direct take already for Liquid. Backside cleared already. Those angles that can catch you off guard, especially in pistol rounds. Both of them cleared so easily by the guided salvo. And while post plant, just think about it. He could have that back online already in a matter of seconds.
Yeah, it won't be long. Patatek opening this one up. Halsey's down, Flash is there, but no re-aggression. They're biding their time for Kiko to fire through that Paranoia. They know they'll be grouped up right about now. Paranoia in response to one of their own, and it's a big play for Team Liquid. Double the numbers of Apex, and this pistol round, it carries so much weight. That weight now on Fluorescent's shoulders. 40 health. And the guided salvo, it should put this one to bed. The cam's destroyed, but the time has already been bought, and now it's done and dusted. Team Liquid, double digits, and Apex are still on 3.
That piece of utility is so strong. Like you see it used to clear the site initially, and I was just watching. Like Kamek initially manages to get one of the kills just here, and as he's backing off, they know the timing. It's going to come straight back online, ready for him to put it into play. Made things impossible for Fluorescent. And while that does almost seem like the nail in the coffin, you're looking at the investment here from Apex, and they are going to play for the buy rounds. You couldn't really blame them if they did risk it, go for some Sheriffs, try and win it back immediately with how far behind they are, but it is a pick your poison moment. And well, Liquid have decided, I really liked that pistol round strat. I think we do it again.
Where Apex have looked best has been where Batu, where Fluorescent are feeling confident, getting in the faces of their opponents. Maybe we'll see that in the next defensive round when the rifles come out, because Team Liquid's aggression was wonderful to witness. We expect to see some of that same flair from Apex. Should be forgiven though, with the risks not being taken. Now, it's only classics on the way back into the site. This should be a massacre with big ultimates being built up. Patatek, a couple of kills. Camo doing just the same. And it's a nice round scoreline, 11-3. At this point, Tom, it's got to be flawless for Apex. This is, you know, we talk about uphill battles. Maybe a timeout now would be good.
Yeah, the worry as well is that Batu not being on that duelist anymore. I think it's something that they might have to think of in that downtime, is whether or not they do opt to play double duelist on more maps, because sure, again, first time on the stage, but map 1 missing, put him on the Yoru, best player in the server, put him back over on the server, having a rough time again. It is looking like night and day. He might genuinely have double his own kills across 2 maps on 1. Nonetheless, Hype is already going to spot the contact. That contact is coming his way.
Got support at least, but look at the utility. Again, it forces you out in the open, and he is being chased. Camo hot in his heels, picks him up, looks for more in the backside. Malzy, low HP, and he'll survive. So will Evolva, thriving, in fact. And Malzy wasn't that low. I thought a few more of those bullets had landed onto him. In fact, he's fighting fit and ready to eliminate the last player. There we go, Apex. Around on the board. And a long distance to go.
Yeah, it was a pacey attempt from Liquid. I don't mind the idea, like when you've gone for those C-side takes, adapt it slightly. I think Hype does well to sort of just hold his ground long enough. I do think that's going to be one of those things of players sort of adapting their play, of almost looking at it and going, okay, I can survive at least a moment to try and take those fights. For now, though, I'm seeing an attempted early stun setup towards the A side, but I don't think it's likely to connect on too much.
Well, this is the thing. Last round, we saw the same thing, a big push up behind, and I think that was read by Team Liquid. They saw that when they put Presence in on C, A was pushed, and Fluorescent went all the way through. Now, they fake out C. They make Presence here on long, and then try to take down Fluorescent, but that will not be as easy as you might think. Nat's at least able to trade, but then Hype goes out for some aggro of his own. It is that tempered aggression we wanted to see, and it's working out for Apex. 3v1 now, with Nat's the only man standing. I think this would be an ace for him, but denied at the third hurdle, 11-5. The comeback continues.
Again, in terms of the idea, I don't mind it. You've done the same thing 3 times in a row. So you try and sell the fake and then go in the other direction. But as you said, Apex weren't just sitting there waiting while they made those C-site takes. They were having progressive movements towards that deep A control. And this time, Fluorescent does incredibly well, because even a 1-for-1 trade there, and that is a quick push in towards
Nice, guys, nice.
the A site.
Insane.
She'll come into this next round not only having an Outlaw, but also having the Blade Storm, which definitely makes things that little bit more exciting. But again, I like this from Liquid. You haven't had the need to slow the game down at all thus far. An incredibly dominant first half. So now you can use your pauses a little bit more sparingly. Choose to stop things early. Don't want to allow their opponents to get back into the game like they did on the last map. But this round, well, ultimate-wise, actually a lot of potential. You got the Armageddon already. Rolling Thunder very close. Blade Storm 2 away. Maybe if you farm an orb here and there. Weaponry-wise, in the bin.
For Team Liquid, I mean, this is exactly the same situation that they found themselves in on that last map. It's why they call that timeout so early, like you said. Big lead, 11-3. That's where they were down on the 3 last time. They almost made the comeback happen, the early timeout, to make sure that the same opportunity is not given to their opponents. The Blade Storm for Fluorescent, a scary thought. Becoming more and more of a fan of her by the minute, not just the gameplay, but the Rune Dagger as well. It's an exclusive club. I like to see it being represented down there in the stage. Looking for 12. Team Liquid setting their sights on C again. This time, there's no fake. It's a direct approach.
Trying to clear out that backside.
Bird of Ova.
Ova has moved back into the angle that was closed, and while Camo gets his Blade Storm, but unfortunately already dead. Hype, this is his time to shine. 4 kills, Fluorescent with 1. That'll be his ultimate online for the next round, and Fluorescent didn't even need to pop the Blade Storm, I don't believe.
Yeah, still there.
That's an important round as well. Yeah, keeping rounds clean like that means that, it's okay, you want to invest into an operator, you can. It's not as much of a risk. It won't put you out of the game. And funnily enough, that is exactly what Fluorescent has done.
It's exactly what Team Liquid did last map as well on their fight back into the game. For Apex, Blade Storm, like you said, lockdown as well. What I'm worried about, we saw great usage of this Armageddon when it came to that previous
With Rolling
half.
Thunder as well.
Attack side, Rolling Thunder, breach stuns as well for just pushing into side. It seems like it'll be easier to use. Apex getting ahead of the problem. They're already pushing up short. Camo good for the first, but the stun, it slows them down. Fluorescent's waiting patiently for that opportunity, and there it is. Converted onto Patatek, and the numbers now favoring Apex.
And Rolling Thunder's gone. Like, that's just one of the ults I was most worried about going into this round. Not because the stun itself is fantastic, but because you then can't escape that Armageddon. Even still, though, Liquid are going to slow things down, letting the IGO of Nats work the map, try and find a gap for himself and his battle versus Hype. Could be something integral. It's just the fact that he's got this far. It definitely makes me nervous. You can see that Malsey is starting to spot back towards B, but he's holding deep. I don't think he expects anybody to have gone this far forward.
Hype still holding that angle, but the problem is he might not get a chance to use it. It depends. If Nats goes towards him here, it's a death sentence, but he's seeing C sides wide open. And look at the movement that's going down over towards A. They're immediately realizing that there's no need to commit to that A site push. The rotations have come in. C is wide open. And so the spike will make its way there. The plant will be found. They even assume that there's players on long, because why would this much of the map be open? That could work to Apex's benefit, though.
Yeah. They've got the lockdown. I think that's the reason they're willing to give this up completely, is they can clear a lot of those positions. But Nats, he doesn't want to allow them to even put it down in the first place. He's going to try and get ahead of any of that utility. It's something that surely has to be expected. Dart through, they don't realize how close he is. It's a good trade, but then Kiko's here as well. Liquid have done fantastically to turn this back, and just look at the HP. 6 and 25, make that 0, and now just Flot standing, but she won't last much longer. A massive clutch round based off, well, Kiko's individual skill, but mostly Nats on that lurk.
Well, the start of both maps, Tom, it felt like Apex had slammed the door shut in Team Liquid's face and had turned the key, but somehow Team Liquid, they cracked that lock. They're back in the game. They're leading. They need one round with 6 chances to do it, and so far they've looked clean. Even here, the use of the Armageddon is nice. The paranoia right in front as well. There was no way for them to claim the space they needed on the C site, and there was no one on the C site stopping them. They were just holding from the position in Garage. Team Liquid come into this round as well. Having lost Patatek early, they didn't use that Rolling Thunder to close out the round. So that's even going to be online as well. There is so much to discuss here for Apex. So many dangers that await them. And it's not just in this coming round. 6 in a row. Perfection is what they have to aim for. And they can't be even a mark shy.
It's looking like their ex-player might be their undoing. Kiko again. I like that. I've mentioned it already. I'll say it once more. His role swap onto controller has been so impressive. Like, I feel like each time we've watched him, he showed a mastery of the abilities, but 100%. Also very much able to frag every single time, be it on the Astra, which is the one I do feel like is the most difficult to switch over, but especially on this Omen. It just looks like he's having fun with it. Batu, not so much, having a rough time. He's opted to switch over to the Odin. Potential hit, and that landed. Kamik's down to 32 HP.
That was absolutely lovely. Nice idea. Kamik still, though, drawing air for now. Denial of the plans, perhaps some damage done as a result. Patatek will go down. They spam the angle as well. Okay, opening pick found freely. Kamik down low. This is the first hurdle. The lockdown even used just to ensure it. It's a good thing as well with Camo finding 8 seconds to get off that site. Still a player on backside, but Kiko has ultimate. Is he going to try to cancel the ulti? No, instead he's just fighting forward, catching them off guard. They didn't expect to see that much resistance, and it's bought time here. 5 seconds left until Guided Salvo comes back online. That's going to deny a defuse. It's coming in. It should be. Defuse is already underway. There it is eventually. Might even have been late had they have stuck, but they did not. And now Malzy has to make this work with the operator. Limited time, and the shot not even fired. It's Team Liquid 13-6. They send Apex out of kickoff. What a feeling that must be for Kiko.
There's a few sort of crossovers between these orgs. The partners of last year, you've got Kiko as the player who used to be with them on the Ascension run. And I'll be honest, he is the main reason that they've been sent out of this tournament. An impressive performance, but I will say on the other side, you look at the sort of trials and the tribulations that Apex have had to go through coming into this tournament with a player arriving today. The fact that they've still shown that there is some individual brilliance, I'll say that that man needs to be on a duelist forever. I want to see him and Floor play double duelist on every map because it was sick. The fact is, though, when it came down to the depth that they had, it wasn't quite enough, and that's where Liquid was able to take it.
Yeah, we can see plenty of positives, though, for the side of Apex. Both maps starting out so well, and having a player join them down on that stage cannot have been easy. They played with a coach. Kickoff has had plenty of difficulties for them. They can have their head held high as a potential danger coming into stage 1. Time for them to go and work on their stage 1 form. This team, we're going to get to see evolve even further, and that's been a fun part of watching Team Liquid play, Tom. I think day in, day out, you can see the improvements, and that makes me scared for what this team can do in the future.
Yeah, for sure. I think showing some resilience as well when being incredibly far down in matches. They almost managed to 2-0 this series. The fact is, though, there's definitely still some work to be done. Their match versus Soot was a little bit more shaky. So we'll see how far they're able to take this, because obviously it's nothing but perfection from this point onwards. We'll have to see how that goes, but I'm definitely excited. I think this is probably the best look we've seen from them. Kamik moving over to that Teo was exciting. Like, I was a bit nervous about it, considering they can't have had much prep time, but it seemed like the ideas were there. It seems like pretty much everything worked out, and well, speaking of working out, a man who has switched roles and done it impressively, I can't wait to hear from Kiko.
Well, I've got a treat for you, Tom, Viz, and for everybody here as well. And you guys are home. I'm joined by Kiko from Team Liquid. Now, congratulations on that win. I know it's no longer your former teammates on the other side of this Apex, but was it strange at all, or bittersweet maybe, having to knock your former, I guess, org out of this competition?
I mean, it was a fun game because I talked to Danny a lot with the head coach. So yeah, we had like a sort of like friendly rivalry there. So it was really fun to play them on the stage. So yeah.
My goodness, you have developed and evolved so much since you were on Apex. I want to spend some time talking about this new role because I think the community as a whole and a lot of the other players and coaches are extremely impressed with you and your new role. So first of all, how are you feeling? You feel comfortable? You think maybe this even suits you better than the duelist?
I feel super comfortable in the role just because of the work that Lohan and the coach.
Okay, we're going to take a sidebar because that was Yumpy screaming off it. Do you want to do it again in case they didn't catch you, Yumpy? One more time? One more time? Oh, okay. He said, Kiko, I love you. Yeah, it's nice that he's there. It's nice that he's there supporting you, right?
Yeah, no. Yeah, I'm really happy for him as well. So he's been doing really well. So good job, Yumpy.
You're going to come and watch his game if you're on your day off?
When is it?
The BBL game next week?
I hope so. I mean, I hope I have time. So.
Okay, maybe we'll catch you here. Sorry, let's go back to the smoke. So you feel more comfortable on this compared to the duelist?
I feel like I'm more comfortable in duelist, but I think that the way that Lohan is using me as a player is like, I think he has a really good mind for the game, and he's been helping me a lot with learning the role, and he's been setting me up for success a lot. So I think he really sees my potential, and he's like giving me a lot of utility and a lot of resources. So he's actually like enabling me a lot.
I mean, obviously, as a duelist player, you know, when you get told like, oh, I kind of want to try you on something else, it might not initially be something you want to hear. So what was your reaction when you were told, you know, we intend to keep you on this roster, but we want you to play smokes?
I think I was fine with it, just because like all the young, all the duelists are pretty young, and I'm getting old now. I'm 21.
Oh, stop it! Stop it!
Yeah,
stop
so
it.
I mean, I think that long term, that smokes is better, but I do miss playing duelists a little bit. But I'm having a lot of fun on smokes on this roster as well, especially.
And are there any particular other players that you've maybe watched the VODs of, you tried to pick up some tendencies from, other controller players?
I think the main person I watch is Profik up there, actually.
Oh, okay.
He's actually an incredible smokes player, which I watched actually a lot of VODs in the off-season when I was playing, like practicing to play some smokes.
Oh, okay. Yeah. I hope this happens. I hope this happens. A lot of storyline going on. Thank you very much, Kiko, for joining me, and congratulations once again.
Thank you.
Well, that's not the only thing we have for you guys today. We got another elimination match coming up, so do not go anywhere. When we come back, Gentlemates will be taking on Koi.
Red Bull gives you wings.
One time for your mind, get rockin'. One time for your mind, we poppin'. One time for your mind, no maybes. Just yes, you'll release the stress. In a place to be, we rhyme. Getting down on the mic, no crime. Hip hop, everybody know it's time. Yeah, we're gonna rock like this. We're gonna rock like this. Yeah, we're gonna rock like this. We're gonna rock like this. Yeah, we're gonna rock like this. We're gonna rock like this.
I just can't stop. No, no. Yeah, you got me, yeah. Ooh.
not stop like this. Gonna rock the party, not stop like this. Gonna rock the party, not stop like this. Gonna rock the party, not stop like this. Yeah, we rock the party, not stop like this. Rock the party, not stop like this. Gonna rock the party, not stop like this. Gonna rock the party, not stop like this. Yeah, we rock the party, not stop like this. Run it up. We got the fire. Run it up. We got the fire. Run it up. We got the fire. Run it up.
Welcome back once again to VCT EMEA Kickoff. It is Elimination Day. We are still here. I'm your host, Yingsu, and I'm joined by Billy, and I've got Kamek from Team Liquid with me here. Oh gosh, it feels so nice to say Team Liquid. Kamek, congratulations on your win today. I wanted to ask you, what's new here coming back into VCT EMEA, of course, now being on a different team. How do you feel like your experience maybe on Fnatic is helping you right now to get these wins?
I mean, the experience with Fnatic helped me a lot, like definitely in job life. Not like here. Here is like I need to get used to the stage again because like I've been playing online for a year now, so it's difficult for me to play on a LAN again. But it's feeling amazing.
Yeah, also the fans, right? Like the Liquid fans, they're always there. They're so loud. You hear them when you're in the server?
Yes, I started like shouting, "Let's go Liquid!" And
it was you.
Yes,
it was you. I love that. Before we move on to the next game, I'm gonna have to quickly just ask you about the Tejo. You like playing with Tejo? How long have you had to prep this agent?
I play only Tejo in Ranked. I'm not playing anything else.
Really?
Yes.
By choice? You want to?
Yeah, I love the agent. It's like really fun to play, and it's like you can be very creative with it.
Yeah, I love that.
Yeah, I think we really enjoyed your Tejo as well. But there was one thing that Pipson was talking about when he was here before, which is if you are choosing to play the Tejo, you're kind of putting your team's prep time, you're shrinking the prep time because you've had all of off season to prep for these maps, and all of a sudden you got to change your comp. Do you think there's some merit there? Would you agree that?
No, we didn't prep Haven at all.
Oh, okay. Oh, well, we're leaking a little bit here, I feel like. So it's actually a good thing that the Tejo came out, that you could actually throw him in here. Fantastic. I can't wait to see you guys play Tejo again next time, because we are going to do a tier list and see how you maybe match up to the other Tejo players. Okay. But let's move on to the next game, of course. That is Koi versus Gentlemates. It is elimination once again, and it will be the last match of today as well. Billy, so far the elimination games have just been so brutal.
It feels so ruthless, doesn't it, to be sending teams home already? And I mean, Koi was one of the games that we've seen on the first day, so the fact that we're on elimination day already, yeah, I don't know. Kickoff just seems to be flying in at this point.
Yeah, it has been indeed. And of course, Kamek, you're familiar with the boys on the screen we see right now. This team, Koi, you face them. Anything that you kind of took away from playing against them on that day one? You felt like maybe it was challenging for you?
I mean, Fracture was challenging because it was like really, like their comp was like really hard to play against. Like especially if you gave them the site, you can just save because like they have this device, Vice mollies. They have the Tejo rockets. They have the stun. They have like a lot of mollies, and you cannot just like retake it basically. So like we did a mistake playing retake a lot of times against them, and we should just play for sites every single time.
Oh, so it was annoying. It was annoying. Would you agree, Billy, watching it? You felt like Koi had some annoying things?
Yeah, I think so. I think that it's interesting, though, that they're innovating with Vice, right? Because we didn't really get to see Vice at all. Well, we didn't get to see Vice last year until Champs. So, yeah, I think it's really nice to see them pick up Vice and implement that and kind of catch teams off guard and rethink about how they're having to play their compositions.
I actually think we have something for Vice. We're going to talk about Filu in just a second, but if we can bring up the Fracture, I think this is exactly what you guys are talking about, right?
Yes.
The Vice, how annoying it is to play against. But the thing is, Billy, with a lot of these teams, once they've seen something, they can maybe counter it.
Yeah, I mean, I think it's one of those ones that when you go back to the drawing board, you think, okay, well, how can we play against this better next time? I think that Koi in particular, the way in which they've been using the Vice utility, it just kind of completely denies any sort of retake, as Kamek was saying. And in this round in particular, I hate that we're picking your team.
This is good.
But
give us some insight.
The fact that it's like forcing you guys to save in a 5v5, that must have been difficult.
I mean, it's just like we shouldn't leave side at the first time, as I said. It's like we should fight for it, and it was our mistake that we played offside. Like we didn't look at the ults. Every single time we just, when they had the ults to take the side for free, we played offside, and it was our mistake. We should do something probably aggressive, like pushing B main, for example, or pushing arcade with the utility we have, and we just played offside, and that was our mistake.
Do you feel like this is kind of something that you can just counter? Like you said, you know what to do the next time you play against them, right? So is it as easy for Gentlemates as if just watch this and then execute the plan that you just said?
Yes.
Oh, that's it. Okay, well, I mean,
easy.
Yeah, it is that easy. We're gonna have to see if they're able to do it. But of course, let's talk about Filu, because I know Billy, you're a big fan of him.
Yeah, Filu was great. Another person that just picks up the operator and is able to get away with so much. Yeah, I think he was doing really well, especially on Fracture in particular. I think the only person that was able to kind of get in his way was Nats, when Nats was on the operator and was able to shut him down. So yeah, I think that I'm really excited to look at how he performs going into this one.
And, well, love that from him. I'm loving the trash talk so far. What was it like to play against Filu, you feel like, Cami?
I mean, he's my friend for like 5 years now.
Oh, okay.
He was my friend before Valorant, so yeah. I mean, I didn't feel any particular emotions against him, so I just treated like any other match.
What's the law? What's the law? How did you guys both like end up in Valorant if you already known each other before that?
We played game called Z1 Battle Royale, like we played tier 2 here. That's what you called it. And game basically died. The game died. The developers just left it, and that's it. But after that, I started playing Valorant, and he started playing Valorant as well. And after like half of a year, we started playing 5 stacks together, ranked together, you know, and we were just grinding again.
Oh, wow. Oh, I love this backstory. So did you think he played Valorant because you were playing Valorant, or was it just coincidence?
Not really, but there was no other game like FPS. And Valorant was pretty fresh, so you could play competitive and get into esports in VCT.
Do you see him often, you know, in Berlin? Now you're both here, you get
Not
to hang
really,
out?
but we sometimes play ranked together. So.
Oh, that's very cute. I feel like we need to get you to sit down together. You know, we need to sit down together for sure. But it's not always about the wholesomeness. It's been such a wholesome day, I feel like, so wholesome. Let's take a look at some trash talks just to balance it out.
Sit the down, hard. You're so bad, Ayaz. Tatar, wake up.
Yo, I'm an IGL. How are you dying to me?
I am so sorry that was all aimed at your team. Like every single one of those insults was aimed at your team. But I do think there is some kind of mind games you gotta play, right? You can't just say nothing. You gotta get your energy out there somewhere. Are you a fan of trash talking, Kamek?
I mean, I am, but we have a professional in that, which is Patitek, so I don't really need to do that.
Okay, how about Robbie BK's trash talking as we move on to the other side for gentlemen?
I mean,
because, yeah.
in job life, it wasn't that often, but like when we were in the second split of VRL in France, it became more often, and he was more shooting bodies. So.
Oh,
yeah.
okay. And how do you feel about Robbie? You know, as an IGL, what does he bring? Because
he's very smart, like as a person, and like he's very. You would call him Boaster V2 in terms of like doing the strats and stuff, you know, basically.
Is that a good thing? I don't know. He can shoot though. He can shoot.
Yeah.
So maybe he's like.
I mean, I said in terms of the strats, you know.
Oh,
no,
only strats. Only the strats.
Yeah.
Only the strats. What do you think about the nickname?
I think that there's like kind of a contrast between these two IGLs, right? You have Flyer coming in as an import, him screaming that I'm an IGL. I don't know what it is. It just kind of makes my skin crawl a little bit. He got so into it. And then I think about Robbie BK, who it just feels as though he's been so accepted by the EMEA community so far.
Oh, we love him.
Coming up from tier 2, yeah, it just feels like he's loved and adored. And maybe it's because we've not got the chance to see Flyer play as many times as Robbie BK. But yeah, it's interesting to me, these two going up against each other.
I say this with like the most love and endearment as I can. If we see Robbie BK as like a Boaster V2, I feel like Flyer kind of Angel V2, just like a little bit, you know, little bit of tendencies here and there.
Fifth year of Valorant, and we're already setting up the next like
but I
prodigies.
say that with love. Do you understand where I'm coming from? You see it? Yeah. You see it? Why, Kamek? I'm throwing him under the bus. I'm throwing him under the bus. Yeah. What kind of qualities do you feel like Flyer might have as an?
To be fair, I don't know him as a person, either as a player, so it's hard for me to say. Philo neither said anything about him, so
Yeah.
I have absolutely no clue.
I felt like when he played against you, he was like, he liked to fight, you know, he liked to peek, he liked to fight, he liked to kind of, for his role, you know, is what we noticed on the server. And I do think sometimes, Billy, when it worked out, it was just like the most amazing thing.
Yeah, I feel like they have such good energy in that team as well, right? They're able to kind of bring the vibes up. And I can say that for both teams, to be fair. Both of these teams seem to have a few like vibe merchants in them that when everyone's feeling low or getting kind of losing rounds, they're able to just bring it back up again.
I do wonder though who's going to win in the trash talk department, because we did see, I mean, look at this picture. Look at this picture. This is a man that's like not afraid to stand up and shout across the stage at you. And then, I mean, we saw the Koi.
I'm pretty
Thank you
sure,
for the zoom in.
I'm pretty sure Robbie is gonna win because this guy has a mind of steel.
Oh, he doesn't get affected if you talk trash to him?
No.
I mean, I can see that.
Yeah, you have to remember he had pie on one of the maps as well, and he was celebrating when he got an extra kill.
Yeah.
And as well, like, you have to remember they just took a map off of Team Heretics, so they're probably going to be going into this one with some confidence, because taking a map off of Team Heretics when realistically you're a team that is majority of tier 2 players, right, aside from Zipan, like, you're going to be feeling really excited about that.
Yeah, and let's talk about that bounce back, because you guys just managed to do it. You know, you take a loss, it was a little bit rough, and then you come out here and win. What were you guys working on, and what do you think you need to do as a player after you lose to make sure that you can reset?
For us, like after the footballist match, we had like a really deep vote review and deep talk about us being too hectic on the comms. And like, so basically what we did in the practice yesterday was like being chill, being like as calm as we can with the comms, no screaming, no nothing. Like no like, I mean, being hype is of course nice, but like not like over screaming each other, just listening to each other, like focusing mainly on the communication, and it like worked perfectly.
Do you think the level of opponent came into that? Because obviously you played against Foot. They made one roster change. They're so high up here in terms of level, and when you drop into the lower bracket, some of the teams might not be as, you know, good as Foot. Do you feel like that plays into it?
No, like match against footballists, we just lost to ourselves because of our screams, no direction, this type of stuff, you know, just basically communication.
I ask this is because it was Heretics, right? I feel like you kind of just like forgive them, you know, for not beating Heretics.
Yeah.
They took a map, that's enough. Whereas Koi, a very different team in comparison to the likes of Heretics.
Yeah, I think so. I think that when you look at the rebuild of this roster, like, Gentlemates have to be feeling as though they're in with a chance. You know, they took Apex and did a 2-0 on the first day. They're able to take a map off of Heretics. I just think that team is going to be in such good spirits when I think about them going against Koi. And you have to remember, Koi have had a break, right? They've had to kind of sit back, relax, watch everyone else play, and this is their second game back up on stage, so that will have to be playing a factor in it as well.
Yeah, we got to talk about Gentlemates Mini, not the other Mini. Not Mini Boo, not Mini. There's too many Minis here, but Mini with a Y, Gentlemates Mini. Because that Yoru, oh my goodness, the Sentinel player to Duelist pipeline. Billy, I want to see this again today.
I honestly was obsessed with this, and I was really annoyed at myself for not noticing it when we went to Agent Select, but oh my goodness, I love this pipeline so much, and I think as well it just shows his depth and his flexibility. The fact that he's able to go across 3 different agents within one series is really, really nice to see. And he was so electric on the Yoru as well, right? It's not like we're used to seeing him kind of being that site anchor. He was able to go in and just completely frag out, so really impressive for me.
Yeah, just so much confidence, right? How much does that play into as well, Kamek, when you're on stage? Because it does feel like when you're confident, the role doesn't even matter.
I think so, yeah, that completely plays the part. Like for me, like me against footballists, I felt so confident, so I just went for the picks every single time, and I know I'm not gonna lose the duel, so that could work for me. But like, as I said, comms were back for us, and we didn't play as we should be playing.
I do feel like if Mini's in that same mindset as you today, like I'm just confident I can just go out and do it all, I think Koi are going to struggle maybe, Billy, to deal with what Mini was doing.
Yeah, I think so. I think if you can have that kind of unpredictability, like you can just see teams come alive. I mean, we could even recall back your game just there. Did you expect Fluorescent to jump on that Phoenix? Because that was unpredictability.
No, like that comp is pretty often used by other teams as well. So like we were pretty prepared against it. Like we knew that we cannot fight a man against it. Like we tried even though, but we shouldn't. But we almost came back.
Oh,
didn't.
yeah. It's the 11 round thing,
Yeah,
right? It's like
yeah.
the 11 round.
I was literally sat there thinking, like, you guys have probably done prep on what their peril was in the first match, and now they're switching it up. So yeah, no, it's just like teams, when you have that amount of flexibility, you can kind of just throw people onto whatever role.
I bet they thought the same when they saw the Tejo as well on Haven. But let's bring out the players now. This is the final match of this week, and it is about elimination. So without further ado, let's bring Koi and Gentlemates onto the stage.
With me.
We love to see a little bit of shenanigans there on the side of Gentlemates, but it's not all going to be about the smiles and laughter today, because elimination is on the line. You lose this match, you will not be going to Masters Bangkok. A lot is riding on this map, vetoes as well. Billy, what are we expecting?
Honestly, it could be anything at this point. I mean, Fracture, that's no surprise that mates are going to ban that out. We've not seen them play it just yet. And Haven going to be the first pick. Okay, interesting. I'm intrigued to see what mates are actually going to bring to that one. And Koi bringing back out the Lotus as well. I think this is quite an exciting map feel.
Yeah, Kamek, just now, I just saw you go, ooh, Haven. What's the reaction for?
I mean, I'm surprised that there is no bind for Gentlemates, because like Robbie BK is very comfortable IGLing on this map, and he's probably his best map to IGL, but maybe his team is not as comfortable to play it. Haven is like a not very often, we don't see it very often lately, so that's a nice pick. Like we didn't pick it, but we were ready to play it. And the other maps, I didn't really play them with Robbie, so I cannot say, you know?
Yeah, it also feels like Lotus is also one of those maps that we haven't seen that much lately. I mean, we've seen so much Abyss. I'm just glad that we're not going to get Abyss. But Billy, what did you think?
I think Lotus is great because we've seen so many like interesting compositions on that one. So yeah, I'm intrigued, to be honest. We've seen Koi kind of tease the fact that they have perhaps a Tejo pick in there. So I think if by the time we get to that point, I'll be intrigued to see if they do bring that Tejo back out. But yeah, looking forward to getting stuck into this one.
Yeah, let's talk about this Haven, especially because we have seen it on the side of Gentlemates. At least it was overtime, you know, last time as well. I wasn't like super convinced. Billy, what did you feel?
I liked Click's Neon, to be fair. I did really like Click's Neon, so hopefully we will see him jumping back onto that, and we will be. And again, we just kind of teased the fact that Movistar Koi have been putting Shados onto that Tejo. So this paired with the Breach, I really like.
I vote that we rename Shados to Sheho. How do we feel about that? But yeah, what do you make of this comp as well?
I mean, it's like one of my coaches said it's a checkmate comp. So basically, it's hard to do something against it if you didn't play against it. So like, their A tag is very strong. Like, it's very easy to take the one part of the map with the comp they have, and they have also a lot of information because of the Tejo drone and with the Cypher camera. You know, it's like it has like, how do you say it? No backhoes?
Oh, okay. I mean, I'm intrigued to see how Sheho will do on this agent, considering we just saw you do it. But it is Pansy and, of course, Mini on the cards. Would you like to toss it over to them?
Mini, you should go back to coaching.
That's pretty nasty, you know? I mean, but it could be a nice thing about your coaching, maybe, I guess?
I think he was trying to be nice.
I think that was nice?
I think so.
Well, That aside, we get to focus on the game in front of us. Two of these teams trying to stay alive here. Gentlemates obviously on one side and Koi on the other. A really tricky matchup, both highs and lows between them, kind of closing out a couple, losses in a 2-1 fashion. But we saw some strengths here, Mini, but has there been anything that's got you excited for this? Because I'm a little bit worried about it, but we've got a pacey start coming out from Koi on the attacking side, so they slow down the tempo. Is the map veto exciting you? Is the agent select there? What's got your attention?
So in terms of veto, both teams have opted to just target ban the opponent's strong maps, and then we're going to see them pick into the weak maps of the opponent. So it could be a bit a sketchy start, maybe on some of these maps.
Yeah, Mini, only able to get one out of this, so a little bit of a trade. Down to a 4v4 on both sides, and Koi, I guess what you were kind of discussing about the map pool is it does then put it into a little bit of a messy area. No one's core strength going out, but Click can isolate Soulcast, remove that lingering player away from Garage, and you can see where Koi are trying to eventually head towards.
Yeah, if Koi beat this smoke, they're going to be in a good position here, but we got Cadaver with a flank, so the retake on A not too bad for Koi if it comes down to it.
Okay, a little bit of a tap. No massive reaction yet. First more of the util.
The longer they wait, the bigger this flank becomes.
Yeah, wait and see that come in from Cadaver. He's slowly creeping up through those sewers, and you look at the time, just 10 seconds here, and then he strikes, takes away Shados, and then looks for a follow-up. Lovely paranoia and a great clear from Gentlemates.
Yeah, kind of expected, like I said, this is going to be Mate's pick, and from the way that Koi banned in their previous match, we expect this to be quite low down in their pool. And on the second map is going to be flipped around. We have seen Mates in 2 of these maps so far, so Koi do have preparation time. And I will highlight that, to be honest, exciting-wise, I do like the competition of Koi. We just saw it come out from Team Liquid, and Team Liquid had some really interesting aggressive pushes on defense. We'll see how Koi play into that.
I'd love to see a little bit of a glimmer of that coming out here. Obviously, Shados in that Teho role could be very, very exciting. Quite an impressive composition to be running here for Koi. But for now, it's a great start for Gentlemates. And in my mind, I'm still a little bit more on board the Gentlemates train. I need Koi to convince me a touch more. So throughout this game, looking at main takeaways, how well do they look suited on these sort of compositions? The individuals, are they actually firing on all cylinders? This probably a throwaway round, but what are you mostly looking for? Is there any indicators that would stand out to you to say, okay, there is a bit of something to this team?
For Koi, I think is how well they've implemented Teo. I think on their Fracture, they had some interesting ideas with the double Sense Lu and the Teo. And on this map, playing the Breach Teo together, I think is a good start. Okay. So I think it's just how are they implementing Teo? Because we haven't seen it enough, I don't think, in EMEA so far.
No, I don't think we have that kind of full read on how it's going to feel.
Yep.
But as it stands, there's a bit of time here. Koi try and make this really uncomfortable, starting to get a little bit dangerous, but Zipan just popping out the chest, clearing out, and lovely again. Flawless round there. For Gentlemates, looking very, very well-rounded, unfazed by the pressure of time, and a second round for them now to be placed on the board.
Yeah, common B finish happens quite a lot on both Lotus in this map where you got 3 sites. When you got the low guns, going into B is often a free plant, and then you can kind of get messy in the post plant sometimes, but yeah, Mates clean that up easily.
In zone flawless, that's gotta feel good. Confidence builders here. It's kind of hard to get that feeling of where you place Gentlemates so far. Had a close game up against Apex. Yes, they won it 2-0. The classic noise. But again, there was still OT involved. It was a 13-7 on Pearl. There was that back and forth. But then against Heretics, managed to convert a map. So it's hard to place them in my mind. And for Koi, I just need to see a bit more. Get the lay of the land here.
Yeah, I'm interested to see how Koi initially do some of these defaults. So fault line not being used at all. Instead, we see the salvos replacing it. That gives them the option that they can now hit the site with the fault line if they want to, but it looks like they're going to just wait for their second cycle.
Pausing for a good amount of time here. Just letting the round simmer a little. Zipan, the one dedicated thus far to site, joined by Click. The Outlaw, maybe not ideal now. Of course, we do see the full armor there. Hello, up and over the top, and Zipan sticks around for this. Filu's going to fall, and that's already a man advantage. Now they're dedicated towards the side. Kadavra's turned the flash. Lovely little back and forth swing from them here. Dividing and conquering, and Koi being held at the door. No access tonight, boys. Soulcast and Shados' options feel almost zero, but Soulcast maybe disagrees with that, finding a follow-up for himself towards Kadavra, bringing this down to a manageable situation. Two players still taking a fight, and looking at where Shados is, he's still pretty far off from this.
30 seconds left.
I'm not sure where Mini's going. I don't think they realize the spike is actually down mates right now. He started rotating all the way towards C, coming back now.
Second bite at the cherry as well. Soulcast getting closer here. Needs some support from Shados as well. Gonna need presence in this. That spike is not getting back to hand. Otherwise, Zipan not gonna let it slip. And Robbie secures. Converting a bonus here is big.
Yeah, not a great start from Koi. I think that the approach was simple and direct, which is what I quite like with this composition. It is a direct, overwhelm kind of composition.
Yes.
But I don't think we waited for the second cycle of the salvos, which meant the exec felt a little bit weak. And considering we made no pressure on the map at all, we didn't go into garage and clear out any loots or anything. Mates had 3 there already. Very, very easy for them that round. Way too easy for them, honestly.
It's getting closer to Toxic Mini. It's getting
sorry,
later in the evening.
the anger needs to come out a little bit.
It's building, folks. Everyone's waiting. Oh, it was so good when he was being mean yesterday. Now they're like a little bit more, please. Well, if Koi keep this up, there might be more validity to it. We wait. Sheriff's coming out. Bit of a Shiko. See if they can keep 5 alive for Gentlemates. Ultimate-wise, decent progress coming in. Seeing Robbie with his very early on. Kadavra not too far away, but it's everyone else joining in here. And no opportunities being found. I'm looking towards maybe Filu if he can find something through Garage, but no one's really playing to his tune. They're very aware of what he'd want to achieve from this. You can see that bit of a passive angle from Kadavra.
I wish he just waited for his teammates to make some noise elsewhere, because all the attention was towards Garage there. He could wait there.
Missed opportunity, potentially. Robbie now going to note, at minimum 1, I'm pretty sure he saw both, so the whole plan's been seen. In 30 seconds, you're walking into what feels like a...
30 seconds left.
You know, the fully seen sight. Everything's under wraps. Kadavra retaking the space as well. Over towards Garage as Click closes out the account. Another in-zone flawless. Sony's getting their money's worth out of this one so far. Really good start from Gentlemates. Maybe a Firelit underneath them after that. I don't want to say good result really against Heretics, but that performance on Abyss was fantastic. You saw the best of them there. Pearl, okay, a bit more competitive. Obviously, Fracture they'd probably sooner forget. But to show that you can do that sort of damage to arguably what's seen as the Tier 1 team's got to be a confidence booster. 4 in a row now, it's time for a fight back from Koi. They have to start doing a little more than this.
Same default again from Koi. The salvo is being used, but there's nothing behind it in mates know it already. So the read from Koi is going to be here. They have all the information to work with.
I want to see what they do with it as well. Click the one who can kind of see down that A-long line. Notes no pressure behind it. You've even got a player posted up towards sewers, so you start seeing them reading into the round, understanding where that end goal might be, which is towards this B site. Filu going to take the space, have a look towards the connector side, sees nothing so far. This should allow for a plant.
Here.
And I think he agrees with you. Going to post that one through, good tag. You can see if there's maybe a frag to follow, no. But at least hindering plant and comfort. Do they then try and springboard deeper into one of the connectors? They do, they want some safety here. Puts a little bit of pressure on, buys them a second or two.
Yeah, they're very worried about the flank. It looks like they're going to make a play through C-Link now, the salvos.
Something's drawn at least one of the players back. Maybe. I'm looking at Kadavra here as to what he's up to, because he's kind of creeping back around to clear out with Mini, but it's still going to have to be sped up a little bit here. Time is starting to tick, and it gets tricky on the B side. It is covered with these corners, but apparently for Gentlemates, it's light work. Kadavra takes away that little bit of a push they had towards the C connector, leaving Soulcast and Shados again the last two. Shados going to try and make a go of it, but the high-low, way too strong. And Koi, this feels flat for me.
Yeah, a really messy post plant, to be honest with you. Koi know that there's nobody pushing that flank. They've got the trip there. Usually when you get B site as clean as that, you're playing a kind of post plant where you might leave 1 or 2, have people off the site, use those salvos in the post, you've got a spam going through. On-site post is fine, but the proactivity seemed a little desperate to me.
And this is the curious part, because we've seen how strong this composition, even not in maybe this form to an extent, but when you've got the likes of Breach there, when you've got Teho there, these have been so brutal to try and get diffusers against. The layered utility is just almost undeniably good. And to see it falling short here is a little frustrating when you have a comp that could be really competitive.
Yeah, they are missing the Astra kind of post ban. They're missing the Killjoy. They're missing some tools that you traditionally find. But on a B, like, if you get the spike down that easy, there's no pressure. Just there's no real reason to not get off a little bit.
Yeah,
to be honest.
It's a timeout.
It was a weird four-man ball of messiness was going on there. Yeah.
Benny's not a fan. Doesn't like mess.
No, don't like mess.
Clean and concise the whole way through.
Well, no, it was a bit strange from mates too. They had the deep lines on A with 2 people. They didn't rotate off with the information, and they didn't push out with the information. It was a bit... They were looking not so hot on their defense last time, and there's little details like that against a better team where I think that...
That's the difference.
They will be punished. But
yeah. But now they get away with it. But you're right, it was a little bit confusing. There wasn't that immediate reaction after kind of disrespecting the Teho utility and getting the information behind it. For now, seems similar. How does Click handle it again?
All missiles away.
We wait. Too much pressure, but the smoke will force at least a level of respect, if not reaction. But you can see the stun is there, but they're kind of falling away from this. They've lost A-Long this time. How does this change the dynamic? We've kind of seen a round like this before, though.
Yeah, to me, mates, this is the kind of defense I was worried about. They're not making many decisions here. They're not looking to do anything. And against Koi's composition, they can be overwhelmed with the utility.
You can hear it going through. The drone being used by Shados there clears through sewer, so they know that's somewhat clear, so they can have some confidence in it. I say some because you can see how close Kadavra is, but they opt to fall away from it.
Yeah, they're very worried about the breach ult here. They don't want to get caught in the site. Like, they want them to use it and not have to... There we go. Now they get it.
Yeah, time to fall off that. Perfectly fine. This is kind of setting everything up for that retake. They have a lot of util to come back in, but someone who's got a fantastic lurk is Soulcast, and they seem completely unawares. Ult gonna go on top, so the information is in. They now know everyone is pretty much here. The paranoia stalls out. Philo, great shot on both of them. Lining them up, and Soulcast allowed to get away with murder. Lovely timing on that lurk. He finds just the right space to slip through B. And now the last man alive being Robbie. Feeling like a formality here if he can even keep hold of that rifle. Money still looking sharp. Not the end of the world, but a necessary round for Koi. An in-zone flawless for them in reaction.
Yeah, something I wanted to note about Mates' defense is that I watched back their VOD and they used 2 Cypher trips on C every single round, and they had no value from it the entire game. And then there we see the preparation from Koi potentially. An easy lurk through the B site because there's no wire there.
And look at the changer. Once we get back into game, you can already see there he is. He's like, that's on me.
Is that a zoomie?
That's a zoomie right there. Yeah. That's my bad, guys. I guess I have to commit it now. But then does that encourage this lean towards the C site? So, assuming that they might now have to address that with some utility.
I think they're just using their armor gun. I think that's their plan this round.
Been held at the... Oh dear, no clear on that. That's simply not good enough. There's no trade to follow either. Util still in place.
Yeah, they don't have anything to break these wires apart from the breach aftershock.
Yeah. Sliggy knows all the names of the abilities, by the way.
We used to call it Kaboom, which isn't a good name.
He's learned since then.
Yeah. Well, not him. Me.
Oh, right.
Talk about, you know.
Who? Some other team?
Some other team, yeah.
But yeah, if you do want to know the names of any of the abilities, ask Sliggy. He's up on it. Beyond that, we look at how the Koi regroup here. They've lost out on that initial battle. There's the ult, and Kadavra completely unmoved by it. This feels again short-sighted and lacking. Missing that punch from Koi. Held at that first attempt, and the second felt like it was without any sort of danger to it. Shados, it's a 1v4. The spike could not be deeper in enemy territory, and he's got 30 seconds. Mini, I'm not happy. How are you feeling?
I mean, the initial entry, that happens sometimes.
It can.
It happens sometimes. We don't have a Sova to shock that things, but that usually means that you would change your approach. If you know
10
that you're going to
seconds
struggle against some of the trips, maybe don't rush straight into them. Like maybe split that earlier.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It felt like they got the reaction they wanted to an extent, splitting some of that Cypher utility across, you know, but still, walking into the one towards main was never going to go well for Alive. They'll take that. They'll take a loss of Kadavra for the outcome of a round, and the economy's got to start getting really strong. We're starting to see those ults coming back in here, making sure Click is going to buy armor. He does. All good. And on the other side, it's going to be lacking in areas. They've got that struggle coming in now. They invested a good couple of ults into that one. Shados is found really very little of value, so you've got Filu still with the knives. That could be a factor.
Mini insane.
See, he likes your casting.
Yeah, same approach from Koi, just slight difference in the salvos. Just to take the sewers. Maybe they got an exit from sewers here.
Oh, Zipan, what was the plan there? It seemed asleep at the wheel, completely caught off, dipping into sewers like it was theirs for free from the start. Not the case. So finally, a first blood going in favor of Koi. They have the man to the good here, but mates aren't respecting it yet. You got to force them to heal a little more. Robbie there, Click there, both willing to have a bit of a brawl down towards Long. Shados saying, oh dear, speak about sleeping at the wheel. And do they expect Click? They don't, but luckily Shados is at least going to keep this in hand, but it is a 3v2.
Yeah, there was layers there as well from mates. They did their aggression, but they also have the Cypher behind them. But Koi aren't fine.
Enemy remaining.
Oh dear, oh dear, oh dear. You shouldn't be getting away with that. You absolutely shouldn't, but Kadavra will take it every day of the week. Well, that's not good enough.
Yeah, and that's not we don't know the map territory. That's just fundamentals. Not trading that. That's
no good.
Maybe when they're 7-1 down, the copium is that they're a little bit stressed right now, a little bit nervous, but that's not acceptable.
You know, bro, sometimes you have to take your responsibility and that's it, bro.
Yeah, I want to see a difference. Like, it's really showing that Koi haven't got a deep playbook on this map. They've done the same kind of default every round, throwing a couple of salvos towards A, walking towards A, doing nothing.
Doing nothing. Yeah, the Mini's not happy next to me. Because there's so much capability here, it does just feel like that util's falling quite short. I guess Zipan got caught off, but it's just, it's not enough, right? Like, that was a little bit fortunate almost to find him adrift. But timeout for Koi here, 7-1. Turn away, Brazil.
I want to see, like, if we don't
if
we don't have a playbook to match on this map, like, let's speed it up. Let's just, you know what I mean?
Go
let's
brawl,
just speed it up.
go brawl. You know, lean on the individuals. Shados looked pretty on it. I mean, Soulcast had an impactful round, but you got to start.
Like, if we're not comfortable
Picking it up.
doing a standard default, we're taking away some main control, taking away some garage control. Let's just send it. Like, we're 7-1 down.
Is that the Fnatic timeout, boys? You're 7-1 down. Just send it, please.
Well, we'd have a bigger playbook.
Okay, fair enough. Fair play. Okay, well, the knives are there. Here we go. Here we go. No problems now. Show me some magic. Show me what that Blade Storm can do. Click.
Bye-bye.
Okay, well, you've... Oh. Oh.
Here we go.
Oh.
Oh.
If I speak, I am in big trouble.
Another in-zone flawless. Are you okay?
No.
I felt like you set him up for success.
Glory.
Yeah.
Glory. I was trying to will it forward, but...
Even the small detail there of Soulcast being the first contact, like, these are the little mistakes that are not looking good.
Isn't it? I mean, we've all had games like this, right? But it just sucks to see it at 8-1. In a game like this, it's not where you want to be running into these issues.
I mean, I set it up early. It's not their map, it's their weak map. So we're hoping to see this mirrored on the second at least.
Yes, that's what we'll pray for. As Philo and Flyer are gone, it's a hard day today. I'll start turning to chat at this point. Vino, Soulcast, Shados. And I am a fan of some of the individuals in this Koi roster. And my main note about this game was I'm not yet sold on Koi. I need to see those signs here. I need to see all of that potential, the individuals coming together, right? All of that capability.
Yep.
Now, the map veto already had me worried, right? It's always going to be a little bit topsy-turvy when we see these sort of vetoes. But even then, I was hoping for a little bit better than this.
Rubinho has made space towards C. So there are some heroic potential in this round.
God, it's worrying when you're the positive force about this.
Sorry, I'm trying.
No, it's...
30 seconds left here.
Soulcast gone, Shados and Grubino. This is your chance to stay alive, right? As much as we can look at this and see the faults in it, we have to kind of put it in context. We need them to sharpen up, wake up, get going in this game, even if it's just individually. Get some power to it. Credit to Gentlemates, they look great. But that's not what I'm looking at here. I want to see some resistance, resilience. They're trying to hold down Garage. Mini's position could be good, depends on the timing. Bloody hell, he does well on that. Takes away one of them, but Grubino could clutch up potentially here. Smoked off though, and position noted. It gets difficult. Has his TPs. The defuse begins already. Zipan's not going to be moving. Why would he? Off we pop, I guess. 9-1.
Yeah, it's looking flat. Even garage control there was a little bit like, I feel like with the garage control we have the breach done. We should have a breach done ready off of the drone. I'm not sure where that was.
And it does feel like we're missing kind of fundamentals. When you're looking at this comp, kind of, you know, bringing it in and kind of what makes it work well is just a little absent. So, I mean, credit to Gentlemates for closing this out probably pretty quick. As much as that sounds silly almost, we've had a lot of messy games, a lot of very extended games, you know, map threes, all of this. See if they can play to the advantage. Can they keep a clean slate like this? And already understanding maybe some of the win cons here for this round or some of the approaches, they've already evacuated site.
So an interesting, I don't mind this A main default this time because we're going to wait for the second cycle probably and then maybe drone up, see if we need to use this Armageddon or not. Hoping we don't just send the Armageddon. Yeah. Okay. Oh, the high jump is kind of cool. That's pretty slick.
Yeah, I like that. I like it quite a bit. Now we go. We in. Okay, plant next, but Filu the one to find Zipan. There's no respect. There's zero respect. Gentlemate's playing with absolute confidence, going for almost wild plays. There's a flank from Click about 2 weeks out. You had one player just dipping in. So Robbie trying to hold some space here, maybe waiting for some of his teammates to get towards these positions to find impact. He takes a step forward. He's got nothing for it. Filu's there. This is the first time we're seeing Koi at least using the advantage they had.
Yeah, mates went for a flood, but I think that the whole round was based around this Armageddon from the tail. We need to do the retake together, so at least we force out that Armageddon in a kind of late round situation. And even if we lose the round, I consider that a win.
They get to keep the weapons. You've already got Cadaver on 7.6, 3.5 for Click. And Click's kind of farming, and you've got to be careful. You don't want Click to get any... you should be able to get an ult from this, so it's all good, really. Just going to make it hurt. The money on the other side isn't good, though. They could have cost them a fair bit more there. I think they should still be able to get a buy here, but...
So I imagine if I'm Koi, I do the exact same round.
Yep.
Try and work off that Armageddon. If I'm mates, I'm just sending it with the breach on, so trying to deny that A main.
You're going to fight on site for it? You're not going to play retake?
No, fight into the A main. If we see anything at all, we send that sub.
Oh, this is a nice spot.
Fair play.
And it looks like that's what they are going to do.
Yes, this should do.
Oh, this is going to be the Observer's nightmare. Good luck, Observers. I'll be thinking of you. Filu going to be taking the space down towards Sewer initially off the back of the utility from Shados. There's the Hunter's Fury, and that should get a tag. Oh yeah, absolutely does. Robbie's got it teed up perfect. And look at the space that Click's taken as well. In that little bit of a downtime, he already took the initiative. And, well, gets his head taken off in the end. Click does go down, but they've done a lot of damage here. Grubino's gone. Shados is gone. To stall them out to this, for them to be forced to re-hit. Now with that utility in B, Soulcast can't get away with this sort of, you know, slow, trying to creep back behind them. They're going to be aware.
Yeah, mates going on an exploration towards A now, pushing out. It'll be interesting to see how Koi play their post. If they are going to explore the links like before, they know they need to make something happen.
Okay. It's a trade of space almost, looking at the positioning coming back in, obviously, from Gentlemates, but Plant's there. Opting for that A connector plant.
Yeah, but then they've not seen anything, so they're kind of worried about that flank now. And they have to make some kind of play. So exploring back through to C-Link.
I wonder if it goes almost overlooked to an extent, thinking maybe they're playing together, working back in towards his B site. He actually might get a lot of freedom. Kadabra does cancel out on this, but you're looking at Koi having to re-fight for this site control. I'm still keeping in mind that Mini is creeping closer. He is going to be on the back lines. Is anyone looking for it? Filu's already focused towards the front. Now the timing might be right. Mini moves in, takes away Flyer, and now you got Filu left in a 1v3. Good positioning, though. And with that shorty, oh, Kadabra's got his own. It's going to be pretty close, but I'm pretty sure he's got the defuse. He does. 10 rounds for Gentlemates. Mini, this one is an absolute battering. There's not too many ways to cut this one.
No, mates are playing decently. Like they made some of the reads that I had, but ultimately Koi flat there.
That's it. That's the note we leave it on. Koi a little flat and need to come alive. Well, the most exciting thing for me so far was the sign in the crowd. Thank you very much for that one, whoever did that. But 10-2, nice one. Yeah, they were ready. They were ready. Appreciate you for that. And Floor and Nats. Okay, so it really started strong and then kind of diluted.
She's put yours big,
bold,
but
yeah.
In all reality, you're 1 of 3. You're still 1 of 3.
Oh my god! What? Don't take it out on me. We've got a 10-2, and you're like flaming me in this one.
I got a yeah.
Focus on what's in front of us now. All right, let's you know, we were waiting for a heartbeat. We're waiting. I'm not seeing much, so this map might be a get out of here, get it done.
Same pistol from mates they did before, so Koi got a little bit rude.
They bloody well should. There we go. Filu going to start things off well. Oh, I thought he might have even had a second here. Mini looking to try and trade this back in, but it's too little too late. But they've already taken away long control. Woo! Click! So clean with that, but it's getting a little bit brawly there. Flyer just sticking around a little bit later. But the other two are so far away. He's got to be a bit careful. Hopefully he doesn't go too far into this. Just trying to keep that CT area.
Nice proactivity from mates there. They know they got a good feeling that there's 2 on the flank now.
Okay.
Very tough for Koi.
Yeah, you can already see the setup, right? You can see how they kind of sat towards this Zipan, tucked towards Hell. You've already got Click on a little bit of a deeper off-angle. Contact made towards Long. Paranoia does come in, so Click could be dead. Nice from Grubino. Well done on this. Zipan going to try and tuck towards site. A little bit of chip damage. Grubino making a go at this one. Maybe there's life in him yet, but Zipan's going to fall. Koi get things started, and with all that awareness, they drop the ball.
Yeah, it just looked like a bit of laziness in the end there from mates. Just a little bit of undisciplinedness. Undisciplinedness?
A lack of discipline?
Lack of discipline.
We'll go for that.
Thank you, English. English is my first language. It is my tool. Beautiful.
It's a pistol round, right? We kind of put it where it is. But it's a round-by-round game. You know, we'll say it once and we'll say it again.
Yep.
Round by round, we wait and see how close you can get.
Liquid did make this look good on the defense. So that's the copium.
You've got the copium ready, do you?
But this was
Bring it
the
up.
better half for mates last time by far, so.
You had me in the first half of that sentence. I was really excited. This should be a formality. You're looking at the buy, obviously, that Gentlemates have here with the economy. It's going to be 2 ghosts, and that's about it. Oh, we've made a meal of that one, but hopefully nothing else goes wrong. Oh, God, what are we doing? It's a 3v2. Shados and Flyer having to work it back in here. Shados is going to at least know where they are, but Flyer's got util. I'm clutching at straws here, but Kadabra down low as well. Here we go. Shados steps in, mini caught in no man's land. 10 HP left, though, a little low than ideal. Shados looks for it. Oh my good God. Pace safeguard Thrifty. Gentlemates have got plans tonight. They've got a, maybe a little date to get ready for. They want to get out of here. They're not sticking around. They're like, oh, we lost the pistol. Don't worry, boys. Round 2. Round 2. What's happened? What's Soulcast doing? What's going on? Please,
I
please.
honestly, I have no idea. They look lost. They don't know what they're doing. I don't think they know what they're doing at this point. I think that this is a case of mates beating Heretic so hard on Abyss that we've had to watch this.
Yeah. Yeah.
Like at this point, I'm thinking maybe Abyss would have been even.
It couldn't have been much worse, unless they dig in now. How many times are you going to give them the way out here? I'm waiting to see something. Give me some proactivity. You might as well try it. And this is nice. Grubino takes all of this space up. It forces the hand of Gentlemates, which they're happy to seemingly do here. They still have a really good bite. And Mini's caught one. He's probably going to know there's a lot more over there.
Spike planted.
Yeah, the aggression made it too easy for mates to do the rotate towards C. I want to see, it would have been better if they let mates come into them and then trap them, I think, rather than give them that easy out towards C.
Okay, can they at least get it a little messy, cost them some of these rifles? Start filling out the game as well, because it feels really hard to play into this if you've just not got going. Click there, waiting, finds it, it's clean! Soulcast was in Garage earlier, he's still in Garage, and Val, he's got to go forward. It's 12, it's another in-zone flawless here. Gentlemates pulling no punches, and Koi simply not fighting back enough.
Yeah, I was going to say on the anti-eco, this is where they need to kind of just warm up into the game a little bit, get the aim 1 point, and then just lose the anti-eco, so.
You did have Durka in your team, the Eco Cobra.
He was an Eco Cobra, was it?
He loves a bit of it. Loves a bit.
Didn't notice that.
Really?
No. He's a very momentum-based player,
that's why you don't win Coach of the Year, though.
Okay.
You tried to flame
well,
me up.
Well, in that when I 12-3.
Potter would never.
I didn't even get nominated. That's the actual joke. I don't mind losing to Potter. I got not nominated over a Counter-Strike coach who never coached in the year.
I'm starting him up. I'm starting him up. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. I take it back. Come on, Koi. I feel he's gone down. That just opens up the gateway, right? They could do whatever they want now. They've got this pick so early on, still above a minute. They could pivot anywhere they please.
Yeah, I feel like going for heroics, but even that's not working right now for Koi. Open B site for them.
Can anyone draw some blood here? Show even individual impact. I'll take that. Okay. Soulcast will have to give away his positioning here. But can anyone draw the attention back? No, Mini farming. And Click getting these sort of things? Flyer and Grubino are going to have to just face the music, it feels like, on this. Look at the poor of Util as well. There's a lot of stall still here. You've still got Robbie with Util. You've still got everything that they'd want here. Zirpan's the one to claim it, but it could have been absolutely anyone. This is one that Koi would sooner forget. Gentlemates on a mission that takes them through Haven with ease. That was a dominant performance. And the question marks really become, is Lotus going to be the same affair? Or maybe we'll have a competitive game. Don't go away. Let's find out.
Admin, can I get hand warmers? You're from Sweden. Why you need hand warmers? It's not from my hands. It's so I can throw it on the Koi players. Zipan, bro! Why are you feeling so comfortable out of nowhere, bro? Shit. Because we're playing Koi. Boys, after we win, I'm gonna shave the bottom pot. I'm only gonna have a stash against Post.
Red Bull gives you wings.
Champion, ain't nothing that can't be done. Oh yeah, I put it all on the line. Definition of divine.
Yeah, I feel like a champion. Ain't nothing that can't be done. They told me I wouldn't be nothing. Came on now, I'm second to none. I need me a trophy, I need me a ring. I'm not with the bull, but keep it a beam. You know what it is, you know what I mean. Shit, all I do is win, 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 win. Haters wanna hate, they ain't made top 10. Double, triple team, what they need to defend. I juke left and I'm gone with the wind. I'm gone with it.
I feel like a champion. A champion. Ain't nothing that can't be done. Oh yeah. I put it all on the line. Definition of divine. I feel like a champion. A champion. Ain't nothing that can't be done. Oh yeah. I put it all on the line. Definition of divine.
Feel like a champ, MVP status. Yeah, the win been guaranteed, so let's see about it. If you gon' speak about it, then be about it. If you don't bring that energy, no, I can't be around it. Nah, I'ma shoot my shot, I'ma stick it, watch. At the tippy top, I cannot take no loss. 2 seconds on the clock, they gotta give me the rock. I got a game on wet, yeah, I got a game on lock.
I feel like a champion. A champion. Ain't nothing that can't be done. Oh yeah. I put it all on the line. Definition of divine. I feel like a champion.
There is just something about this Gentlemates roster. They always bounce back and they always look incredible. I am back here with Kakuka and Billy here at the Riot Games Arena in the studio. Now, I mean, Kakuka, you had a lot of questions about Gentlemates, you know, losing their first match and how they're going to bounce back from that. You happy with that performance?
I mean, I'm very happy. It's a little bit expected because every team that Gokid has coached has been historically good on Haven. I love the performance. I love how they just stuck to the plan. I don't think that there was much opposure coming in from the other side. They honestly, do you know when teams come and say, we just want to play our game? They actually just had to play their game.
I just, are you wearing this for Gentlemates?
Yes. Yes.
Okay.
It's been a long week.
You don't want to elaborate on that at all.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, no, I have to agree. I think that Gentlemates were easy enough to play their own game because it's not as if Koi was really giving them many challenges, I don't feel as though. So yeah, it was really nice to see them strong going into the first map.
And it's so nice to see Kata smiling, joking, laughing, having fun. So let's take a look at this one more time in case you guys at home missed it. We should be talking over it.
Nice! Nice! Insane! Nice! Mini insane kill on the jet, bro. Nice!
I'm gonna take this absolutely personally. I didn't need to watch that twice. But it was beautiful, actually. No, like, jokes aside and everything else, I think that the game that Gentlemates are playing is brilliant. I love what they're bringing in every single map. I understand also that this was their map pick, and maybe, you know, the other day we saw Heretics that did abysmal in Abyss and then bounce back and actually manage to win the map. But actually, if Gentlemates and Kadabra, they keep up this performance, it's going to be a fun lower bracket run for them.
Yeah, Kadabra really impressive. Obviously, the only kind of remaining player from that original Gentlemates roster last year, joining Stage 2, and the only French player as well. He's really kind of trying to pave his way to champs being in Paris this year.
Yeah, the script is written. The script is written. I'm going to make you watch another thing again. I'm really sorry. A beautiful retake.
Yeah, actually, I requested this one because speaking about how everything was working for Mates, on the first half, it was a lot about the retakes. Koi wanted to take this space. Okay, you can have it. And it's actually capitalizing on these small mistakes that Koi are making, because some of these decisions, they are forcing them onto, and some of them are not. It's just Koi stumbling on their own feet. This should have been the first round for Koi, but they didn't even manage to convert this one.
Yeah, I think for me, like Mates as well, they've already shown 5 maps, right? And I think across most of those maps, they've looked really well prepared. And I think as well, going back into this one, they were able to make a lot of kind of on-the-fly decisions as well. So it's nice to see those kind of mid-round calls coming into play.
I have questions, and I would love Robbie BK to give me some answers.
What's the question?
Can you hear me, Robbie? You don't have your in-ears in. So what are you doing? What's up? What's the...
I thought he was gonna give you an answer. Maybe he didn't know that he was on camera.
He couldn't hear me, but it's all good. But here's the thing, that you talked about some of the small mistakes Koi were making. There were also some bigger mistakes as well. Mistakes perhaps you wouldn't expect players of this caliber to make. If we take a look at this round, especially the Armageddon was a little bit off. The timings were a little bit off as well. Talk me through this.
Yeah, I think it's really difficult, right? Because like you say, you have players on this team that are of such a high caliber, right? And when you compare it to Gentlemates, they are essentially the underdogs.
Yeah, and is this kind of rounds that I think Mini said it perfectly during the cast, sometimes they look lost. We understand the intention behind it, but there's some utility missing. Also, the positioning from Kadabra in that situation, knowing that he has the one gap, they only had to clear that space.
Yeah, I mean,
literally, or the ones pushing ahead. And I feel like maybe it's not polished enough, or they don't believe it enough.
It's also a big task for IGL as well on the side of Koi. It's elimination on the line. You're in a new region. Like, I feel like you barely had time to adjust to the weather before you're being thrown into the deep end here.
But I don't think anybody adapts to the weather here.
Sadak loves it. He absolutely loves the weather here, which is a whole other conversation we need to have. Yep. But hopefully, though, as we go on to the next one, Billy, is where maybe Koi could come alive.
Yeah, you'd like to think so. I mean, Lotus, it's not a map that we've seen from them just yet, so I'm thinking that with the kind of week that they've had to prepare, I'd like to think that they'll come into this looking a bit stronger. I think as well, I'll be intrigued to see if they're going to continue that Shados on the Tejo, or if they kind of start to steer away from that.
Sheiko, you like it. I'm here hoping, because I know that we've had very long days here in EMEA, but no team has gone down without a fight, and I do not expect Movistar Code to be any different.
Oh, yeah. Robbie BK, Tejo.
My God, and click also on the Euro Tejo versus Tejo action that we're going to see here. Double Sentinel also for the side of Koi. We were asking Pipson and Eng what they think they were losing in Lotus by playing Vice solo Sentinel, and they decide to go for the extra, so all the initiating power is going to be coming from Shados.
Yeah, this is really nice. I think as well, when we look at Movistar Koi's composition, started on that attack, great job, but what I'm thinking about in regards to the defense is think about all that utility potential that they have for the choke points, right? Lotus is such a choke point heavy map that I think that this is going to play very much in their favor.
Of course, Click Neon looks so good. You've seen him on a lot of agents, but he has never played the Yoru. I can't wait to jump back into this. Pansy and Mini, what do you make of this?
Well, honestly, my thoughts aside, I'm coming over to you here, Mini, because this has caught me off a little bit. Have we seen a head-to-head Tejo game yet? I'm not sure. At least in EMEA, I don't think we have.
Not in EMEA, I don't think, but could be wrong. Yep, could be wrong. I like this from Koi. Like we said, this is their map pick. They're playing their same kind of style as the Fracture, which is the map that got banned today. The Fracture is where they look their best so far. So promising that they're playing the same comp that they played there, and maybe
apply
the same strength.
Some of the strength of it. Okay, we take that. And obviously, do we get another 13-3? This is the weaker end of the map, Vito's, and speak about aggression. Look at that, using all of that util to force them away from even being able to challenge towards Mound.
Yeah, from Mates is going to be much more about the trap plays with the breach on the defense, and then
damage as well.
Yeah, good amount of damage. And then for Koi on their defense, it's going to be about that kind of sentinel power, the kind of more entrenched defensiveness. Mates are going to be a bit more proactive on their defense, I imagine.
He's going to have those salvos back up ready to go pretty soon.
Yeah, so the idea was that they used that aggression to force Koi towards A. You see the stack from Mates towards A, but Koi reading it well, not biting on it.
Got to see how much Robbie gets. That's huge info, though. How do they read the adjustments? Nice from Flyer. Can at least find one, but it's quickly traded out, so they don't really have clean access yet.
Yeah, a little bit of curious mid-rounding. Flyer has a good kill, but it seems like there was no second layer. Like, off of that information, what are we going to do?
And it's a gamble rotation from Gentlemates, and it's incorrect. They've been quite fortunate for Koi. If they did... Oh, they're going towards B. I thought they might have gone for an A finish on that, but no. Okay, with 13 seconds, they're going for the B end.
10 seconds
Fino
left.
ready with the paranoia. It's Filo getting forward, but he's down low, but he's still going to find masses of value, but time. That plant is really close here. Filo is down to barely a whisker of health, so Mini's going to claim that. And now we look at how they hold in this post plant. Do they have util? Once it back on Shados. Still pretty far off, 15 seconds. He's got a ways to go here. So the flash in and they flood. Mini gonna find the first. Soulcast, nice connection on Robbie. And then Grubino takes contact. That's a lovely push and pull between the two. Now leaving Zipan to try and close in, but there's so many targets. A nice try, but good synergy there for Koi.
And beautiful post plant there. The Vice coming in, we noted this on Bind for KC about these post plants with the Vice. We saw the Paranoia going into Heaven for a kill, but at the same time, Vice was stacking Thorns on the lower side, meaning that there was a complete disconnect on the retake for Mutes.
And does it feel already like Koi have a plan here? As silly as that sounds.
They look, yeah, that was nicer than the entirety of Haven, I think.
and we have to clarify that a little bit, because if you tuned in on the first, you're like, bloody hell, this will be a quick day. It may not be. Koi could be walking into a much better map for themselves here, and a much weaker map for Gentlemates. But I like how much Gentlemates are vying for map control. They are not giving up much for free here. Even Mini able to slip a little bit closer.
I want to note what just happened there as well. We saw Filo contacting out A as the Yoru. Contacting out A as the Yoru, and he's able to see whether he can take that space or not. Like, sometimes those the Teho take on A is going to be a fake or not, and Filo's going to be able to go there as the Yoru and see if it is or not and TP out. So that might come into play later.
See if they can keep 5 standing here. They're in the right place for it. And Cadaver going to be very much seen, or at least heard, in the smoke, so they're not going to be feeling going through here, but Grubino well adjusted to that door swing. That's 3 for him. Big impact here for Koi. An in-zone flawless coming in for themselves. Felt like most of those were for Gentlemates in that first map, but now a good reaction and a great response.
Yeah, you can see in these rounds how Mates are approaching it with these kind of big trap kind of ideas. I do think that the retake is also really strong with this composition, so we don't have to be too silly with some of these traps or re-clears.
What's the buy here in the bonus? It's really strong. 3 Bulldogs, Phantom and Soulcast, and still the Outlaw. Only 1 player, I think, with Light Shields, but still. Gentlemates actually contest Mound properly here. I'm looking to click. He can get out, so...
Yeah, both agents can avoid those Teo Salvos quite easily in dip.
Click getting more and more committed. Starting to investigate a little further. Here comes the drone. Yeah, time for him to back away, and they decide to fall off from this. Almost got caught there. There was a second where they could have been just clipped on the side, and that would have been an opening pick, but Filo is farming towards that ult.
Yeah, Koi feeling out that the A side of the map is a bit weaker here.
Timing on Robbie's clear. He's got good info. So Mini opting against that drift further forward. As Koi are looking to explore this. We saw that pivot through towards the B side, but Flyer finding a massive entry towards C could completely change the plans now.
Yeah, that's twice now for Flyer, where he's got a massive value from his lurk.
He couldn't do it anymore, though. So they now know there's an additional body on the side. Do they continue on this pathing? Gets a little tricky now. Grabino trying to skip ahead, but they skip past one. He's going to fall back towards Waterfall, but Grabino now going to be stunned up. He's going to have pressure. Filu, what a shot taken away Click here. Robbie can't move. Has to stand still, but he has to try and work forward, and he does. Catching Soulcast on the back pedal, and now time's a problem. They're all on the site here. Filu fighting forward, taking away Zipan, leaving Robbie and Mini to try and deal with what's in front of them here. And he's going to spot at least one towards water. Gets one. Couldn't adjust the spray well enough on the second. This is looking like this bonus is being converted. It's deadly here. One right, one left. And it's the right side for Shados in the end. Koi going to get themselves up to 3.
Exact same mirror of what we saw in map 1. And could be the same kind of thing that we saw from map 1 with the mirror of Koi's map pick. I don't think mates look bad though. I don't think they look terrible. But it is a bit worrying that Fly was getting these massive lurks. So it'd be interesting to see how Koi close out these rounds without the lurks, because this isn't going to be as consistent.
Yeah,
you know,
that factor will move away. Yeah. And I think you're right. And for now, it feels like mates are at least a little bit more competitive, or we'll see, because it did feel really out of sorts for Koi in map 1. There's a little bit more comfort being shown. We can see the degree in which Koi looks so much better here in comparison to that first map. Fly going to be tucked in towards B. A little high-low setup. Drone.
Drone is so hard to clear.
It's so powerful.
All missiles away.
And this could be the goer. I mean, Mini's trying to slip through to an off angle, but you're up against Vandals. There's no way you're going to do more than that. Kadabra praying that they forget about him, that they suddenly don't consider there was 2, but of course they do. Heads up work. So Koi have the site now.
Spike planted.
We do have the Sours on the fault line.
Oh, look at the lurk, though. How many times do we talk about Flyer's value and impact in this? It wasn't as clean there, but that's fine. You take that, you're still going to get the kill. And Soulcast just going to fight it forward. Lovely from Koi. 3 still alive. Ult's now knocking at the door as well. And once again, the lurk impactful.
Yeah, it'd be interesting to see what Mates' adaptation is, if there will be anything. It looks like they're going to go for another A control potentially. Very standard approach to the map, it looks like they're going to set up for.
Nice, but
They've got to keep this up though. Keep that composure. Keep building this scoreline. Right the wrongs of map 1. Get your confidence back up. But the buy now in, obviously, for Gentlemates. They have a couple of ults for themselves here. And it looks like that 3-2 split over towards C, and to clear that early util on B. No challenges.
Yeah, Mates have rubble control, so this is kind of how we typically see this map being played. Attackers get the C side of the map, defenders often get the A side of the map, and now it's all going to be mid-rounds.
I'm looking at the drift from Koi right back towards A. We haven't seen someone actively playing rubble yet, really. So I wonder how this looks. There is support here as well.
TP, I wonder where this is going. Oh, it's for the ult, okay.
Yeah, so Filu going to spot the players up close. Click is going to have to take the evacuation button, but Robbie caught on his own, caught in towards Connector. And now the site's looking theirs, right? Rubino could get timed. Oh my god, Click does get his gun out in time, but that got so damn close. And Filu, the shorty, is better apparently, leaving it down to just 3. And Filu feeling confident, taking further space away. He's going to hear the TP and expects it, but isolates Zipan. Looking hungry for a follow-up as well. He's got a good read on Kadabra, and he takes him down. Stunning round from Filu.
Yeah, you can just see the difference in preparation. Like, Koi have a playbook on this map, and it looks like Mates do, but it's just not there.
No, it's a little bit flat. If we're going to talk about map 1 as flat, it feels a bit similar in that regard. We know that these guys can still hit shots, but it's not really even coming down to that, right? So it's kind of being these very, very well-crafted set hits coming in. Nice usage of the ult, and Filu's almost back to his ult as well. He's only, I think, what, 3 away?
3 away, yeah.
So huge impact. They've got Shados is there. They've got Flyers as well, but on the other side, they have 3 ults as well. So you've got to be hoping for Gentlemates. They maybe have something they'd like to do with this, but at this point, it does feel like we're just kind of figuring out map vetoes and where the preferences lie here, because this is clearly not towards the top end from Gentlemates.
I mean, this is typical kind of early season kickoff behavior where teams haven't figured out their map rules yet. they've come in with kind of a semi-permaban, and they've had to veer away from it because they were so scared of what the opponent had. They'd get into a bit of messiness for the first 2 maps. I am very curious as to see what we're going to see from these Armageddons, though. I noted it yesterday that I've seen some nice ideas, but we haven't seen them kind of hit like a big clip yet. I want to see like a big clip Armageddon this round from at least one of the teams. That's my call.
There's an opportunity. You're looking at Koi being comfortable and obviously Mate's not. So there's a chance for it. I'm trying to think, regionally, have we seen anything? Like outside of this region?
Sen had a nice idea.
Sen scare me. I'm so scared of Sentinels. Filu right back into the action. That felt a bit too desperate to make a play from. And that's played in Click to then just follow up perfectly on Flyer. We talk about keeping this clean. I don't want to see Koi get sloppy about this. They had such a strong advantage, and I want to see them keep that.
Yeah, I'm not sure what prompted the kind of undisciplinedness of that default. Like before it was a bit slower.
Oh, that's a horrible surprise for Kadabra. Both of them walk in the smoke. They've got the side control now. We still have Shadows with the ult. Soulcast could get his. No, he goes down. Zipan the one to catch him.
All missiles away.
Now we're going to start trying to clear through the site with the utility played in by the Teo. And the sloppiness gets punished. That overzealous or mistake of a beginning tees up Gentlemates for their first round.
Yeah, Mates would take that one every day. I think that I want to see Koi, like how are they gonna, I want to see the same half that Mates had in that first map.
Okay.
For Koi. And I think rounds like that we didn't see from Mates.
No. So, okay, that should be a quick, wake-up call, right? That's when you suddenly go, okay, we got to
like straight out of
focus
a
up here.
timeout. We know that they're low economy. Rushing straight into that B was a bit strange.
Bit odd. So the pace safe card Thrifty there coming into hand, and the first one that Gentlemates are going to get.
Big fight for A control here. I wonder how Koi do this with this composition.
Let's see what their plan is. Lots to work with. So we're seeing the util coming out from the defending side, keeping that space secure for a good couple of seconds and stalling the hit. And Click is just playing towards Rubble. He's going to take the hit of Grabino, but do they stay and fight now? Robbie left in that predicament. They're still trying to clear through Rubble concisely, and he takes that as time to leave.
Yeah, interesting approach from Koi. They don't have the same util that Mates do to take that Rubble control, so they kind of baited out the util, take it a bit later. Very mature approach from Koi.
Okay, Plant's going to come in. We've got 3 on site, 1 off site. Soulcast playing off. Does have his ult as well, so...
Interesting double stack in heaven. I've never seen this before. Salvo's ready as well in case it gets messy up there.
Timing on this. So the drone's going to come through. That should spot Soulcast, and that does actually suppress him. So he could be a little screwed here, but going to lose out on that.
He's delaying well.
He's buying a lot of time, keeping a lot of attention, not even needing to pop the ult here. As Filu's going to find Mini. Yeah, this timing's not working. Oh, the ult? That feels a little unnecessary. I feel like they had that round.
There's the clip. No, there's the clip gone.
You wanted a sick clip. There it is. Whoa. Wow. Wasn't that cool?
I've seen way too many of those ones. What was that Alpha yesterday? It was Alpha yesterday.
Alpha's was...
That was almost there. Can we have a Hall of Fame of bad Teo ults? Because those two could be close.
Yeah, I'm sure the desk's down for it. You know what I mean?
Yeah, I want to see some flaming.
Hey, lead by example, man. Lead by example. We still have the ult with Robbie. That's not been brought in. We've got 1 away from the Rolling Thunder for Zipan. 2 away from Click. So a couple big ults very nearby. Soulcast and Filu still have theirs. We could see Filu doing a similar approach to before.
Yeah, same Euro ult kind of idea for Koi here.
Spotting at least 1 towards site. Doesn't see Mini yet. Now should see Mini. You can see the combination of utility. Fortunately, at least for Gentlemates, they react quickly enough they can get out of the danger zone. But the site is already going to be so well held. Mini with a shot in the dark takes it though, but Shados with the trade out again. Effective trading. They control, I don't want to say the side just yet. They're feeling, or at least they've been aware there's an additional body.
Yeah, Robbie has the Armageddon if he needs it. Or wants to invest it in this 3v4. I like the mature approach from Koi, not overcommitting, just taking off the boxes.
Click. Very nice. Shados has managed to creep a little ahead, but not by much of a margin. You'd need, I don't want to say errors, but that's going to be one of them. Koi fighting back down to the 1v1, and Philo is low here. Click's had a big round. This would need to be 4 from him. Oh, no! He turns around in time. Click, well played. Getting Gentlemates their second.
I mean, as I praise Koi, there's a big open gap on stairs for someone to peek, and they're not ready for it. So, not all the boxes tick there from Koi. Generally, though, another good round from them, just faltering at the end. Here, Gentlemates, 2 to 6. I mean, on Lotus, we're looking at a attack-sided map. So, if we can get a few more on the mate side, especially with these ults coming in, it's not going to be the worst half.
That's the sort of praise you want to hear. Not the worst. Oh, Click. I mean, I guess it feels like if I have to do it alone, I'll do it alone. But this time, Philo's going to take him away. Robbie on the backup over towards Mound. And here's the cut through from Flyer, finding Robbie, and then the instant ult from Zipan. He wants to try and gap close. If he gets punished, that would have been unforgivable near on, but he does get away with his life.
A great decision by Zipan there to just quickly ult towards that B-link.
He pretty much had to, otherwise this round would have been done for.
The push through from Kadavra. Mates have got lots of angles here on this retake.
Timing Soulcast is going to be seen. Kadavra's perfectly positioned for that, catching Soulcast just a little, a second or two away, leaving just Shados alive. Good bit of kit left, just no ult. Can he divide them into manageable fights? 2 to the left, 1 to the right. He knows about Kadavra. He's going to hear the others as well. He's got to know his time is looking limited. Does he isolate? He's got a fair fight, but it's not looking good. Mini's closed the gap. This is going to be 3 now. We're close to having a competitive game.
It's the kind of thing I wouldn't always highlight, but in that 3v1, notice how Kadavra's by himself just doing the jiggle peek. Letting the kind of what we call a strong side of the retake take first contact. I really hate it when those solo players on that weak side of the retake
are the ones
to go first.
So at least the fundamentals still in play there as well.
Good fundamentals, good discipline.
Okay. Now, still only that one ult used for Zipan. The other 3 are still there. The TP for Kadavra, you've got the Dimensional Drift for Click, and you've got the Armageddon for Robbie. Soulcast has been sat on his, it feels like, for almost all of this game now. I'm a little surprised we haven't seen it used even proactively just to get it going.
It's a pretty easy ult to just send it, even on that C default we saw last time. Just sending that when they're fighting seems like an easy idea.
Feels like it. This time we've got Robbie and Zipan over towards this side. We haven't seen Zipan posted towards us in a minute. That could be huge, actually. Fortunately, they get out of there. That could have been a real...
I thought we were going to see the Armageddon off the orb tap there, but decided against it. Just the Sabres going in.
That felt like it could have been so much damage.
Could have been
somehow,
a clip.
Could have been a clip. We don't get those here. All right, we've had a lot of 4Ks, but just no Armageddon clips. Click. These off angles are filth. This man, he's such a nuisance to play against. He's everywhere at once. So the map feeling smaller for Koi. Looking like they want to try and finish at least with a bit of pressure towards B, but then the pivot back towards the C. So we still have the Armageddon with Robbie. Still has the stall here. 45 seconds. Still 2 off for Shados.
We should see Device ult coming into one of these sites now.
You'd hope so. But I'm also seeing a player tucked into the corner. This is tricky now.
Nice
Mini
double diversion.
can disrespect it, but you're right. They do now have the red carpet rolled out towards the C
They've
side.
not used to use that Vice ult, so they now have it in the post.
Ideal.
Oh, nice little proactive paranoia there. It's not going to catch anyone.
And there's the Armageddon coming in, going to force them to scatter, but does it isolate anyone? Does it facilitate this retake? Not really. It gives Click a little bit of room, but then it's going to be the Vice ult on top. They're just throwing everything into it, but it's Rubino to play it forward. They're just down to the pistols, so they do get a reward, but it's 1 kill off the back, so down to a 4v4, but look at the HP, it's low. Soulcast going to find one on Click here. Kadavra on 11 HP, it's on Mini, it's on Zipan if they want to go at that, and the shot not there. Zipan clean, but Soulcast having a round, leaving Kadavra with the only option to save.
Yeah, I'm surprised Mates bit so hard on that kind of pivot, opening the door towards B and then just a little bit of fake towards B. The good Lotus teams don't fight on that.
But I felt especially with Mini in that position, not getting checked on, maybe being seen on the TV, but still they didn't need to react so heavily. But still, hey, we were waiting to see that ult. It was a good ult from Soulcast. That kind of gave them at least the green light to go in, but the Armageddon felt...
Yeah, I mean, he was trying to Armageddon the people getting proactive into the link with the paranoia, and it just looked a bit silly because we knew that they've already disappeared.
Oh, so we got Midnight, that was swearing. He said a naughty word. One away from Filu, one away from Shados. They got some ults here. Well, they should do at least.
I'm surprised Koi don't try and get Shados' ult here and play off of that. It's going for a straight B, it looks like.
And Zipan's baffled as well. He's like, well, how's the drone appeared here? What's going on? As Soulcast just barrels in towards the site. Maybe toying with our expectations and completely subverting them, as Gentlemate's now left a little behind the wheel and with a plant up against them. I don't know what they're meant to do here. Oh my god, Robbie had no chance on that one. Flyer there to find him. They just pour on through.
I think maybe Koi are ahead of me here. I think that we saw Mates try and punish that orb last round on C, and maybe Koi made that read that the punish might be coming again, and just send it into a site because Mates won't expect it. Be interesting to know if that was the case.
That'd be a good call. Outside of that, though, it would be 3 trying to just keep the rifles. They've Generates have got themselves a little bit of buffer, but not masses, right? Barely ahead of what we saw them achieve on map 1. So this is still not a strong showing yet. Cadabra would just like to keep this. Oh god, the mouse will jump. So they keep 2 Vandals.
Last round
in
the half.
So Mini keeps 1, and I think it was Click who had the other. So they should still be able to scrape together a half buy, maybe. See how vital those weapons were, but on the other side, it's still very close to the ult. Shados does have his this time.
2 off of the Vice and 1 off of the Yoru too. It should be honestly quite an easy round to convert those kind of power ults.
Oh, this is a nice
Click has been having a game. He has been on that deep A because Koi can't take it from mates with their composition. Click has been very valuable. It's just the rest of the map needs to kind of do their job.
This is how it ends.
So proactive Armageddon just to take space, I guess, force them away.
Yeah, the post plants on this side have been good from Koi, so I'm not too against using the ult like that.
Okay, Click. He's been the one to make the difference, not this round. It's Mini and his Cadabra trying to do what they can, but down to 3. Soulcast still on this. Filu still there. Shados the same. They can hold this back. They can make them work for their dinner. Is it be 9 rounds for Koi? It might just be with Shados finding 2. Zip out only the Sheriff to try and break through. The post plants hold again. 9 rounds for Koi.
Massive half from Koi, and that's what we needed to see, that bounce back on their map pick.
Yeah, this one, a much better performance. Totally different, night and day. Koi coming alive as they need to, right? We were asking a lot of them in map 1, it just simply wasn't there. Now, they are back in this matchup. So excited to see if they can continue this. We do have a little bit of a treat as well, if I'm not mistaken. Kakuka's going to be standing by with the official Movistar Koi co-stream. Let's get over there and see how they're getting on.
Thank you very much, Lauren. Yes, I'm here with Sergio. Sergio, first of all, how are you feeling today? ¿Cómo estás?
Bien. Con el primer mapa no tanto, pero me da un poco la sensación de que ha habido un poquito de tradeo de mapas, ¿no? De que el Haven le beneficiaba más a ellos y a nosotros peor, y que Lotus muy bien a nosotros y que a ellos un poquito peor. Hay que cerrar este mapa como sea, ¿eh? Estoy muy nervioso, ya lo sabes.
Obviously nervous,
bueno,
of course, we can say, we can tell. A little bit of trading of the maps. Yeah, their map pick went for them, but this one, it looks like it's going to be for Koi. It's still, you know, it's not secure. So what do you think Koi needs to keep up doing to get this map? ¿Qué es lo que crees que Koi tiene que hacer para por lo menos cerrar este mapa?
A ver, lo que más me está gustando de momento de lo que estoy viendo en este mapa es a Flyu. Le estoy viendo muy suelto a nivel de IGL con el Cypher. Creo que la composición también no se la ha llegado a esperar el equipo de Gentlemates. Y lo que estábamos hablando un poquito antes también cuando estabas con nosotros, el tema de Flyu, creo que al final es el baremo del equipo. Cuando Flyu está bien y cuando Flyu tiene buena actitud y está on fire, el equipo está arriba, y cuando está abajo, más de lo mismo. Así que Flyu de momento muy bien en esa línea, liderando al equipo, y muy bien a nivel colectivo, que es algo que me ha faltado también en Haven, y Filu a nivel individual, top, que es como tiene que rendir.
Yeah, Flyer is definitely one of the big changes. Probably the composition they didn't expect as well. But yeah, from map 1 into this one, there's been a big change. And also, Philo is delivering. Are you a fan of this composition? ¿Te gusta esta composición?
A mí me gusta mucho, sobre todo porque intentamos innovar en el meta, ¿no? Hemos metido por primera vez Tejo, estamos metiendo también la Vice y al final prefiero probar cosas nuevas a ver si salen. Yo estoy muy contento con el planteamiento de Gorilla y de Temok.
Very happy. He loves the innovation and we love to see it on the stage as well. So let's see if Koi can close this one out and go to the third map.
Vamos a por ello, chavales. ¡Vamos, vamos!
I wish I was that excited about anything in my life. Genuinely, why does Spanish sound so good? You know what I mean?
What if I just started casting like that?
Can you speak any other language?
No, with that tone and aggression. You know what I mean?
I don't think you've ever had that tone and or aggression in your life.
No, that's why I said it'd be kind of funny, you know what I mean?
Hey, it's all yours. If you wanna go for it?
I don't think I could.
I can't even speak that fast. Anyway, I do like the points, right? We've had a couple of those players like stepping up, enjoying the composition. We were kind of on board for it too. We're starting to see some of those real strengths here. But can they close out cleanly? The answer when it was Gentlemates was yes. It was a 13-3. Can Koi do the same? And will we get maybe a close map if we're lucky on map 3? As it stands now, of course, Gentlemates on the attack. Then means that Koi will be on the defending side.
Sorry, a little bit early on the zoom, but we see a nice little setup in the center of the map. Paranoia going to be using salvos behind to trap anyone going there, but mates aren't exploring, and so Koi explore out of B. Tricky little camera setup here.
Which one was that?
It's going to be
Above
difficult.
Yeah, I mean...
He did what he could.
Yeah, there was. You're not going to ask much more from him in that. You know, that seems pretty reasonable. Plant in. Okay, post plant. Shados. Descend in. It's a little bit off this, and Kadabra just shouldering that, but that's a lot of players to try and handle here. Koi priming themselves to start that pressure mounting. Zipan's got to come back over here. They got to focus towards stairs rather than up towards heaven. Shado's going to find Robbie from the back lines. They're down to 3 now, down to 2 now. Kadabra and Zipan looking nice. Oh, they're about to fall. Hold on. Maybe a little bit of something from Zipan. A 1v2 and the time's on his side. Hold on, maybe. Because Shados is low. Shados is 13 HP. It's Soulcast who'd have to be the big man here. Trying to buy time. Trying to toy with him. Oh, it's good from Zipan! Saving the round at the end. Just.
Yeah, I thought that was mates to lose until they started doing some shenanigans. Robbie BK dying towards rubble as the tail with the salvos. I thought that was a bit unfortunate, but also they had complete heaven control and knew that Koi weren't retaking through there. I felt that that was mates to win, and it all came down to Zip.
Which camera are you talking about? The one up in the...
There was like a weird one up on A that was like looking down. It's not, it's pretty common to be honest.
I think it's the one still in place here. No! I was stealing that from, I think it was Neuer I stole that from.
Fair enough.
Don't think she created it, but I'm just saying. I'm an absolute thief for any sort of Cypher setups that I can get. Here we look at a bit of a stack. There's a lot of people.
Big trap here from Koi.
There's a lot of people on that site. If you walk in, you might... Uh-oh, they are springing the trap. Koi just going for it. Unfortunately enough, they got out of there for Gentlemates. That could have been the death of them, and they do get the orb.
This is the kind of thing that happens when you both are playing similar compositions. You kind of know what the win conditions are. Mates knew immediately after tapping that orb that something could be sprung on them.
Round 2. Going back in. Surely they're not still here. Well, let's see if this stack can do much with it. Oh, Vic. Vic, that's a big gun to lose. Oh, well, this is just a mess, isn't it? This is looking absolutely all over the shop. Kadabra getting curious. Where is that spike? It needs to go down here. Soulcast going to lean forward. No help at all on the site. What is going on? Soulcast! Are you kidding me?
30 seconds left.
And now Mini in a 1v2 that never should have been. And those shots ain't looking so sharp now. 7 HP. And this is far from a dream. Flyer's going to find it. The pay safe card, Thrifty. Soulcast will be loving that one.
Yeah, all down to mates committing on C with very little information. We knew that Koi initially had the stack, and then mates didn't get any information on the map to know where the stack had gone or not. They kind of just guessed that Koi had moved, and they hadn't. The trades went nice early, but Soulcast with a beautiful team here.
It's going in a clip. It's going in a montage. He's already seeing the edit. And that's put Gentlemates right back in the bin here. The best they can report is a Sheriff with Mini. This feels so reminiscent even of that first map, right? There's just two teams who are very comfortable on the maps that they came in with, the rest looking really out of sorts.
The only difference is that mates are now on the strong half. So I thought that they could have built up some momentum, but after losing that round, it's all disappeared.
Yeah. Soulcast. Make it very difficult for them to do much here. Trying to build towards Robbie's ult, it seems. But look at the presence already from Koi. So many players on the side of the map.
Yeah, it's literally just this one player here, Grabinho, with the information towards A, allowing for the stack from Koi towards C.
Pause. But you have so much here still. They can note Soulcast. They can probably make it pretty uncomfortable for him, but that's about it. And again, more time being bought. You're either going to have to commit to it or pivot towards B, and they try and go for this one. Soulcast now can swing, and he doesn't miss, getting 2 big kills. And the last man alive is going to be Mini. Nice shot here. Going to need 3 more of those. 9 HP. 6, well, there is so little left to do. It's 3 remaining. It feels like we're in formality almost just to get to Pearl.
Yeah, I mean, it doesn't seem like Gentlemen.
30 seconds.
Koi look prepared.
Yeah.
They got ults coming in, they got the Armageddon, they got the Vice ult. They look so much more... Sometimes it's a weird thing where players just look more comfortable.
Yeah.
Like, some of the macro setups and stuff, they all look fine, but if the players aren't comfortable within it, and it just looks more comfortable.
Yeah, 100%. 100%. Night and day from map 1. So we go through the motions here. If there was a stand to be made, it begins now for Gentlemates and for Koi.
Very fast, trying to get rid of this Vice util.
So much layered here as well, though. Soulcast in control of this site. There's no easy way in.
Yeah, Soulcast's been a menace on this Vice.
He's looked really solid on it. That's even without the ult being used, anything. Just really nice little setup, really understanding what he had to work with.
It's not going to be any easier coming towards this side either, because Koi are here with 3 as well.
Bloody hell. It just feels like there's no win cons here that are viable. Filu trying to make a big play from that. Still going to get one, and with the numbers advantage, it's so overwhelming. Koi teed up to close out with a pretty clean round here, and Grubino does so. It's 12 for Koi. So close to just closing out. Not necessarily a mirrored game, but near enough too. A 13-3 in map 1, and what could be a 13-4 in this one.
It looked like mates thought they had a read on C there with the Vice wall. It looked like they were like, oh, they kind of missed the wall, he can kind of get a little angle, and Soulcast was just ready for it. It was almost like they trapped them in, and it was just like, never mind, you're both dead.
Nice! Woo! Well, that sounded like a little bit of a Robbie impression almost then.
Yeah, Soulcast be getting hype.
Yeah. Feels like it's been a minute since I've seen Soulcast have a
hype
pretty...
Hype Soulcast is scary.
Look, the mad thing is, I always remember people just like discussing Soulcast as like this scrim demon. Like, people were terrified of him. And then it'd come to officials, he was alright. I mean, during the Sky meta, he was solid. But it never quite lived up to the way people were talking about him in those scrims. I was always kind of like curious of like that capability if it started to hit. But he's having a great game here. 18-8. Looking solid on the Vice. Nice little setups on C, and it is a Gentlemate's timeout, maybe trying to do what they can here, right? Put up a bit of a stand, get themselves warmed into this, because that map 3 is coming whether they want it or not.
Yeah, it was interesting what they might actually change here. 12-4, whether this is a talk about strategy or how we're going to approach the end of this map, because there isn't much hope.
No. There is no hope. The Fnatic timeout, guys. Wrap it up.
I mean, I never called one at 12, I don't think.
No? Someone
Maybe.
prove him wrong, please. I'm trusting you, chat. I mean, hopefully you don't get to a 4-12 scoreline.
I mean,
you know,
I hope it'd be a
the
lot
dream.
closer.
Yeah. We do have ults, though, for Gentlemates to put up a bit of a stand in this. I say alt really, as Kadavra's not, it's just not that impactful, and even if they got minis, kind of hard to use that as an instigator. And they fancy their odds against C again. I wouldn't be going near this. Soulcast is in his domain over here. I fucked him up, he'll probably get absolutely melted now, but let's see. Has to rescind away from the site here and understanding that, you know, isn't where he wanted to be.
Overnote literally just used to get across that vice wall. That's a massacre for Flyer, just getting the spam through the wall.
Click's gone. He's been your headliner, right? Trying to posture a little, but you can see Koi waiting patiently. Armageddon's there. Soulcast has his as well. That's going to be Robbie's invested. Secures the plant at least, but look at this push here. Flyer's going to read this well. He's going to be aware of what's coming, and the spray's good enough to at least contest, but it's Mini to over-deliver, answering back with 2 his own. Vilu out of nowhere to find a Kadavra. This is getting messy. Zipan having to go to the shorty and try and slip towards the side. Still has the util, still trying to buy some time. Gun back out, and Mini still by his side, and look at Mini's positioning. This could be everything, and Mini trying to extend play here, with Shados down in the 1v2. Timing. He's getting low on this one. He couldn't pick his poison, as Gentlemates will extend play.
Yeah, and another slight note I want to make is that spam from Flyu into the plant, that is sometimes the difference between a good C holder and not, just having that good spam awareness. Celsius was very good at that.
Yeah.
And it forced mates to make a play. And unfortunately for Koi, they weren't quite ready for it. They tried to protect the spike by preventing that spam, make a play,
Round by round, let's go.
That's ambitious.
Round by round, that is ambitious.
Okay, no,
but what else are you going to say? You're not going to say GG go next, so.
It's true. I like it.
Here.
Because you can't, I don't want to say Fnatic were in this sort of position, but they weren't a million miles off from it, and they did bring back the game. Robbie, the one to keep things on their side here, with the man advantage after that brawl out towards Mound. And they prioritize that ult towards Zipan.
Yeah, switch to the sub from Koi, wanting to be a bit more proactive towards the C side of the map. And Soulcast with a setup towards A. Really interesting off angle. Mini and they've got no idea that each other are there.
If Soulcast wins that fight, I'll give you a $5. He doesn't. No $5 for you. Great play from Mini though. What a superstar. Sign in the name. Flyer and Vilu not on the right side of the map, so this should be a comfortable plant. We're going to see 6 here, round by round, they say.
Probably see a save here from Koi.
I must wait a moment.
Maybe they'll get some kind of pick, but the economy isn't amazing for them. Never mind.
Okay. Vilu's gone for it. Flash there. He's done for. Robbie's farmed him. Okay, 3 alive for mates.
They tried to do some damage
yet,
to the
but
economy, but...
Yeah. When do you think it gets close? What's the scoreline for you?
Close?
Yeah.
When you're at 12, it's
Yeah, exactly.
Like never really.
Sure. But when would you get nervous? Because every time I've asked someone this question, they win the next round, and it's just irrelevant.
Okay.
So it's
12-9, I started.
Nice.
like 9?
Yeah.
I think for like when it was MR15, I used to be like 7 rounds. Started to feel like you're getting a little bit closer.
15-7.
Oh.
That's not
Break the money, you're pretty
so
close.
You're like a 12-7 person.
Yeah, 12-7 makes me nervous because it's so easy to close that gap. I think at least. We'll see. But now Flyer, the one with the hero vandal. We do see a Bucky in play. We're going to see some Sheriffs and Soulcast. Gets a nice little upgrade. Takes away Click as well. And I told you, as soon as you ask the question, suddenly they start winning and it's all but over.
The reverse cast.
It is. It's how I get to map 3. But there is still Zipan's ult. There is still Mini here. There is still Kadavra, but it's just not going to be easy to make work. And the timing on that. Grubino just backpedaling away and gets caught, but he sees a lot, I guess.
There is an opening now, though. That is a huge death. 5v3 retake is... I'm feeling alright. 5v4... No, 4v3, sorry. Big difference.
On the corner, hoping for that one bang on the head. He's not going to get it, but he's going to put the ult on this. I mean, it keeps him alive, sees all 3. He knows what's going on here. He's got the flash ready to go for it. What's the plan from him now?
I'm back.
Okay, just going to smother the site almost. Pressure on from Tree. Flyer getting closer. Sees nothing early. Has to give away position. You're going to start seeing the util coming in. But Mini, oh my god, going to get to hold on. Are they pulling this back from the brink? I thought this one might have been the closer, but no. Flyer and Filu now, after burning that ultimate, going to have to try and walk back into the gates. Filu the only one to draw blood, as this is still going on.
Yeah, I think the difference between our philosophy with the kind of closeness is that if you're at 12-9, you're expecting some ults to come up and you can close the round with the saved ults. But in that round, we see Philo just using it kind of willy-nilly.
And you look at Grubino, you look at Flyer, you're looking at Philo, they're pretty much off cycle. Yeah, you're going to get Soulcast and Shados probably, but you don't get that slam dunk round, right?
One enemy remaining.
Round by round. Operator, something new, right?
Yep.
Roll the dice.
Fight towards A as well. This should be good for mates. They do have the better composition at dealing with rubble. But never mind, straight into Shados' salvos.
I don't know what went on then.
He just TP'd straight into them, I think.
Oh,
That's not off.
fumble.
There's no Astra suck, there's no breach done. Like, yeah.
What's he up to? Well, that was a mistake. Oh, and that could be, I keep saying could be, but those sort of moments are going to haunt you. Now, Grubino waiting patiently. Does have Filu still on that side of the map. Maybe then pivot towards B. Still not going to be comfortable, no matter where they go.
Yeah, if they do go towards B, Koi are playing retake with the camera, it looks like, which is really interesting. Oh, this lurk.
Bloody hell, look at that. It's just so much in your way. Does it draw rotation? Not really. They don't overreact to this at all. They still have man advantage. I guess they don't need to.
Yeah, I like how Koi are playing. They're not committing to anything.
They don't need to either. And Shados gets a choice here. Does he stick around or does he fall away? The choice is made.
Camera not being broken here.
And Shados? Are we going in alone on that? I guess Grubino was near, but that feels a little risky. Still a man up to the good, but retaking with an operator. That's not what I dream of, but Soulcast closing as well. Gonna make this post plant a little less comfortable for Mini. How does he approach this? Mini gonna have to turn on a dime and try and deal with it. He's aware though, nice from Soulcast, heads up work. Cadaver and Zipan trying to fight together, but this isn't fun for them. TP gonna be denied. This is looking like it's the closer, and it is. Koi get across the line and a 7-13 score. It got a little close, but in the end, job done. And map 3 will be where this gets figured out. And we kind of theoried that was always going to be the case.
Yeah, Koi looks better on that one. It didn't feel like they were ever going to lose it. Massive game from Soulcast, though.
And Pearl will be the difference maker. Don't miss it.
Red Bull gives you wings.
Koi are not going to go down without a fight. They take map 2, which means we will be getting map 3. What's new? We've been getting map 3 this entire week, and we love it. I'm your host, Yingsun. I'm back here with Kakuka and Billy. Did you guys expect that level of response from the side of Movistar Koi?
Yes. Next question.
I mean, sorry, Billy, did you expect it?
I think so, yeah. I think we kind of had to expect it, right? I think Movistar Koi are like a side that has such experienced players that you kind of can't just allow them to drop to the lower bracket and then not come in with a fight when you've just lost the first map on that lower bracket.
Yeah, I think we were kind of in agreement on Haven. They just were not comfortable at all. But we saw such a comfortable Koi here. We're going to show a post plan here on their attack side. And it really kind of gives you an idea too, Kukuka, why they kind of favor the 3 core agents they keep playing over and over again.
Yeah, exactly. We're seeing them. We're going to, after this Pearl, we're going to see them in 6 different maps. But the name of the game is almost the same. Running the Tejo, comboing also with the Vice. I think this resembles a lot of what we saw on Fracture coming in from them. And actually, the synergy between Solkas and Shadows is making this team shine.
Yeah, absolutely. I think that we have to talk about the value, right, that they're getting from the post-plant situations with this Vice, with the Vice ult that they're able to use. But I think as well, another question for me in this post-plant was that Armageddon coming up from Gentlemates, because I don't know, Robbie just did not look completely comfortable on it, in my opinion. I think we've seen so much Sova from him, we've seen a fade from him, but this Tejo, I don't know if I'm convinced just yet.
I love the idea though, because obviously Click was in his ult, so it should have worked. It should have.
No, and I see this working in many other scenarios. Maybe it's the head-to-head and actually having the Vice or the rest of the composition that wasn't on it. Another thing I want to mention, compared to game 1, Flyer is starting to wake up. Where like the calls are good, he is performing individually, and I think he is regaining the trust in himself.
Yeah, I completely agree. I think that's going to come into it for the next map as well. But first, let's take a look on the 2 players you mentioned already, Solkas and Shejo. Ignore the stats because it's really
sometimes they do lie.
It's not about the stats though. It is just about the fact that they played a perfect map.
Yeah, I think that we have to bring back a little bit of what Pipson was saying earlier of if you put in the Tejo, maybe what have you done with the rest of the time that you've been pracking? I think that for Koi, they saw this opportunity and they decided to take it, and probably this is going to set apart Shados from the rest of the players in the region with time.
Yeah, I think beyond just Shados and Solkas, I think this whole composition from Movistar Koi was really nice. I really like the role distribution in particular. I think that you could see quite clearly that every single person looked comfortable on the role that they were playing. Flyer, again, as well. He's not really been jumping onto that Sentinel until Fracture, until Lotus. It was nice to see him jump back onto that Sentinel. He looked way more comfortable.
So, of course, now the question is, what are we going to see on Pearl? For the side of Gentlemates, we saw it the other day, and I personally expect something very similar to what we saw on map 1 on Haven, with them starting on the defense, being very, very patient, just praying for the retake, and especially since they don't know what Koi is going to bring in terms of composition, probably being way more reactive than proactive.
I'm like stabbing the dark. I got no data. I don't know what they're going to play, but maybe Tejo, Vice, and Yoru.
Yeah, sounds like a possibility.
Maybe.
Yeah.
Maybe. But I'm glad you mentioned Flyer earlier, because when it comes to this ragtag group of players here on Koi, including their coach, Pearl is not something that they A, had a lot of reps on as individually as players, or B, have traditionally had a lot of success on. Like if we throw our minds back to Shados, for example, on this map, or Gorilla back on Vitality, Solkas as well. But Flyer, at least in North America, you know, he looked really comfortable on this. So surely this is the type of scenario, Billy, where as an IGL, he's going to be able to step up, he's going to be able to shine and lead his team to a victory.
Yeah, I hear what you're saying, but also I kind of want to think about Gentlemates' approach to Pearl, because of course we've already seen them play Pearl, right? We've seen them lose it against Team Heretics the other day, 8-13 it ended up in, and I think a part of that was a lot of the sort of Tejo utility that Team Heretics were using. I don't think that they were able to kind of come up with any sort of answers for the Tejo utility that they were able to use, and I don't think that Gentlemates were able to draw out enough rotates from Team Heretics defense. So all in all, I think that wasn't a great performance from them the other day, but in saying that, they did beat Apex 13-7 on this map.
A little bit of pick your poison, right? For Movistar Koi, you do not have the reps on the maps, but you do have the VODs, as you're saying, from both the times in what they, how they won,
and how they lost. And especially when the Tejo is involved, you have an advantage in that sense.
That's what I'm worried about. I'm worried about the lack of reps, because you can have all of the information in the world, but if your players just don't play Pearl that often, and you never played it as a team on a stage, you know, you're going to be in a disadvantage.
I think that from the difference that we saw between map 1 and 2, them feeling comfortable, them trusting the plan, that is what we need to see.
Well, what a surprise that we get a Tejo, Vice, and Yoru. Is this a fracture comp minus Brim?
So here's the thing. That I think that's the point. I'm not sold on the Omen here. I think that the Astra brings so much more on Pearl, and it will make everything so well-rounded. But you know, at least you have the Tejo and Mini's utility is not going to be as effective.
I hear you, but I do think that even without the Astra pick, they do still have enough post-plant utility, as we were saying, with that Tejo, with that Vise. You know, I think it's going to be really interesting to see how they actually manage to play this on Pearl, because I think from what we've seen with this composition so far, it has been pretty strong.
Well, they might not have a lot of reps here. They are going to be casted by 2 people that have a lot of reps, casting map 3 and overtime. Bring it home, Pansy and Mini.
I'll do my very best for you. Clean slate here. Welcome to the best of 1 for survival. Mini, we're seeing 2 different comps here, 2 different ideas about how to approach this map. Which are you preferring?
I quite like Koi's approach, especially for themselves. It seems like this composition is the composition. It's the Koi comp, I think, at this point. Like, using the Vice, the Sentinel, Yoru, Teo, Smoke. Like, it's a slightly different read on Teo than we're seeing from other teams, but it seems to be working on the maps that they're playing on.
From the very offset, we dive in. Gentlemate's on the defending side, and Koi will be on the attack. An early util to force him away, but click on the back pedals to go take one down. What on earth? How did Kadavra get one too? Shados and Philo, that almost feels unlucky. Kadavra down so low here. Could put his life on the line, but it's actually Zipan who takes the contact. I thought it could have been the other way around, but it's fine. Nice little crossfire. No safety to be had on the site for Koi.
Yeah, very direct approach from Koi, using the salvos early to try and take B long, but Sheriff just, like, they didn't. It seemed like they didn't have the firepower back. I saw a Classic trying to fight a Sheriff at that point. So like with the Teo on this map, I think we using the second cycle is what I want to see. Like, use that first cycle to take some map control, and then second cycle later. I feel like we're using this first cycle to try and clear out long B. I don't think that's strong enough for a rush, in my opinion. But we'll see what they do later. This is more the standard kind of approach we're going to see on this map. Kind of A main default, using the salvos just to take it, get the orb.
Yeah, par for course now. And on the other side, you are just seeing those classics. So Click could be in for a nice little bit of farm here, depending. Yeah, nice. Doesn't even get a challenge on it. No trade available. Flyer trying. Just trying to shoulder this. You can see the temptation, but Click has to fall away now. You can't really make it away from Pillar, but you're going to back him in this, especially when Robbie's come on over. Flyer's doing everything he can to try and gap close, which I respect. I like the idea. Spot out to the players, which could encourage this next layer of the hit, but there's still that turret there that just went down.
I like the eco round idea though, getting the A orb, and then Yoru can TP across and support getting the B orb. It's just an eco round, so trying to collect orbs is one of the kind of key things to get value out of the round.
Can they get a plant? Can they be a little bit slippery? Try and find a player to pick? You can see that Gentlemates just aren't playing the game. They're just not really allowing for it.
Yeah, the center of the map on those low buys is where you might find a gun, but Mate's being smart enough not to give anything away.
They're not going to let that one go. And I was a little bit worried about maybe Kadavra's position if it was a one and done. We've seen the strength of it, and it is, funny enough, a one and done. But beyond that, there is support here. Zipan doesn't need to do too much. He could let the rest of his team maybe pick up the mantle, but that is going to be a pawn coming in. That's a small silver lining, and that's a big one. Zipan is found. He fell back towards that close side a bit. I'm a little surprised, and so might be Robbie. Luckily for them, Click's still firing, but it's a 1v2. It's definitely winnable. Flyer doing that. Down to a 1v1, and he's only gone and done it. Koi getting right back into this game with a Red Bull clutch.
I think you're absolutely right about Kadavra being in a one and done. I don't think that setup was a good setup at all. Especially on the anti-eco. He's in a position where he can't be traded, no one can help him. Zipan's also being way too aggressive. I keep saying it when we're casting Pearl. This A site, you don't need to do too much. You can spam bullets, you can throw recons, you can suck, you can... Everything's spammable.
Yeah.
Yeah. An overcommitment. Massive blunder.
It surprises me to see that from Gentlemates who aren't new to this map either, right? This is something that was... It's a decent map for them. We've seen history of it. All right, Minnie. It's just like when I played that like one day with you. Exactly the same here. Oh, same outcome. Flyer's having a good start here too. He's having a nice little beginning here. What are we seeing, boys? What? I know it's a bit late. Let's tighten it up a little bit.
The safe plant means that Koi need to get aggressive here, playing on the site.
The Shados, the one who's going to be shouldering this corner. They've seen at least one fall towards long, but they've got numbers to find out where these players are. But it's Kadabra to find Zolcast, bringing it down to the 1v1 here. They don't know quite about Shados yet. Does Robbie make the educated guess? You got to feel the Shados is backed, obviously, with the weapons, but they're coming down to a 1v1 in a round like this.
Yeah, I think it's the same approach as the pistol, and yet again we see the long-range gun punishing them, even on the eco. Like, using 2 salvos isn't going to clear out the Jet. No, Jet can be anywhere. There is a lack of that solo drone again on Koi. I'm starting to feel the drone from Teo. The more I see it, though, he's acceptable in kind of like those long positions, because it is kind of difficult to break.
Yeah.
You don't have the vision,
annoying.
but like I feel like it is something you can get away with maybe on this map. I could be wrong.
You've never been wrong, Minnie. Don't.
Well, this is my read on Teo on Pro isn't. I haven't quite
You're not
got
there
it
yet. Okay.
I haven't quite got it. I'm not in coach mode. I don't need to work it all out.
I don't need to. I can just figure it out as we go
I'll
along.
just blame everyone else for doing poor when it looks bad.
Perfect. Those who can do and those who can't cast. So you're already finding out the perfect way to do this. We are seeing, once again, a very direct approach towards the B side. This time, however, there's no... Ooh, Kadabra. There we go. There we go. It just took a second to get going. But Shados is already firing up, but he's on 2 HP. You need to pull off a 1v2.5. Not going to happen when they're stood like that. All too aware. And I do feel like we are in the kind of lower end of the quality here. These players look tired. They are making some questionable plays. They are looking a little bit shaken.
It looks a little bit shaky, but I do want to highlight Koi's, again, that I think their playbook on Lotus looked alright, but like, it looked pretty good.
Yeah.
But I've seen on a few of the maps now, even Fracture, which looked good for them, it was the same default over and over.
The repetition
and
of it.
The repetition of that B long has me a little bit surprised, I think. It was, they are moving around now, so maybe I'm ahead of it.
Well, we'll see how this one looks, you know? And even just seeing Teo here is a different bit of a start, right? That's pretty telling in itself. Philo only has the classic. That's pretty rough. So a broken buy. Shados and Soulcast able to get the Vandals up. Everyone else down on pistols. Mellow. There's no escaping it. And that flat... Oh, it was labored, but it got there in the end. That's not going in the reel. But the trades coming in, it's still quite a messy affair between these two, considering there was just 2 rifles in the hands of Koi. They still brought it to this 3v2.
Yeah, the A split was quite nice. The Teo drone being used towards the A main, and then the Vice Flash, really nice, actually able to clear out art. So I quite like that approach from Koi.
What can Shados do here, though? The weapons, I wonder if there's a recoverable one. I feel like maybe Flyer could get one. Yeah, he has. Nice. Okay, he's got the lockdown. Wonder how long away we are from Shados' util coming back up as well. Probably not a million miles off. The Flyer can take as much space as he wants, and there it is. So it's ready to go again. And this little pause on the map will keep a little bit of doubt
30
in Gentlemates' mind.
Mates have everything covered. They're just going to play. You could do that?
Flyer can do that.
I've never seen that before.
What? And Click has nowhere to fall back to. He has to go forward. This feels so uncomfortable, Flyer. What is this round? Replays. Whoever's out there doing that, give me that POV. But Mini right now in the 1v2. One to the right. That could be possible, but does he catch where Shados repositioned? Shados doing the around the world. The timing is going to be so hard, but the plant's not for him, so it could make him give away the game. But obviously, if you're Mini, you're going to try and get a half here. Shados.
Got the armor again.
Shados the time. Shados the time. Oh.
That's in the Hall of Fame.
It's in the Hall of Shame. Oh. exciting. I feel like I'm just in a fever dream. Am I unwell? Let's watch this spam again though, because this was quite pleasant to start with, right? You look at the start of this round, it's like, oh, that's quite exciting. A little bit of a biff, cool. Having a little fight over towards Art, and then what's that then?
Like I was building up, like they've got the nicest positions and they can't possibly die.
The return POV. Oh, replays. Treating us right out here. What's going on? That's the most exciting thing after seeing that bloody round. Eidos is not happy about that. Because I like the around the world play. I love it. But timing is everything. So, well, 3-2.
The B-long approach again from Koi. It seems like that is their game plan. That is what's been working for them in practice. Big ults for them to use. Thorns, Visol and Killjoy ult. So expect to see that coming in.
Waiting and watching. We listen and we don't judge. Okay, little labored feel. What is
Why are we not ulting?
I don't know, Mini. I wish I could answer these questions for you. I wish someone would answer them. But Flyer is going to invest the ult here. Soulcast still has his. Cadaver's even going to catch Flyer. He's stuck around. He had a cubby to play from. This is done. Get me a timeout here. Get me something. This is way too messy.
I really don't understand how they can be so confident to not use ults. The only way that
they know
you
something
do that
we don't?
is when you play Sova and you drone in or recon in, and you're like, oh, the site feels clear, let's save the ults for post.
Sure,
There was none of that. They just Yoru TP in, I'll die, and then we use ults. Yeah, that's fundamental.
Timeout.
It was the same from Soulcast, I think, with the Visol on Lotus that we noted as well.
He did sit on it for a long time. It was well used when it happened, but it felt like they were waiting for the perfect opportunity, which you rarely get. I feel like there's so many more options to kind of bring them in and kind of play that cycle a little bit more proactively, but...
Like, even if you haven't got the most beautiful Vice ult strat in the world, the calling structure should be, we've got the Vice ult, how are we going to use it?
Yeah. I feel like every single player on these, both sides has that capability to be able to do this on the fly.
Exactly.
We're not talking about amateurs. We're not in tier 2, tier 3. We're not, you know what I mean? This is the highest level of play. They should be able to work it in. So I do want to actually keep a note on that, because we're now into round 7. I don't know when he quite got the ult there, Soulcast. But again, I'd like to see when they start investing that. Filu's not off to the same sort of flying start he was before, which is a bit unfortunate for him, but he was utilizing the Yoru ult very well. I've got nothing to say disparagingly about that, but I'd love to see a little bit more intention from Koi here.
I think it is one of the key differences between the teams that are deep international teams and not. It's the usage of those ults.
Absolutely.
And then teams anteing those ults, being prepared. Like, not only are you using your own ults, but you're then thinking one step ahead about their ults. And sometimes some teams just seem to throw that out the window.
Speaking of ults, we were complimenting Filu previously on some of the previous maps for his impact. He's not had the same flying start as highlighted, but this is a good way to get side control. Now, this will force the hand to an extent. Now, you look at the ults here on the other side for Gentlemates, they've got a lot to play with.
Yeah, they do have the Astra Killjoy ult combo, which is big, but Soulcast can counter that with the Vice ult, so it's going to be it could be a big round. Big, messy round, potentially.
But we were asking for this, right? We wanted to see how they'd bring this in. That turret is still in towards the connector, so Soulcast... depends on the timing, I guess, here. Does he get caught on this one? So Mini's going to invest his ult, but the eyes turn. Soulcast's position is now noted. He's been nullified to some extent. Now the fight towards the side breaks out, and it's actually Koi digging in with those weaker weapons. Filu doing well, but it is still down to a 2v3. Soulcast's position harder to bring in, but now look at the time. Mini, not again. We can't have two of those, thankfully. Soulcast and Shados get there in time.
And I'll be honest, I forgot about Teo meta. Teo just completely nullifies that whole retake approach.
True.
The salvo is able to come in to break the Killjoy ult. Mates' setup just completely doesn't work there.
Yeah.
This idea of playing retake B with these big ults, it just doesn't work. Teo's going to salvo your Killjoy ult.
Good util balance. Thank you, Riot Games. But we asked to see those ults coming in with a plan in mind. We saw it. I'm really happy to see that. And it's got them the round on the board, right? We're not saying it for the fun of just, saying it.
Conditions.
And it's great to see. And it's put the economy from Gentlemates right back in the bin. Down on the Sheriffs. No hero vandals here or rifles at all. There's a creep through towards Art. Now, the turret will get contact. So they know that there was an attempt through the double doors, and they just clear on through here. Could be a crunch. Maybe. Okay, it's Click to find the 2. Everyone else so far has been green lit on this one, and Filu, nice. Really clean work there. 3 standing, we take that.
Yeah, nice clean round from Koi.
Need a bit of that, bit of stability. How close are we to midnight? Oh, we're still an hour off. I thought we could have cracked out the beers. You know what I mean? Ages away.
I want to see, yeah, Koi's continued approach. Like, I haven't got the read yet. Like, they seem to be going towards that B most of the time, but when do they choose to go there and when do they not choose to go there? I'm not
What's
sure.
the differential? Yeah.
Because now we see Click with the op towards B. That could be dangerous for Koi if they decide to explore.
You've got to know financially there's a possibility of that happening, right? There's every chance that's coming in at some point or another. Are they grouping back towards that side?
That was just a default at the middle util. Turret's still alive.
It does look like it.
Yeah, just a little bit of conditioning, and then back to B.
I guess it's a little bit differently timed on this Click. How do you feel? Yeah, okay, no, there's too much happening coming towards him. He doesn't like that. Does get out and doesn't give away too much of the game here.
Yeah, Mate's not buying the hit at all. If Koi hit right now, they're in a very good spot. See the thorns for the backside.
Yeah. See the full hit here. Yeah, does look like it's pretty standard sort of side take. Forces Click away, which is really nice. They've kind of navigated past that operator, so forcing the hand of the retake, which is tough.
Yeah, Mate's not playing well enough on this defense. We can't be letting the B site go like this. This retake's going to be very hard with the op. Hunter's Fury, the only thing really that could save us, I think.
Click going to be switching out here. Vandal in his hand, operator with Robbie, and away we go. Using that as the way forward, the pathing forward, but Grabino's managed to dodge it, only copying, I think, a tag, but they are aware of his positioning. Everyone else focused towards long. Click is waiting for him to show here, and he's still going to get one with him. Takes away Zipan on the way through. Plays in well, but Click hits the shot. Clears out Flyer. Down now to 3 more players. Shados, massive impact for the defuse beginning here. Making it towards half. Time is ticking. Robbie lands the shot. It's just Soulcast. Defuse just in time.
That is not an easy retake to hit.
No, it's not.
And Mates have done that beautifully. Koi had all that post-plant util to use and still can't get it done. Mates must have hit some massive trades.
Felt like Click
Massive
did so
shots
well
there,
there, yeah. Because considering Shados was doing
Shados
that.
One enemy remaining.
Yeah, the retake with the op.
Gosh. Yeah.
But to be honest with you, if I'm Koi, I'm more than happy to go for that approach again. I'll take that any day of the week.
Yeah. Certainly doable.
Mates do need to adjust to that B exec. Can't be letting it...
Adjustment. Already, you got Click playing over towards Art this time. Maybe just feeling it's the B or it's the Art approach. That's the 2 they run. But it is right back towards B again. At least as their initial attempt, they're going to invest the drone towards it to clear out long. Seeing nothing. Not hearing the op. Wonder where they take this now. Testing more approaches, though. Oh, it's timing. Felt like it was on either for an absolute sitter or Soulcast is ready and waiting. Now that B site's got so many problems from so many fronts. You got Long under pressure. You got the connector under pressure. Robbie's just trying to find a corner to play from and wait for Click, who comes around in time. Oh, I thought he would have had that, but no, Soulcast slips on through, and now it's just Soulcast. He's been seen, and he's being hunted. Mini and Click in unison again. Those two were our highlights when we first saw them. And once again here, doing so well.
Yeah, another beautiful hold from Mates. But again, Koi going for a slightly different approach towards that B, using that connector area.
Yeah.
Kind of implied it before. It's not the nicest area to run down this huge, narrow corridor. Even by the time they get down to the bottom, Click's already flanking, shooting people in the back.
Sit down! Sit down!
Okay, they're getting fired up. I like it. Koi do have some big ults here, though, right? We've got that Armageddon. Don't know if we can class that as a big ult yet. We're waiting. We do have the Bucky in the hands of Filu, who's obviously on the Yoru, so that's the Dimensional Drift invested right there. You can see him taking that little bit of a trip forward and tries to go out hunting. This is very bold of him if he actually tries to commit towards this. Looking to see where he comes out here. Zipan is completely unaffected. He's trying to keep his cool here, play this one out. Zipan is getting away with daylight robbery. How has this happened? They completely miss a step, and Zipan is stood right there. Flyer, you're good. This is a 1v5, and that was almost an ace for Zipan. A Guardian and a Dream. God, the bullets just whizzing past. Too much. That can't be allowed.
I mean, Koi don't have the drone, but the Euro ult should be enough to clear out those weird positions. Zipan's found a hell of a timing, and the most insane, if you're telling me that the KO setup is to sit on default, and that's going to get you a 4K, I wouldn't believe you.
Look at those eyebrows. Incredible. That's a frustrating one, though, for Koi.
Two big ults used from Koi, but they are back with the Killjoy ult and the Vice ult coming up.
They did like to utilize those over towards FB site before. This feels like we might be seeing it again. Click looking for maybe a different start. They're sticking around a little bit longer on Pillar, but no one's pressuring behind it now.
Yeah, and instantly we see Robbie droning back Belong, seeing nothing, and it'll be interesting to see if mates then rotate off. Yeah, just leaving clip.
Drone going out.
Mates have a good read as to what Koi are doing now on this A side of the map.
Especially with this level of contact now, they should have a really good idea. You still have feel that Killjoy utility deeper in towards ARC. So that gives away the committed position. You already have that contact towards A-Long as well. So this is making you feel good about this presence. We do have the ults coming in, though. That's going to hinder, as Zipan can really slow this roll preemptively.
This is one of those KO ults that I'm not...
You don't
One of those in-between ones that's still not really done too much. The buying of the time is quite good, but is it enough?
You should run.
It's the lockdown.
Very passive Killjoy ult.
Don't know how I feel about this. And, wow, Zipan completely disrespecting it. They want to go ahead towards it almost. That might catch one.
30 seconds left.
Let's see if they can shuffle through. They can, and the counter lockdown on top. It's all getting very, very chaotic on the side. But Robbie and Click keeping their composure. Once again, Zipan goes completely undetected, and he takes the ticket out of there.
Yeah, the buying of the time of the KO was quite good, because then the Killjoy ult can come in.
10 seconds left.
It's down to 2v4 though.
Well, Solcas is here. That's one, you know, silver lining. Got the util there, cool. Little bit of stall, this is lovely. Now they, oh, that's really good work from Grubino to try and make a moment happen as they try and clear that Vice utility. And he now knows there's another close by. He's, oh. He thought he was good for one there as well, maybe even two. This is still very winnable. They are being stalled out on this. Solcas, when's it your time to swing out here and take some of that attention now? But Grubino's the one. He's in control of this ship. Trying to steer it through, but it's all down to Grubino. But time is a factor. They got to get moving. And Grubino can only do so much.
Really nice attempt from Koi.
It was. It really was. They made something out of nothing.
Yep. 8-4 though. Mates would take this.
Yeah, that is a strong, strong start to things. After I got a little bit nervous in this, Koi, I didn't know where they were going to land, but we have a competitive game here. But can Koi bring it back, or are Gentlemates going to close out on the second half?
Red Bull gives you wings.
And we're talking about this like it was almost a best of one. The first two maps falling to their directed favor, both sides with clean enough victories. This should have been, and has been so far, the closer affair here. 8-4. Koi, even though at a deficit, still gave us better looks than we'd seen in some of those previous maps that obviously they dropped. But 4 rounds is leaving us wanting a little bit more. And Gentlemates, we know, as an established side, at least in our minds on this map, they have this side as well in their favor.
Yeah, mates seem to be a little bit better on attacks in general, it feels like. And then, but I will say that Koi's comp does, to me, lean towards more that defense. Even like Yoru on the defense, a bit more proactive. And then we got the double Senti. So it's going to be interesting to see how they fare up.
That's the thing, right? It complements it. You got Soulcast there, and you only got to look at Lotus, how good he looked in control of that site. Shados, a lot of space to be taken. Straight in towards B.
So A main taken from Koi, but we have the fast TP over from Philo. But I don't think it's going to be quick enough for Koi to get back into this site if mates pull the trigger right now.
No, but a good stall from Soulcast here. Nice time being bought. And the second layer too. Look at it. Look at it. It completely catches Click. Soulcast beautifully done. Oh, this is a masterclass from Soulcast. That was so damn good. That's the validity of Vice right there.
Soulcast again looking beautiful on the Vice. He
Stunning.
saw it on Lotus. Pearl just as good.
That was so well done.
I do want to question Click's entry padding though. Going straight through the thorns when I think he knows it's there. I think in those situations you usually see either wait out, maybe he didn't have the updraft, but updraft dashing over the screens would be the more standard thing in that kind of scenario.
That is fantastic for him. Confidence builder there. That feels like the scoreline can instantly come back. Now we've seen a lot of scraps on this and some very messy anti-ecos. So for Filu, gotta see you be clean about this one. First player crosses. Okay, time to back away now.
Very similar philosophy here from Koi as their Fracture. Oh, it's getting messy.
Huh. I don't like mess in these sort of rounds. I don't like players sitting in smokes like this against a jumping classic. Luckily for them, Filu's going to bail them out of danger, but it feels like they're making mountains out of nothing. And Click's found maybe some timing, right? Maybe. It could all go wrong. Robbie's got to really keep their attention drawn here. And maybe he's done just that. All eyes on Robbie to set up Click. And this does feel reminiscent of those previous maps where mistakes were made. Flyer called upon here. He might know where one is, but the second is going to be difficult. There's contact. Flyer looks left. Click's there. These are unforgivable in these moments. That was such an opportunity. But a pay safe card, thrifty for Gentlemates.
I was about to make the illusion that Koi are playing this map philosophically on defense like their Fracture. The problem is that doing that on an anti-eco, i.e. they're going aggressive in A main against those low buys, I think they need an anti-eco setup, not a default setup. I like that on a default. Taking A main away, using the double sentinel on the B side of the map for delay. But yeah. Some of the deeper parts, like anti-ecos, those kind of setups, they might be the last thing on the list sometimes, but...
These are professional teams.
Yeah.
They get paid for this.
You should know to just sit back a little bit, chill out.
It feels obvious, but we've seen so many of them go wrong, and it just frustrates me when you see it happening. Playing to the win con of the other team, right? Of course, if you're Gentlemates, you're loving that someone sat there, right? You're going, it's perfect. We've got a chance to gap close. We've got classics. Sick. Like, got to tighten up those screws here. A nice try as well. I don't mind Koi trying this out, trying something a little bit quirky. Go for something a little bit, you know, not like the other girls.
A nice anti-eco approach from mates, though. Extremities, exploring both. They saw the strength on the A side, and then just accelerating up towards B. Koi might be here in time.
Well, Flyer's going to be relaying all of this. Now, whether or not he gets to live much longer is debatable, and he's not going to be able to survive. But he was at least be able to call this a cavalry over. You can see in a nice attempt, chip damage being done, but not quite enough to take down any of the players. So for Grabino and Soulcast, there's not much more to say. That's 10 as well. This is the impact of losing, or, you know, making that little fumble there. This is double digits now made for Gentlemates. They were so close.
Yeah, it's always the simple ones that make it really difficult.
It's
always the most frustrating going back in a VOD review and being like, if we just won an anti-eco,
then
maybe this could have been
a totally different outcome. And it will be one for the VOD review, but the in-zone flawless there.
Well, I mean, they don't have an anti-eco setup. That's the first problem.
Yes, I feel like that's where we start. Especially when it's been punished more than once in this game. But to put that aside, we have a big round coming up for Koi. This is where we get a game or we don't, right? We can call it how it is. Because the buy is good here for Gentlemates. So looking at what Koi have coming in, we are 1 away from Soulcast's ult, we are 1 away from Filu's. They're big ults here, Mini.
Same approach again, trying to take A main on the Koi side, and we're going to see a brawl for this orb.
Might see Filu with a bit of support here. There it is, like the paranoia on that, but he does get revealed, so forced away. Blake's gone for the knife, so this is the orb's going to be going towards Gentlemates.
Yeah, interesting approach from Koi. Oh, Mini's found a timing though.
Oh, and he just stutter steps past Rubino. And they can now completely turn back towards this A hit, right? They still know there's going to be players around. Shados is there, but cleared out as well, kind of caught just backside. This is really tough. Soulcast and Flyer. Soulcast is near. Give us a round, Soulcast. Give us a game. Flyer's got a ways to go yet before he'd get much contact here. He's got a fight on the site. Nice from Soulcast. That's the ult there, but he takes a lot of damage for it.
Launching thorns. No more
Trying to get those thorns down, but he couldn't get it activated in time. The Flyer just coming around towards the site now. This is really hard to handle. That's a triple swing. It's 11 for Gentlemates. And Koi suffering through this now.
Yeah, Koi trying to punish that A main, and it's possible with the Yoru to get aggressive there. The problem is that it's difficult. It is difficult to do. I feel like they're using way too many resources over towards this A main. I'd prefer them to switch it up and get more active on the B side of the map and use the Sentinels on A.
Yeah. Love that. Do they agree? Well,
they changed some of them too.
A little bit.
But it's an eco round, so.
All missiles away.
And looking at...
Yeah, mates with their same anti-eco, I like the approaches. Looking at the extremities, finding where there's players, and then we've got options to go either side. Yeah. They don't want to go to the center map where it's all a bit too close.
Yeah,
shotguns and shorties, let's avoid that.
Your low blade, made them seem far too good, as well as that. Is it Sluggy or something? Those Buckies and Judges. Disgraceful. Shiko. Oh, no, there's a ghost. It's not a Shiko, I've been lied to. Does the anti-eco... Oh. Mini's really crisp. I know it's farming. I know they have, like, at most light shields, but let me enjoy it. Ult on top. Seems like quite
It's a big investment, but at 11-5...
Why not? Get you around. Get you at least a plant. Maybe not around. Gravino's got a corner, and they are aware of said corner. So Mini's going farming. 30 seconds. Plant
left.
should be in next.
One enemy remaining.
Click's gonna find Soulcast. It's looking like they invested the ult just nicely enough. As said, it gets them up to 12 rounds. Why wouldn't you?
KO on top, I think, is a bit too much.
Excessive? Yeah.
But the Killjoy ult, I'm a big fan of there. Just converting the round, making it clean, making it easy. You don't want to be looking back in the bottom being like, well, we just lost the round on 11-5 because we didn't use an ult.
Now, this is it. This is what it's come down to. I was kind of hoping this would be a bit of a stand from Koi, but this half has been rough. And this is why we've got the timeout now. They are slowing things down. If there was a round that you've got a little bit of a piece to pull out, a strat that you wanted to bring in or something you've noticed, but at 12-5, it's hard to bring this in. But we're looking at what the buy is as well. We can see that. We can talk it through for you as well. Operator is there for Filu. There it is, bottom right. But he's not had the biggest impact game in comparison to some of the others. No one's really been shining. You do have Soulcast with that ult. So there's a couple of things, and one away from...
The one away from Shadows is quite important. Yeah. We could go for that A main brawl again, try and grab the orb, and then we have beautiful ults for the retake if we need to.
Okay. And on the other side, obviously we saw the mini ult, which is obviously on Killjoy, and then Zipan's KO ult. So those two are burned. We are pretty close to the divide for Kadavra, and Robbie's not a million miles away. So maybe not in this one coming up unless they pop off a little, but it could be there. But the problem is it's back to the wall Valorant now for Koi. They've got to dig in their heels. I'm a bit worried for them now.
Is that back-to-back timeout?
I don't believe so.
Oh, okay, my bad, my bad. Misreading the UI there.
You doubted me not bringing it up. How dare you?
So it looks like Koi's approach here, conditioning this, they've been conditioning this A main fight, and so now Teo is going to be using the salvos. They're not going to do anything A main, but behind it they've got all the Vice set up. So if mates don't explore this part of the map, the Vice info util is big. It looks like mates are more than comfortable to take the map. Like, I like this approach from them. They're so confident to take both B and A at the same time. Like, this is very worrying for Koi. Like, Philo has an op, but it feels like it's not a presence at all right now.
No. Does he get to activate in this? Does he get an opportunity? They are drifting back around towards the A site. He might get... Oh no, this is... Oh no, Philo, that's heartbreaking. Mini's going to be loving it, obviously. That completely isolates these players on the A side of the map. Rubino does well on one, but the spacing is there, the trading is there. And now Soulcast a little further ahead. He hadn't been tested really on this side of the map, playing from here. He's normally so good, but you can see how much util there is to try and punish him, but they don't know about him yet. That's perfect! Soulcast saving Koi, at least for now, as Mini coming out of nowhere might be a terrible surprise. He knows that Soulcast is nearby. And he's just known where Shados is. He knows where both these players are, but he is going to be stunned up and he is going to be dealt with. Koi staying alive.
Soulcast with a beautiful round, but like, I thought in that situation he'd throw that Vice ult for it, but different player, using his aim, that's fine. We still have the Vice ult for this round, saving 3 power ults now. Koi are getting close to all these big ults.
Didn't have back-to-back timeouts, but now we've got round between timeouts. So it's pretty close. Pretty close. This will be a Gentlemates one, though. I guess not wanting to let the game slip too far, and there is a lot of ults against you, so maybe just touching base on this. You've got the
it's a good time
down there too.
They got 2 timeouts to work with. Calling it on the first momentum shift is quite nice. And then
slows it down. Is there any adjustments you'd like to see? Anything that's obvious in your mind, or is it just simply keeping everything going as is?
I think the mates have a fairly good read. They know that they've seen that A main control can be faked, so they just need to keep that in mind. I think the fact that they're getting so much map control, I think if they keep doing that, at some point a round will come to them.
It did feel a little off the back of Soulcast in my mind, right? You wanted that switch up change as well, him to be over towards maybe the other side, which he was. See that set up there, and he played it really well.
If I'm being critical, going through the A main choke is not, usually on the A side of the map, I think it's better to split the A.
Okay.
I think that going through main with lots of people, especially against a Vice, you know, you're asking for trouble.
All right, we go back in. Still on series point here for Gentlemates. Plenty of chances. We'll start writing in a moment. I can't count that high. But Zipan gone for the flash here, but opting for the turret instead.
Proactive at middle. They saw the paranoia come through. They didn't catch anything, and now just resetting.
Slowly creeping down towards B here, trying to clear that util out. Any of it there?
If they're not quick, Koi could be here in time.
Could be, but are they committing? Shadows heard these steps, I'm pretty sure.
It's one of those ones where it's not the most beautiful round. We've 5-man walked up B. Maybe not.
Didn't fancy it. Turned around. That drone, though, I think just caught those steps coming back. You can see how much deeper Shados is sitting.
I want to see what they're going to do with Cadaver on this lurk, though. Very interesting to leave someone behind that pillar.
They're trying to kind of feign art presence, but they're backing away again. They're just leaving Robbie here this time. So a double fake?
That B split that I was critical of Robbie of in the last game coming through.
30 seconds.
Okay, so it's down really to Flyer and Filu, I think. Oh, this is a lot coming their way now. The double pump coming over here, just 2 to try and hold on, but Filu is going to be revealed, going to just pop the ult, maybe just keep himself alive more than anything. Plant's going to come in, you've got the ult then layered on top coming out from Shados. They do have to evacuate, and it's going to be a Hail Mary play from Filu potentially, trying to swap them out, trying to deal with them, but he only gets 1. Mini's still alive, and the Plant's now in. Suddenly a 4v4. Soulcast still with the ult, suddenly going to invest that. desperate for it to work out. A shorty waiting down below, though. These guys have come in equipped. This time, Zipan can't do it. Grubino is there. They got to move fast if they want to make the most of it, but it's just down to Soulcast again, and he can't dig deep enough 2 times in a row. Gentlemates clawing their way through the lower bracket, staying alive here for another go of things, whereas Koi fall short.
We saw Mates play Apex, one of the weaker teams in the league. Mates play Heretics, one of the better teams in the league. Now we see them in the kind of middle zone, and it was fairly convincing.
Yeah. It is kind of finding where these teams match up, right? And where those differences are made. And also just finding out about the map pool as well, because I feel like we're learning every single day the depth and breadth of the map pools between these two teams, or I guess all the teams we've seen so far. But for Koi, there were some good signs here, right, Mini? I think there's a lot to be worked on, but there were some good signs that we saw.
If Teo remains relevant for stage 1, I think they've got a nice composition to work off of.
Yeah, I think the fundamentals are there. The Koi comp.
Yes.
Yeah, here's a nice little take on the kind of more meta one that we've seen coming out. But for Gentlemates, they seem to always want to go 3 maps. They're happy to go the distance. And again, they've done very well here. Impressed with the side, once again, in my mind. Click, fantastic. Mini, fantastic. Those two are just such little stars.
Yeah, I mean, that was what I was looking back at the old series stats. Those are the 2 players that are shining through right now.
100%, 100%. And it's not like all the others are slacking necessarily. No. Robbie plays his role, they do what they need to. Of course, a moment there for Koi on the stage, taking us the distance, going all 3 maps. Just couldn't quite keep up towards the end. Soulcast extending play there. You saw a couple of key moments from him. But beyond that, potential shown, but not quite enough to topple Gentlemates today. So for me, how far do you think this Gentlemates roster can go here? Because we've seen them constantly just really gritty.
The next game is against Fnatic, right? That's gonna show a lot. If they can win that game, then anything could be happening. But yeah, I think they're good. That map pool was decent.
Yeah, I think that's what I want to see is how teams now approach them, right? They've got good tape on them. There's a lot out there. These guys have played a lot of series.
Yeah, that's the only problem. Some of these maps, I think that there are ideas that can be countered. There is a lot of footage. Even today, Koi had the advantage in the footage. Yeah. But it's a good sign that despite that, they still came through.
It is impressive, right? That's what we start seeing is the evolution of these teams keeping up to the ever-changing and pushing of the meta forward and people's knowledge of how they like to play. So incredibly exciting to see them going forward. Something else that's incredibly exciting is the post plant with Yinzu and Kakuka. So head over there, enjoy it.
Head over here indeed. In just a moment, we will be joined by Cadaver and Gokud, the coach of Gentlemates as well. But for now, I've got Kakuka with me, and we gotta, I feel like, settle some score real quick because we do have the pay safe card play of the week, and it is everyone's favorite entry fragger, Angel. Take a look at this. It's coming. It's coming. It's coming.
It's almost here.
It's almost here.
It's like
yeah, there it is. There it is. Yeah, talk me through this.
Oh, this was beautiful on Haven against Fnatic. Yes, this is a map that they were not able to win, but I think that the performance that we saw all throughout the series from Angel was very impressive, and I don't think many people could think that Angel can pull this one before, but he did, and we were all here to see it.
Yeah, and I was actually, I flamed him a little bit because he didn't drop the Vandal to his teammates on their half-buy. He always kept the hero Vandal, but I mean, when he does things like this,
yeah,
honestly,
it's even the reaction.
I think they should be dropping him the Vandal more often.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, I'm very excited for a year that Angel is feeling this well about himself and his own performance. Still sometimes taking the same risks, but it's our Angel, you know?
We love him. We love him. And speaking of some of our players, we do have the winner, of course, of today's game is Cadaver and Gokud. Please come and sit down and join us here. Massive congratulations.
Hey.
Massive congratulations.
Thank you.
Yeah, huge game today. I'm gonna jump straight here with you first of all, Gokud, because Kakuka has been indoctrinating all of us on how brilliant you are, how amazing you are, and how happy we all should be that you've come back to us to EMEA. So I wanted to ask you how excited you've been, how happy you are to be back here.
I mean, I'm super happy, to be honest. Like, this org is insane, this team is insane. Like, I'm just enjoying so much, like, the day-to-day, and I mean, being back in Europe is great, to be honest.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Welcome back.
We feel
Welcome
that.
back. And Kata, of course, for you, there was this big rebuild, right, in the off season.
Yeah.
How much do you think you've changed in terms of out of the game stuff? You know, maybe your role on the team being a little bit more experienced, a bit of a leadership role as well. Does that sound fair comparison to last year?
Yeah, I think you resume everything. That's it. I just have a way different world that I had last year. Now I'm a bit older, experienced role, and a bit the big brother. So yeah, I like it, and it's good.
You seem happy. You're
Yeah.
happy?
Yeah, I'm really happy right now. I mean,
mean-
we won, so
Yeah.
of course.
You're looking very strong, and actually, we've heard most of the teams speak very highly of you. Why do you think that is? Have you been scaring everybody in scrims?
what's the
Or
scrim
do you,
box?
exactly. Give us the intel. We need to know why they're so scared of you.
I mean, I think when we're playing good, we just have a interesting, annoying playstyle, and like, you know, we can really
What's
like
annoying about it?
that we just run over people and like don't let them do anything, you know, and we really like flow well. Obviously, we need to find that consistency, you know, in being this team, and it just takes time. It's a process, and it's a kind of rookie team. But like, I mean, with these players and the mentality that everyone has, I'm sure we're gonna get there soon.
And speaking of rookie, I want to show you guys some of Click's highlights on Fracture, because we saw him on Neon. You know, he's fantastic. Some of the other agents. Are you sure this is the first time he's played Yoru in an official? I don't believe this, because this is absolutely insane. Feels like he's been playing Yoru for a long time. Whose idea was this?
I mean, he was always called like an OTP, and I mean, I saw him play. He's super smart, you know. Like, I think people think he's just like an OTP jet.
Yeah.
But the moment I talked to this guy, first interview I had with him, like, this guy's super smart, and he can play every agent. He just needs, like, of course, some reps. But I mean, coming into your first official on VCT, playing Yoru like that, you know, like, it's actually so, like, you have to respect it.
Yeah, we really respect it.
Oh, yeah, of course. And talking about today's matchup and just looking at those highlights, what did you make of Koi and the idea and this approach that they have of the meta of playing a lot of Tejo and a lot of Vice and how they combine it with the Yoru? What do you make of that?
I mean, I think it's nice that they are, you know, like trying to learn the meta. For me, they are they are good, to be honest. Like when we were anti-stratting them and stuff, like they have some really interesting rounds. They have good spacing, you know, like I think they need a bit more time and they're gonna be good. And it's good that they are trying the new agent because, to be honest, it's OP, you know, like it's so good that, I mean, they need to abuse it.
But they should be, the other teams should be scared about their stage one because now they're eliminated thanks to you.
I do have a question about that. Do you reckon you have enough power to gather the Spanish fans and get them to support you now? Because, you know, you had to knock out Koi, and you know what the Spanish fans are like. They love their teams. But since you're on Gentlemates, like, can we persuade them?
I think a lot of Koi fans like me because, I mean, I was there and they're honestly like super nice. So they always say like, I support Koi and then Gentlemates, you know?
Oh, really?
So that's like super nice. But today on Twitter, they were like just bombarding me with like, I'm gonna get you down.
No!
I mean,
But you can say you are more French than Spanish now.
Yeah, we will.
How
Go
good?
get
Have you been teaching him? You've been teaching him?
No, not at all.
He's getting me in trouble. He's getting me in trouble.
I feel like you might got in a little bit of trouble there. But we will take a look at the bracket real quick and sadly say goodbye to Apex and Movistar Koi. But what I'm more interested in, Kata, especially for you, is that next game. Now, it's been a long time since you played against Fnatic. It's been a while.
Last time was in Alliance,
Yeah.
VCT main event in 22, I think.
Yeah, 22.
Jesus
I love how you remember
Christ.
that. And do you know why
don't even know what I
I
had for
remember
lunch.
that? Is because obviously you kind of played two of the rosters, right? You did like the Doma, Mystic,
Yeah.
Magnum, and then you also played against the Chak,
Yeah,
the Chak
yeah,
roster
the
as
very
well.
first roster.
And the reason I remember that first one very well is because Boaster has said in the past that it really haunted him to lose to Alliance at the time. They lost 2-0 and he lost a lot of sleep. So are you prepared to maybe deliver that against him again?
I mean, whatever Fnatic or any team, right now we are playing really good. We, like Gokat said, we just need to find consistency, and I know that we can beat anyone, and Fnatic or Navy, I mean, any team in the world, I don't care.
Navi's not here now,
So-
so you weren't playing Navi.
But yeah, I mean,
You
like
can wait a couple
any
months.
team, I don't care. Like, but yeah, it's good to play against Fnatic because they are like legend, you know.
So who would you like to, imagine that, you know, you have this lower bracket run, make it to Bangkok. Well, sounds good, right, I assume? Who would you like, or who do you think would be the other team?
Can I
going
guess
with
what
you?
you're gonna say?
Yeah.
Leviathan.
I said from EMEA.
No.
Oh, I thought you meant like in the world. But
No.
I would have thought you would pick Leviathan. But yeah.
The other team, I mean, they're out, but KC, because French org, and you know I'm friend with Zeish, but
Who isn't, honestly?
Love it. Yeah.
But because they are out, I would say. I think BBL, like their story is really crazy. So BBL.
I feel like you have a very similar story, you and BBL. Like,
I mean, we are two young roster with young people, so yeah, I think yeah.
honestly, I see a world where this happens. I really do. I really do. But
I
before.
wish.
Before we let you guys go, we do have a little game I want to play with you guys. Now, you played against Team Heretics, so I'm going to show you a tier list that Neil Zenio made, okay? I'm going to show it to you behind you in just a moment here. I'm not going to tell you what the tier list is. I want you to theorize what this list is about. So 5 is the worst and 1 is the best. So
and you have to. The title is missing. So what do you think the
What do you
title
think
is?
the- what do you think
is
the
it top
category
5 what?
was? Yeah.
You can think.
I was gonna say smoker, but it's not.
Uh,
3 smokers now.
Yeah, it's
I mean,
think out loud. Think out loud.
It's not about duelists.
Because yeah, Loon wouldn't be 5.
I think.
I mean, it could be like top smokers, no? Because Patitech plays smokes at some point. KK is new to
but
smoke.
Leon is.
But that's why he's top 5. If you play
That's
smokes,
what he
it's
said.
GG.
Yeah.
No, it's not smoke. I can't. No, it's not smoke.
Yeah, because you would be in there. I feel
Yeah,
like.
yeah.
Exactly.
Yeah.
No.
Do you want a clue? I'll give you a little clue.
Yeah.
There are no Team Heretics players for a reason. He was not allowed to use any Team Heretics players.
I am more lost after the
Let's
clue.
just-
Yeah, sure.
How about I'm just gonna. I hope there's sound in here so you guys can hear this. But I'm gonna show you what Neil said, and maybe you guys can have some reasoning here. Yeah, let's roll the tape. Let's roll the tape.
Do we have it?
5 would probably be Loon.
Ooh.
I think, as like Julius, I really like him. I think he's
Yeah.
very good. 4 would be Kiko.
Ooh.
I really like Kiko. I think he's got a good attitude. We trialed him as well. Amazing. Patty, I'd have to put for sure.
Yeah,
Oh, you
that's a
cheat! That's a
same one.
cheat!
I mean,
He's
I'm not
such
allowed
a
to use
cheat.
Patty.
You're allowed. Of course
I'm
you're
allowed to use
allowed to.
Patty?
Of
Okay.
course you're allowed to. So loyal.
Yeah, I'd take Patty. Need an IGL. I'm going for like good vibes. I'll take Bolster.
2?
I'll take Bolster for good vibes, yeah. Number
Inflated.
1. Damn, it's quite hard.
Number 1 should be the one that you want the most.
Yeah.
Like if you could yak one player
Yeah.
to be your 6th, just to have him there, just so
Yes.
he's not playing in the rest.
Okay, safe. I know the team doesn't really make any difference, but it doesn't make sense because you've got like 2 potential reserves, but I'll take safe.
Well,
That's
yes,
a
you should tell that to
spicy
Vitality.
team.
Yeah.
No, that's actually a spicy
Yes.
team. So Loon, Kiko, Patty, Boaster safe.
Yeah.
Oh my goodness.
2026. You'll see.
Yeah, that's a team. So Kata, you immediately went, oh, I know. So you want to guess?
Yeah. So they asked to Neil what's the best team for him that he can make in EMEA without.
Oh
Heretics
my
player.
goodness, you got it spot on. You got it spot
Yeah,
on.
I'm so smart.
Yeah, you are actually very smart. That is the category. It was the top 5 non-heretics players he can build. Now I'm gonna give you guys the tough task and build me a team. No gentlemates players allowed. Exactly the same what Neil did. So give me a 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. You can work together.
Yeah, you can work together.
No gentlemates players. Yeah.
Imagine that you're coaching together,
Yeah,
right?
yeah,
and
yeah,
you
this
have
is your
all
assistant
the
coach.
players in EMEA.
I'm Frankar.
The new assistant coach.
Yeah.
Okay. We based on track.
Oh.
Based on, no.
Oh, based on track Purpo. Based on track Purpo.
Purpo?
Purple
Yeah.
number 5? Okay.
No, as duelist, like as
Oh.
duelist Purpo.
Oh, we do
No,
like.
you have to like top 5 to top 1.
Yeah,
so
but 1 is the
okay.
one you
Oh,
want the
okay.
most.
Top
Yeah.
top 5.
Yeah, okay.
you can do it the other way around if you want.
Yeah.
You know, from the
Okay.
one that you
So-
want the
So
most.
it's
So-
Purple 1, 2, 3, 4, or 5.
Like IGL first, maybe, no?
It's fine. We do 1 to 5.
Okay.
Number 1, you think Purpo?
Yeah.
Oh,
Okay.
okay.
Number 2, I'll say Shadows. Because I was with him and he's like super flexible, nice teammate, you know, like, yeah, I'll have him.
Okay. So initiator. Number 3, I will take Chronicle.
Oh, okay.
Safe choice.
This is an insane team. Yeah. Carry on.
I'll
3
say
Russian.
for,
We stop Russian player.
for IGL, I'll say Jumpy because he's a vibes guy, you know, he's smart, he's a flexible player, like I like him.
And number 5. What else you need? A smoker.
So we need we need a smoker.
You can't say yourself.
Yeah, you can't say yourself.
I can say no.
No, you're
I,
in the
no,
coaching booth.
No, but I prefer my team.
Who's there for smokes?
I mean, Neil picked Kiko. That was
Kiko is playing good, to be honest.
Yeah,
Perfect.
I would say Kiko.
Yeah, perfect.
Not to get to BBL, maybe Kiko. Kiko is playing good
Kiko?
today. Yeah, he was playing good today. Like, yeah.
We're living in a world where every coach is picking Kiko as a controller player, which I feel
This is our world for
he's doing a
2025.
good season right now, so.
Yeah, that is absolutely crazy. I love that team. I feel like we should maybe get both of the teams and get people to vote which one's better. I think that would be a cool idea to give our producers even more work to do. But before we go to the end of the day, I mentioned Leviathan a little bit earlier. Of course, Nathan always speaks very highly of you. I think he misses you. He will be playing his game against G2, I believe, next week. Would you like to send him a good luck message? Maybe in Americas they can show it to him.
Of course. Yeah, and I think I miss him a lot. I'm missing the French roster, honestly. We were like friends and we were having really good times. So I know he's still supporting me and sending message. So I mean, I think for me, that doesn't change, you know, he's there. And j'espère que tu vas réussir là-bas et que tu seras aussi fort que tu l'as toujours été. Et on se capte bientôt, j'espère.
Mimi's going to be translating that. I already know
exactly.
it. Get on it, Mimi. Get on it. Thank you so much, you two, for joining us. Big congratulations again today. And we'll see you next week. Thank you as well, Kukuga, for joining me.
Thank you, Sue, for
we've had
powering through the week.
Yeah, we've had a lot of fun. Thank you to you guys for not watching Inane and watching us this late into the night. And we'll be back with more games next week. More elimination on the line as well. Hope you guys had a lovely evening, and we'll see you back here next Wednesday.
That dude's got a shock, a reveal in 20, and time on his side. Here comes the shock dart. It's fired out. Whoa,
To join up, Panatek in the corner, and well, never mind. He'll do all the work himself.
Cosmic Divide put through, and he's seen him! And now it's Camo left to try to put this across the line, tap it in right at the finish line. 76 HP, and going for the spike, the swing from Batu is there! Defuse is already underway, there it is eventually. Might even have been late had they have stuck, but they did not. And now Malsey has to make this work with the operator, limited time, and the shot not even fired. These guys have come in equipped. This time, Zipian can't do it. Grubino is there. They've got to move fast if they want to make the most of it, but it's just down to Soulcast again, and he can't dig deep enough 2 times in a row.
Feeling good, feeling great on my time. Won't let a hater block my shine. I'm just living my life. Too busy chasing good vibes. Chasing good vibes. Chasing good vibes. Chasing good vibes. Too busy chasing good vibes. I'm feeling good, feeling great now. A hater can't play with my day now. Get that negativity out of my face now. In my city, I'm the man of my state now. Yeah, I'm living life to the fullest. Baby girl, you're talking to the realest. Energy and joy, you can't steal it. Good vibes all around. Baby, tell me, can you feel it? I woke up, so I'm blessed. Just another chapter in the test. I know I'm doing better than the rest. Got a smile on my face, showing teeth for the crest. It's no sweat, I'm a vibe in my own right. Go time in the sun, yes, I'm gon' shine. So fine, got a baddie on my phone line. Feeling good, feeling great, chasing these good vibes. Feeling good, feeling great on my time. Won't let a hater block my shine. I'm just living my
soul on the beat, I'm ready to feast. Margaritas with some divas, I'm pouring the drinks. I'm living life to the fullest, the blessings in me. Don't really care what you say, whatever you think. Nah, unequivocal miracles with the lyrical. With the homies tryna pop like the cereal. Lucky Charms, got a model on my arm. Go watch on my wrist, garlic parm. No alarm, fireworks, I can feel it in the sky. I got love in my eyes, but there's money on my mind. I see passion and pride that despise all the lies. I've been around the world, so I'm down for the ride. Good drinks, good people, and good times. Fast cars, pretty women.